They not like us. They not like us. They don't like lookalikes. They not like us. They don't like us. They not like us. They not like lookalikes. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They don't like lookalikes. They not like us. They don't like us. They don't like us. They don't like lookalikes. They don't like us. We the original, number one, uno. We're not alike, you know. Y'all are liar, like we made in the image, our likeness. Our image is righteous, our lineage is priceless. You can't buy or sell it, they tried it, they tried it. They tried to sell it, they tried it. They not like us, they not like us. They don't like lookalikes, they not like us. They not like us, they not like us. They don't like lookalikes, they not like us. They not like us, they not like us. They don't like lookalikes, they not like us. They don't like us, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes, they don't like us. They not like us, they not like us. They don't like lookalikes, they not like us. They not like us, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes, they not like us. They not like us, they not like us. They don't like lookalikes, they not like us. They don't like us, they don't like us. They don't like lookalikes, they not like us. We the original, number one on the road. We're not out like you know. Y'all are all liar, like we're made in the image and likeness. Our image is righteous, our lineage is priceless. You can't buy or sell it, it's right. Can't buy or sell it, it's right.
Because a lot of them, let me tell y'all something about babbling tethers, especially the Pan-African artist and the tether class. A lot of these people, family, they are contrary for content. A lot of these people are contrary for clicks. A lot of these people are contrary for clout chasing. You understand? And it's really rooted in jealousy, especially jealousy of me. They're jealous of us in general, but boy, when they always whining about me, that's out of jealousy. I want y'all to understand something. See, the tether class, especially when they always try to bring my name up, where the FBA was Tariq. See, these people, number one, they're jealous that I have influence that they can't manufacture. A lot of the Pan-African artists, they spend years trying to build platforms. And me, I just come along and organically move the culture, move trends, move language, move political conversations without institutions, without sponsors. And that level of organic influence, that breeds a lot of jealousy. So they'll try to fixate on me so they can basically try to ride my name to relevance because they see my name is in the algorithms. So they need my name for online traffic. Also, your lineage, family, your lineage, everybody's talking about it. Foundational Black American and FBA, that's in all the algorithms. And they've realized, okay, we talk about foundational Black Americans, we can get clicks, we can get a little money. Yeah, there's like, what, 1,400 people here now, live. But they understand. Y'all see all these FBA spaces? They start talking about foundational Black Americans, they know that's going to get some clicks. You look on YouTube, all the channels using foundational Black American. There's people trying to get clicks, trying to get views. You understand? FBA discourse, that's one of the biggest Black topics online. And the Tethers and the Pan-African artists, they depend on that algorithm boost. So they're farming for engagement. Notice when they ain't talking about foundational black Americans, their videos don't get no clicks. Don't nobody want to hear what they got to say. They have to talk about foundational black Americans in order to eat. So they get into this bad faith contrarianism. That's their branding strategy. These Tethers and Pan-African artists don't have no organic content. They ain't got no original ideas. So their brand is basically whatever foundational black Americans say, they're going to oppose it.
Bruh.
You know, that's just them desperate for attention. You know, they're just being contrary just to be contrary. So whatever foundational black Americans say, they're just going to be contrary. That's their whole brand. That's engagement farming. You know? And these Tethers and Pan-African artists, they know that me, I'm a cultural barometer. So they think attacking me makes them feel relevant. You don't attack irrelevant people. And they start using my name trying to clout chase because I'm in the center of a lot of cultural conversations. And a lot of these people, they are frustrated that their Pan-African projects never produce no damn results. Let's be real. For decades, these Pan-African artists, they promise unity, nation building, Akon City, African diasporic coalitions. Yeah, but it all remains theoretical, symbolic, and performative. These people don't have nothing. They ain't produce shit. You want to be real? Hell, me alone, I done produce best-selling films. We got a damn museum out here. We got rallies popping with thousands of people showing up, conferences with thousands of people showing up, best-selling books, the whole tangible output. So productivity sometimes, that triggers envy. And come on now. Us looking at our lineage and people getting on the lineage wave, that makes them feel like their whole Pan-African shit is just completely obsolete. Because see, Pan-Africanism is built on the idea that all black people are just one big group. And foundational black American delineation, that shows that lineage, history, and political differences, that shows the cracks in the Pan-African cosplay. So the thing is, their obsession with our lineage, that shows that they need foundational black American culture to survive online. Yeah, most of these people, they can't go viral unless they attach themselves to foundational black American conversations. They don't create no waves. They cling to the waves that foundational black Americans create. And if they ain't talking about me, or they ain't talking about our lineage, if they ain't talking about foundational black Americans, their whole content crashes. They don't get no clicks and views. Yeah, I raised $1 million in a month. When I did that, boy, everybody, those Tethers lost their minds. When I raised $1 million in a month, that's when they start sending them feds on my ass. All them feds start showing up at the museum. Boy, it was Fed City. The feds filing frivolous lawsuits. But right when I got the museum, when I raised that money, they said, oh, shit. Uh-oh. When they saw that, because that's powerful to raise $1 million in a month. Yeah, that set a whole standard. They looked at that as they raised $1 million a month. That is we kept asking most of them are on the killing people. You know? Clout, Africans in area that the found Black America has trust then they trust any of these Pan-African figures. It's act up for me. While these Pan-African artists, they y'all is brain on me. How y'all know me? Vision. Okay, ain't nobody trying to rock with you. They mad because ain't no people ain't rocking with that shit. Man, Flapard City in Angola somewhere, and they see the kind of respect that I get without corporate sponsors or nothing. I get thousands of people to show up somewhere multiple times. I can get shit. I'm gonna tell you the real deal. I'm gonna keep it 100. Good, bad, or the ugly, and people can respect that. So that's why when I see saw the tethers doing what they're doing, I'm checking the tethers. I'm not gonna sit here and go along to get along. If it's gonna lose a couple of dollars or whatever, that's fine. I ain't here for the money. I'm here for the truth. Because if I just wanted to get some paper, I'd just sit up here and play the kumbaya role. You understand? And just be like, I'm gonna ignore all the fuck shit y'all doing so that people around the world can buy my movies. Because my movies sell around the world. It's no big deal. But what people are not going to do, I'm not going to keep quiet about folks coming over here specifically undermining people of my lineage. I ain't gonna be quiet about that because I sell films around the world. I'm not, no. We're not gonna do that. Yeah, it ain't that serious to me. There's gonna be some respect on this end. It's gonna be some respect. That's what it is. Who is this? Rebel Cats. Rebel Cats, hop on in. Ask me your questions. And also, I saw that the space had been going on for 8 hours. It was like, this space started 8 hours ago. I'm like, these dudes been whining about me for 8 hours? You know how much of a bitch of a man you gotta be. I mean, come on now. You know how much of a biatch you gotta be to whine about a man for 8 hours? That's a job. Do you understand? That's a job. You clock in for 8 hours. You whining about an alpha male. I'm flattered. I'm flattered. You don't whine about no beta male. You only whine about alpha males. I am an alpha male. If you're gonna sit up and whine about me, that's a reflection of you. You understand? That is a reflection of you. That's a worship. That's power. If I got beta males whining about me for hours, boy, I got a certain level of control that I didn't realize. I control these musty tethers. I'm like the Wizard of Oz for musty little Sambos. Yeah? Man, they be having marathons. I control you. Lord. But understand this, part of that is, tethers trying to eat off of our lineage. They know, listen, foundational Black American, just discussing us right now, that's an extremely hot topic right now. And the foundational Black American topic, that's like a stimulus package for their dry ass channels. All right, let's look at, when you look at these people's pages and channels, especially the Pan-Africanist pages and the immigrant pages, They look at their timeline. Most of their videos are very low. They might have 50 views or whatever, but the minute they start talking about foundational Black Americans, their views go into the thousands. So they're using us to get some damn clout. They're using our lineage to bring clout to their pages. It's like digital panhandling. You see? See, engagement is currency. See, they open up a live space, talk about foundational Black Americans, and they know that people are going to come in. It's a hot topic. So they just make these bad faith arguments to keep the damn rooms going on and on and on and on. It's just a leeching thing. It's a parasitic thing. You know, these dudes are literal parasites.
I'm no longer musty.
Many people have the idea that you would be here in the U.S. and just automatically identify with African Americans. What would you say about that?
I mean, like, before I came here, everyone looked like me. And so when I came here, I saw them as Africans. And so it was told to me that they're Black and not, like, African. Like, I didn't see a distinction until I came here. I think that's just, like, the system in America to very much, like, oh, I'm Black and I'm Black American. And then you're this and American and this and that. So I didn't see that distinction until I came here. And growing up, it's just been made known to me that there's Africans and there's Black.
Stop the cap.
Peace and love, everybody. I'm your humble brother Crumb, here for 2 Raw for TV. We have a panel discussion where we discuss Pan-Africa versus FBA, Foundational Black America. And of course, I want to, in honor of true decorum, start with the ladies. So let's see if we can get Courtney. Do you mind setting it off and giving us your thoughts? Please share.
Thank you so much for the invitation, as well as for the esteemed panel here today. Thank you all for having given me the opportunity to participate and contribute my 2 cents. I am Courtney Omega Doss, the co-founder of P4R SSM, that is Plantations for Reparations.
Yeah, let me say this, Grand Rising, my family. Let me say this. I really think Tariq Nasheed heard our, you could say, cries against the Woman King, Dr. Woman King. And I believe he's going to keep her on Hidden Color 6. He feel like it's just too much to take her off. So instead, he's going to play her game, because she's been throwing subliminals. And according to her, as long as I don't say your name, I'm not talking about you. So I believe those strong words against Pan-Africans, right? He was saying Pan-African artists, all this, no views unless you mention the FBA. As you can see the thumbnail right in front of you, I showed you, look at that. When they don't mention us, nobody comes. When they mention us, their views tenfold, right? Their views are tenfold. But I really believe he is directly throwing those shots at this Woman King and her crew by saying they get no views when they talk about Pan-African bullshit, and when they talk about us, they get all the views. I really believe he's directly throwing shots at her. He's playing her game. I'm not talking about you. I didn't say your name, but those words go directly at her. I mean, and her cronies.
And I want to send a shout out to the Pan-African family as well. You know, I am about unity, but as we get into the conversation, I'll definitely let everyone know why I'm rocking mostly with Team F.
Thank you. Okay, and gentlemen, let's get to you. Miko, please. And if
Empress Vertice on the indigenous tip, and been rocking with it ever since. We have indigenous trade unions that we establish in, and various different indigenous projects with other alchemists.
On FBA, and why that's where you stand.
Gladly. Again, respect to everyone presenting on the panel, because again, as Sister Shelley said, you know, this is about unity. And as Brother Palmetto said, we are all Black. So this cannot be a conversation that is divisive as well as it is informative. So I'm coming from that standpoint, from the realms of academia as well as through the halls of community, with building the work. And this is our family's legacy, as my grandmother was the first recognized and understood to be for Black mayor of Daytona Beach, Florida.
Hey, family, let's get the likes up, please. Let's get the likes up. We're down big time, damn near double. Thank you.
Carrying that torch of legacy from hailing in our lineage, as well as myself, a former elected official from Miami. But also father's side, fourth generation Bahamian. So this is where I think the rubber meets the road when we talk about that intersection, right? That blessed intersection of FBA or ADOS. And if anyone is unfamiliar with those terms, ADOS is the ascendants, the ancestor descendants of slavery. Okay. And so we are understanding rather, that there is, as Brother Miko said that Turtle said that this is indigenous to the planet. So not just America, but this is indigenous to the planet. So this is the blessed intersection of the two. Now, as the standpoint, my perspective on this particular conversation, it has to be FBA. And I'm going to tell you why it has to be FBA. Because again, when I am leading or part of a leadership movement, a renaissance, if you will, seeking to be the generation that brings reparations into fruition during this shift, we are talking about the significance and the relevancy of the work done here in the Americas, in the United States of America, in regards to building the infrastructure, which was done on the backs of ancestors and descendants of slaves, okay? And so are, as we say, prisoners of war as well. This is also spoken in our conversations and in our discussions, right? And so when we're talking about that important and significant contribution to being the centerpiece of our mission, motive, and the revolution of achieving reparations, we must understand that the reason why this belongs to us is not just because of the work that was done and built on the backs and the blood of our ancestors and the infrastructure that is still being recognized, utilized, and being weaponized in this day and time, okay? But we also must understand and appreciate that this wasn't just
I want you to understand, overstand, and understand what I'm saying right now.
We're talking
I want you to understand,
about being advocates and voices for those that were already here. Right now. There is plenty of scrolls, plenty of documents, and plenty of dockets that support this exact understanding, that it support this exact event. There was a stolen identity, a stolen legacy. I want you to in order to prepare for a time such as this. That's the 414 that said, hey, if you do not bring this into fruition, clearly your bloodline will die, but it will be brought into fruition. Our legacy was stolen, and we must make sure, this is why I'm standing on FBA side today, ADOS side today, because we must make sure that this stolen legacy is recognized and exposed for what it is and is brought to light. We cannot do that just from a Pan-Africanist stand. And I yield. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Okay. Good brother Ross, can you give us your position and why you're going with Pan-Africanism, please?
Oh man, truly, I would love. Well, Pan-African movement is the movement from the beginning of time.
Stop the
As far
cap.
as we've been carried away as slaves, and we've been carried away and we're in slavery, but we all come from one place, which is Mama Africa. We can't forget Mama.
Stop the cap.
We can't forget Mama. We can't make a stepmama. We only have one Mama, which is Mama Africa. And the world been slapping her for a long time. And now to see my people want to slap her too, is like very weird to me.
Oh, damn.
But to me, we have to do history. We have to study what the Pan-African movement is about. It's about unifying the Africans in America
God.
with the
Say
Africans
that
in
again,
Africa.
man. One more
What a
time.
beautiful thing.
Listen to this fool. What about
It's
the
about
African
unifying the Africans in America with the Africans in Africa.
and the Caribbean? What about, I quote this guy. They believe we're the only Africans in the diaspora, and that's why they delineate. Like, nah, niggas, y'all really are African. We delineate. We don't call our country African Haitian because we're not African. African Caribbean, we're African. Y'all African. You see this? So the play is to make us African and make us unite with these thieves and scammers. No, thank you, my guy.
What a beautiful thing.
No, 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 no.
Because all
Stop
the
the cap.
resources come from Africa. All your looks come from Africa. All your beauty you got come from Africa. Why not love your mama who created you? Why not support what supports you? This don't support us. Nothing here supports us. Till this very day, we get no support. We built this whole thing and still get no glory. The only thing the white man really invented was chains. Yeah, he invented the jingle bell. He put around our neck, just in case we wouldn't run
This
away.
dude is he
Now they're singing jingle bells. Yeah, what?
a family. You see, they're part of their ideology. They just hate white people, but they said. At least Malcolm, remember, ever did. But these guys won't say it. So when we talk about real talk and this and that, oh, that's the white T man, white T trying to gaslight us. Hey, white T man, yeah, bro, that's your doctrine, that's your religion, where you hate white T man, where you claim to hate them, but every chance you get, you got your hand out trying to get some resources from them. But family, that's their doctrine. They really hate the white T man, and they try to project that or make you feel bad if you have business or you get something from the dominant society or an organization, funds, whatever, a job. Oh, the white team man, do for self, work for yourself. Shut up.
The reality of it is, we all stolen Africans. Wake up from your slavery, because
And why do they, when they leave it like that, that is to imply white people came to Africa and snatched us up with a big fishing net. Wait, one more time. It's part of their religion.
again, we are the original. They singing jingle bells. Yeah, but we are the original architects, the original merchants, right? We went around the world creating, building, uplifting. But our home is Africa. And we can't forget that because that's what supports us. Right now, Africa is waiting for us. But it seems to me want to go more to sleep instead of wake up with the giant. Because Africa is the giant of the world. They've merely claimed the biggest. I knew that. I know history, and it's not that way for no reason. I'm from. We can't deny who we are. We are African descendants. No matter where we are, don't forget where you come from. Don't forget where you come from. That's what I would say. But differently though, when you talk about the Pan-African movement, you see the connection that Africans abroad. And there was a movement. The movement is for us to get moving with Africa, not claiming victory on a stolen land. It'll never work. You understand? But what we can stolen Africa, and we do deserve
And overstand.
we own the whole thing, owned by three black kids. You understand? Yeah, we owned it, lock, stock, and barrel.
I want you to
But
understand,
again,
overstand, and
it's not where
understand
we
what I'm
come
saying
from,
right
it's
now.
where we are.
I want you to understand,
All we doing
overstand,
is
and
migrating back and
understand
forth.
what
We
I'm
left the
saying
south and went
right
to the
now.
north. Now we're leaving the north and running to the south. When we gonna realize that that's all my return home? There's plenty of land there for us. Don't think we limited. You know what I'm saying? But we don't see that because they don't tell us that. We caught in the mind state of thinking this world that we living in is great. And we living in the Western Hemisphere. We are Eastern people. We are children of the sun. We must know ourselves. We can't get caught up into all these new teachings. That's what it is, a bunch of new teachings. Follow the scholars, the ones who everything come from Africa. We don't everything come from Africa. No, America. That's your going. Caught in the West in the racism. They got us caught in America into the Willie Lynch syndrome, and it's setting in even more now because it was taught for us to hate ourselves. What greater hate that you have for yourself if you don't love the land you come from? That's got to be a great hate. Other than that, the next great hate is praising the white God don't look like. These are the greatest gifts they gave you right there. A white God and a jingle bell. Welcome to America.
Bruh.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to America. All right, I just want to make a quick announcement to the listening audience.
Family, that is something you will only get from these guys from the Caribbean that's Pan-African. The hell was he talking about, man? Said a whole bunch of absolutely nothing. Nothing. What do we got over here? Harrison. I asked AI. I said, AI, man, truthfully, just tell me what Africa has produced. Pan-Africanism. I said, AI, don't lie to me, man. If they produce something good, let us know. Because I'm really trying to I'm really tired of hearing about what Pan-African has done throughout America and the world. All right. So as an AI, please be honest, be unbiased. You dig? Let's get on the same team. AI said Pan-Africanism has had real ideological and political influence, but it has struggled to produce sustained, large-scale, tangible institutions that materially benefit Black Americans in the present day. Family, this is AI. I talk to my AI. AI, yeah, I don't want to seem like I'm biased. What have they done? That framing lets you criticize outcomes without ignoring history, which makes your argument harder to dismiss. Unbiased, Ron. So your criticism and critiques about Pan-Africanism doing nothing for Black Americans tangibly is hard to dismiss. What Pan-Africanism actually did achieve, keep this balance. So AI is trying to be honest. Before criticizing, it did, like they try to say, the tethers. Okay, so we had real contributions, anti-colonial movement, momentum in Africa, anti-colonial momentum in Africa. Pan-African networks helped connect African and diaspora intellectuals. Oh my! Shape leaders like Kwame Nkrumah, dictator, Jomo Kenyatta, never heard of him, Nairi, influenced independence movement. 1950s, 19s, and level change, whatever. It said, hold on. I don't even know what that. Okay. It said, move, like this thing in the way. Okay. Intellectual influence on Black. The boy Pan-African Congress is Marcus Garvey, part of a global people. This is a lie. You dig? Cultural identity and awareness. African diaspora. Wow. Wow. Global African nation, the clan, and Nazi Germany. Where your critique hits strong points. Now, here's where your arguments has weight. I know, because I know how to argue. A lack of tangible institutions for Black Americans. You're right to question, where are the that Black Americans can use today, right? Where are they? Compared to other movements, civil rights movement, right? They got laws done, passed, Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, Black Wall Street era business, banks, schools, labor movements, unions, a Philip Randolph, wage protections, right? Pan-Africanism mostly produced conferences. Oh my God. Get your tickets. Organizations, another one. Here's another one. DJ Khaled. Ideological frameworks, travel and cultural exchange. Okay, great. Not large scale durable institutions in the US. This is terrible. AI is cooking them. Repatriation was never realistically scalable. Garvey's vision back to Africa had problems. Black Star Line collapse, mismanagement, legal issues, scamming, defrauding. Millions of Black Americans relocating, unrealistic. Africans themselves were colonized, had their own internal division. So basically, AI, like, where were you going? To a colonized place? It was more symbolic than practical. Religion. Africa itself is not unified. How are you going there? This is one of your strongest points, unbiased Ron. 54 countries, thousands of ethnic groups, competing national interests. Attempts at unity in Nkrumah's United States of Africa failed. Nothing burger. Organization of African Unity coordinated. Nothing. Enforcement power. Nothing burger. Globally is difficult. Caribbean Federation failed. West Indies Federation, 1958, 1962, collapsed quickly. Internal disagreements, can't get along. Nationalism, regional unity. That shows shared history does not produce sustainable political unity. Fragmentation within Pan-African groups. Oh, damn. In the U.S., multiple organizations, ideological splits. Cultural versus political, socialist versus capitalist, integration versus separation. Result, no unified strategy or execution within the movements and organizations of Pan-Africanism. They can't even get along themselves. How about the reparation strategy problems? This is a major one. Many Pan-African approaches frame reparations as all Black people globally deserve reparations. Legal issue. U.S. law requires specific harm group, lineage-based, traceable injury, lineage-based, clear defendant, lineage-based. Okay? Problem. Race-based claims too broad, vulnerable under equal protection challenges. That weakens legal viability. Okay? I mean, just a nothing burger, nothing burger, nothing burger. Okay. Anti-American framing backfires sometimes. Some rhetoric frames the U.S. as purely illegitimate, irredeemable, but reparations require legal claims within the system, political coalitions, legislative strategy. If you alienate the system entirely, you weaken your ability to extract concessions from it. Wow. Why Pan-Africanism struggles to produce tangibles. AI, help them out. This is the deeper explanation your audience will respect. Too broad of a target. Damn. They're not delineating. They're not starting from the ground, from the mud. Trying to unify 54 countries within Africa. Caribbean, multiple nations. Black Americans, Europe, they gotta focus on one thing at a time. I keep telling them, now AI is telling them. No central authority. Unlike a nation state, a government, and unified movement, Pan-Africanism has no enforcement power, no centralized leadership. So they talk about us. So look, you have a leader. No. Not supposed to have one, but y'all leaders actually do. Dr. Umar Johnson. No. Nigerian priorities are not the same as Black. They become rhetorical, not operational, okay, or practical. Okay, so symbolism over infrastructure. Pan-Africanism often emphasizes identity, unity, conferences, intellectual exchange, less focus on capital accumulation, institutions, policy, execution. So this is where ChatGPT has a heart for Pan-Africans. They want to attack me. I'm biased wrong, but let's read that. I told you, ChatGPT is I like it. It's good information, but stay credible. Avoid saying Pan-Africanism produced nothing. Africans don't support it at all. Well, we never really say that. Well, when we say nothing, we're saying nothing tangible. Okay, come on, man. You're playing semantics with me, AI. Pan-Africanism has been more successful as an improved Black Americans. What's that say? Day-to-day conditions. Okay. In comparison, civil rights strategy, right? Targeted Black Americans in U.S., specific harm, segregation, voting suppression, results, laws, court rulings. Pan-African strategy, global scope, nothing burger. Broad identity, nothing burger. Unclear legal targets, nothing burger. Result, influence, yes. Tangible gains for Black Americans specifically, limited. Okay? So Pan-Africans or Pan-Africanism gave us a global identity and helped influence African independence movements. But when it comes to tangible benefits for Black Americans, schools, banks, legal victories, it hasn't delivered at the same level as targeted domestic strategy. See, when you're domestic, when you're specific about Black Americans, you're more successful than people who are saying, nah, let's do it to everybody, do it for everybody. This issue isn't unity as an idea, it's execution, scale, and focus. Yeah, too unfocused. All right. My critique is strongest when, but weak as an economic and institutional strategy, especially when applied to the specific needs of Black Americans in the United States. Okay. It built consciousness, but not enough infrastructure. It's a nothing burger. So that's a nice way of saying Pan-Africanism is just all talk. That's all. ChatGPT had a nice way of saying they are just all talk. All bark, no bite. All right. All bark, no bite. Spoil said they are playing in our face. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. When the album's coming out. Yeah. I gotta stop BSing. And lately I've been thinking about that more and more. I said, let me gotta put these tracks out. I got hella tracks. All right. So now let's see what Gemini thinks about Pan-Africanism. Like, do Gemini think Pan-Africanism produce something tangible in America? The critiques highlights the growing ideological divide between traditional Pan-Africanism, a global racial identity movement, and lineage-based delineation, a domestic, legal, and economic movement. I didn't ask for comparison, but whatever. And 20 prioritize intangibles, measurable economic and legal results over the symbolic unity of the 20th century. Okay. Here's an elaboration on your point supported by historical context and current 2026 data. One of the most persistent criticisms of modern Pan-Africanism is the lack of a sovereign infrastructure, banks, schools, and hospitals that serves the specific needs of the freedmen lineage. All right. So so we ain't gotta read that. We know they ain't do that shit. Let's go to education. While Pan-Africanism produced great schools, the boy Garvey ain't do no goddamn school. What school you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. I need my glasses. Need my glasses. And I can't find my brand new glasses, yo. Wait, check my glove compartment. Yeah, I don't know where I put them. I be hiding from myself so I don't break them. Can't find them. Family, your boy need glasses. Need to find my glasses. Okay, so while Pan-Africanism produced great scholars, the boy, Garvey's not a scholar, and Gemini, you wild. It has not resulted in a self-sustaining K-12 private school system for the FBA lineage. Instead, FBA remain dependent on a public school system that is often underfunded and as of 2024-26 level litigation. Okay, the failure of macro unification. Check this out. Your point about the failure of large-scale unifications is supported by the collapse of where the Caribbean tried to get together and come together. This was the Caribbean's primary attempt at Pan-African political unity. It failed within 4 years because the larger islands, Jamaica, super divisive, is phobic, and Trinidad could not agree on taxation or freedom of movement. It proved that it raised them. And the Sahel exit 2024, 2026, Burkina Faso. What's going on? The dream of the United States of Africa remains elusive. The 2026 conflict, as of April 2026, the alliance of Sahel states, AES, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, has effectively finalized its exit from ECOWAS. This move directly challenges the Pan-African ideal of regional integration. As these nations have prioritized sovereign survival over the Western aligned unity models of their neighbors, okay? Well, what about the issue with reparations, race versus lineage based? We argue lineage based, Pan Africans argue race based. most significant tangible loss for Pan-Africanism has been in the legal arena. By arguing for reparations based on race, all black people globally, whatever that means, Pan-Africanists have made the movement vulnerable to U.S. constitutional law. That's crazy. These guys are a liability. The 14th Amendment trap. Programs targeted at black strict scrutiny by the Supreme Court. In 2026, following the logic of the SFFA versus Harvard 2023 and Alexander versus South Carolina 2024 decisions, any race-based reparations programs is likely to be struck down as discriminatory against other races. Lineage as a solution. Lineage movements, FBA ADOS, argue for reparations based on status, descendants of persons enslaved in the U.S., freedmen. This is a legal tort claim, not a racial plea. By moving away from the Pan-African rhetoric, they seek a path that is narrowly tailored enough to survive the 2026 judicial climate. Okay, and that's just okay. Then the Pan-African with the anti-hate. Oh, America. Oh, okay. A major critique of is that it often encourages black Americans to detect. That was Malcolm X. What's his name? Malcolm L. Hodge. In America, they often fail to lobby the U.S. government with the same intensity as other interest groups, AIPAC or the NRA. So when you try to act like you're not American, you don't get help from America. You don't get empathy from America. They're like, well, you're an immigrant. Go back to Africa and get it from there. Get it in the mud, literally. The 2026 shift, lineage-based movements have reversed this. They emphasize FBAs are the foundational builders of the country. This stakeholder rhetoric is more effective in DC because it demands a seat at the table of the world's largest economy rather than a ticket to leave it. Right. So summary. The constructive criticism you are bringing is that Pan-Africanism has functioned as an engine. In 2026 political landscape, the FBA lineage is increasingly realizing that unity without capital is a social club. Identity without delineation is erasure. Protest without narrowly tailored policy is a waste of time. Final point, the shift toward FBA ADOS isn't a rejection of African heritage. It is a forensic audit of the American debt. It is realization that while the Pan-African family reunion case, freedmen have specific risk. AI is cooking Pan-Africanism. You dig? Oh, I got one more AI. You think I'm done? I got one more. Another AI wants some smoke with Pan-Africanism. Let me get some damn water. I got to switch to my phone. The practical limitations of Pan-Africanism for Black Americans, a critical analysis. The historical gap between aspiration and implementation. Your critique of Pan-Africanism, Bajran, tangibles benefits for Black Americans, touches on a fundamental disconnect between ideological aspirations and practical implementation. While Pan-Africanism had produced powerful rhetoric, talking, and inspiring conferences, oh boy, and selling books, its track record in creating sustainable, tangible institutions they had 200 years, family, to do something that directly benefit Black Americans in their daily struggle against systemic racism is notably thin. Their historical record reveals a pattern of grand visions followed by minimal follow-through from tethers like Marcus Garvey, Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, in the 1920s to various nothing burgers, to various Pan-African organizations. The movement has consistently struggled to translate theoretical unity into practical, lasting institutions. So basically, all talk again, all smoke, all air. The reparation misconception, the dream of reparation, I said reparation, the repatriation misconception. The dream of repatriation to Africa, while emotionally resonant, has proven largely impractical for the vast majority of Black Americans. Historical attempts at repatriation have been small scale and often problematic. The ACS Liberation Experiment, the ACS Liberia Experiment, as previously discussed, this was initiated by white Americans, white supremacists, and ultimately benefited only a small fraction of Black Americans while creating tensions with the indigenous Africans in Liberia. Hold up, family.
Today, I have two guests with me. Before I
Be a little
go
zesty,
into
but hold on.
introducing them, I want to make sure that I thank everyone who supported the first episode. I think it was great. Thank you, Jaleesa, for showing up and coming through for me on the first one.
You're welcome.
Had a lot of great discussion, and I hope we can have a lot of great discussion today. This is going to be about the disconnect within the Black community. So as we know, your culture can vary. There's different forms of Black people. There are, Afro-Latinas, there's Africans, there's African Americans. So it's just a lot of different ways that, the Black community in general can be just so different. And at the end of the day, we are still all Black. So it's important to sort of educate myself today and learn and educate others about just the differences in the culture, specifically the African American culture and the African culture. So that's what I would like to talk about. And I want to introduce Michael.
Yes.
And I want to introduce Jaleesa. I think you all met Jaleesa before on the last one. So I will start with Michael. Can you tell us a little bit about you, your background, sort of what you do?
Yeah. My name is Michael. Yes. I'm thankful for having me here, Ricky.
Yep.
Thank you, Jaleesa, for inviting me. My name is Michael. I was born in London, England, and I grew up in Nigeria, which is where my parents are from. So, after high school, I migrated to the United States in 2004.
Okay.
And that's how I started my life. Went to college here and got into the military. And after which, got out of the military, and I've been doing my own thing since working. I currently work for a finance company right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's just
And a little bit about Jaleesa.
Well, you all met me on the first episode, but I'm Jaleesa, originally from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm Ricky's best friend since the 6th grade. I've been in Dallas now since 2019. I am a realtor, apartment locator here in Dallas. So if you're looking to move to the area, hit me up.
Hit my girl up.
But yeah.
Okay, and you did say where you were from, right?
Yeah, well, I'm originally from Memphis, but I met him in Meridian, Mississippi. Graduated high school in Meridian.
Hey,
lived
family,
in
I'm going to
Jackson,
see how
Mississippi.
with extra zest. You listen, people got all types of diaspora war conversation, but the extra zesty, my guy, I only can take but so much.
Oh my God.
Mississippi, Alabama, Hawaii. Then I came here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Because I think it is important when we're talking about just upbringings and backgrounds, where you're from and where you're rooted in has a lot to do with sort of the person that you become and how you are. So one of my first questions was, Sort of, where do you see the biggest disconnect in the Black community when it comes to the African culture and the African American culture? I don't know a lot about the African culture, so where do you see the biggest disconnect?
Just growing up, especially like in a small town. I may not have known like a lot of Africans. I feel like you hear people say like, these people are this certain type of way, and so it's kind of like what you're taught.
Yeah.
You just like, I know about Africans, but I don't know Africans, or I may know Afro-Latinos, whoever.
Yeah.
But coming to Dallas, because Dallas is a bigger city, you meet different people. I mean, me living in Hawaii, I had different, met different people, different nationalities. I just feel like, I'm not gonna say it's ignorance. It's just you don't know about different cultures, and that's the disconnect. And until you get to know a person or learn, like it always be a disconnect, because it's kind of like you're just assuming.
Yeah, and I do know what you mean, because like, and nothing that I say is meant to be offensive, but I never knew any Africans growing up because I grew up in Mississippi and Louisiana.
Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. Like the zest is just too much, man. I can't. I tried. Like, he's adding more to it. Like, he's more woman than she. You feel me? Can't, my guy. Okay. Let me go ahead and let me go here with it. Okay, I'm trying to switch. I'm gonna switch to my phone. Give me a second. Let me switch to my phone. Yeah, the extra is just too much for me, man. Just can't. Try to give him a chance. I knew he was alternative lifestyle. I ain't want to judge him. He ain't on trial, but damn. My guy, you gotta stop, my guy. You gotta stop with the extra shit. Let me switch over to the phone. That is the echo. Links in the chat. Shit. It's going to be a kind of a long show. So if you click the link, you might want to land the plane. If you click the link, you might want to land the plane. Yeah, what's up, everyone? We're trying to leave the meeting for a minute. All right, let me get to this. Uncle Nearest. Let's go right about here.
I want to be really clear here, okay? And maybe somebody on the stream, I gotta speak of it. There's nothing racist about what we are doing, okay? We're looking at human body features, which are all cool. And remember, I don't rank them good to bad. There's not a single body feature. If you put me in this lineup, the 7 of us, there's not a single bodily feature from skin to hair to whatever. except maybe, splotches on my face, but that's because I'm old. There's not a single feature that's better or worse to have. Nothing at all. They're just differences. And the more you see them as just differences.
That's a lie. If that was true, then why? Hold on. Okay, he does not believe that. If that was true, then why is every ethnicity, every race trying to look like black people? You dig? Okay, black Americans and even African descent people all across the world. If that was true, then why are people physically altering themselves to look more like indigenous people around the world, African descent people around the world? If that was true, we know that's a lie. Like, people are not happy with themselves. They're not happy with their complexion, their cake soaping, their tanning themselves. Some people, what's that shit called? Ozempic, and other people, BBLs. Nah, people don't believe that, my guy.
The more we can just move forward and have the kinds of conversations and relationships that we want to have. Who has the most white friends? Introduce you to Team Black here, all right? Team African Ancestry. You're sitting in a restaurant, and they're all sitting at another table, and they're all eating together and having a conversation, okay?
You know what? I ain't got time for this one. Nah, I ain't doing that one. I ain't doing that one. I am not doing that one. No. I'll pass on that. I ain't doing these weird scenarios of racism. Let's see. What do we have in here? What else do we have?
Welcome to James Unscripted. Please like the video, share it, drop a comment below, and hit that bell notification when you subscribe.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on? You know it's your boy, Big.
I don't know what this is. It might be some nothing. Let me see. Oh yeah, I'm not doing this. Not doing that. Not doing that. Damn. Okay. All right. What about, is this a zesty one again? I want the zesty one. It's a zesty one? Yeah.
Disconnect.
Yeah, okay, that's a zesty guy. All right, if y'all want to see him. All right, look, this is why I couldn't do it.
That men are seen as superior.
Because you guys were watching, you guys were just hearing the audio. As I was playing it, I'm watching the video and looking at the dude mannerisms. I'm like, dude, come on, man. I'm trying to give you a chance. Trying to expose your platform to FBA. But look what you're doing.
In the African culture and in the American culture, there seems
oh
to be
my
a
God,
notion.
the list is just on fleek. No. Yeah, nah, the list is just too much, my guy. No, thank you. Umar back in the news with his niece. I'll touch that in a second. All right. Let me go right here. I really want some damn. Yeah, I've been like dying for pastries and haven't gotten any. I yesterday when I got some cash, I went to get some healthy stuff from the supermarket. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. But I really need some damn donuts, some pastries. That's what I need. All right. Matter of fact, since I'm playing bills, I'm gonna take the link out because I don't want nobody interrupting right now, and I'm gonna put the Cash App there in place. Okay, so let's go here. Okay. Yeah, it's almost impossible to get an honest conversation from a a Tether or Pan-African. All right, look, let me bring you up to about right here. Black at the time. They called them, that's why I say Black Al Sudan. That's Arabic. So they called them Spanish terms, Arabic terms, and those terms came with definitions. That is too far up. Now, this guy right here, Black Manosphere, he used to call him before, and I thought he was on code, man. Like, I apparently he's not even FBA, but I thought he was still a rider. Because he called him before, he seemed to be a rider. I don't know what happened. Pan-Africanism got him. Let me throw Afro-Caribbean. Our Africans, matter of fact, let me play this while I do that.
Tourists do. They go sightseeing. They learn some shit. They sit their ass down and study and listen. You motherfuckers need to do the same thing. Just respect our shit at the end of the fucking day. Yes, we know some of us don't fucking have an idea about where they come from, quote unquote bullshit. We all really know because we all had an ancestor tell us in our family. We all had a grandma, great grandma, grandpa, great grandpa who sat us down as kids and said, "You motherfuckers. Oh, do you not know that, nigga? This is our
that. Hold on, fam. Appreciate that. Let's start.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Ain't not much, bro. How you doing?
Great. You want to add something? Trying to figure out this TikTok.
As far as like black people not claiming they're black,
What does that even mean? Like that's like saying Haitian people not claiming they're Haitian. Like, what does that mean? Black people
to
not claiming
me,
they're black.
so to me, I mean, things are because this is a globe, this is the earth, people see things different ways and interpret things different ways. But
Right.
just in going by color, and I could do it two ways, boom, going by the, color, black is black, white is white. And then in white people's perspective, the other way I can go at it, in white people's perspective, if you're not white, then you're black or you're something else. You're just definitely not white. So it's like, you're basically going to be seen as black if you're not white. So it's like,
Wait,
it's
hold
up to
on.
you if
But
you claim it or not.
wait, slow down. So when because white people did have that mentality, but so did Arabs too, right? Arabs also had that. If you're not us, because they look at their skin and they can clearly see they're dark, right? So they're like, okay, you're not us. We're Arabs. And so, listen, what I'm saying is, we're talking about Europeans, not white people. White people weren't around that time. Europeans and Arabs, they looked at dark-skinned people, preferably from Africa, and they said, "You're not us, and we won't even we won't even dignify who you are. We're gonna call you black because black." Now, when they call people black, that was dark, right? What definition did they have in mind? Was it something favorable to those people or disfavorable, like a slur?
Disfavorable.
Right. So hold on.
But
Wait.
Before that,
Hold
it's
on.
distinction.
Okay, hold on. Listen what I'm saying, bro. If they got a disfavorable definition, why they calling you black? Why would and by the way, while they calling them black, did those recipients have their own name for themselves?
Probably.
What you mean probably? If people walk around nameless?
They should have. I mean,
okay, hey bro, listen. Let's have an honest conversation. So there are no. This dude said they probably had names before the white man. Yeah, you can't talk to these guys, man. You just can't. No human beings that was walking around nameless. Every human being that had a communicable language, they identify themselves as something. Case in point, Arabs called the Cushites, the Nubians, okay? They called the Mali. They called them Balad al-Sudan. Now they already had a name, Cushites, Nubians, Mali, so those names so they already called themselves something. That's called an endonym. The inner people call themselves something and they agree to it. The outer people don't respect that because they don't want to dignify them. They don't want to respect them. So they call them their name. You're black. Well, they didn't say by the way, they didn't speak English. So there was no English word black at the time. They called them, that's why I say Bala al Sudan. That's Arabic. So they called them Spanish terms, Arabic terms, and those terms came with definitions. So when Arab people called you Bilal al Sudan, right, for the sake of argument, black, it came with sinner, people who's always lamenting. Like these are the definitions that came with that word, Bilal al Sudan. So it was completely negative, derogatory sense. When Europeans called people Negro, right, that had a definition behind it. It's how they seen you. Is the world perspective when you they. Hold on, I'm gonna come right back to this. Wait a minute. Come right back to that. People who's always lamenting. Because I don't want nobody hitting the link right now. So let me replace the Zoom link with. I can't even shit. I'm bugging. I'm bugging. I'm bugging. My fault. I forgot I can't pin nothing without. I can't even shit under FBA News and Updates. All right. Yeah, I don't want anybody clicking the link right now. Because I always do. I always put the link in there when I'm not ready for call-ins, and people call in and they start talking over the video. Like, or they just start talking too much. Like, dude, I want to keep playing my videos, my guy. Okay, cool. Now, let's get back to the video. Now, what I'm doing right now is I'm surgically teaching this boy about black. Who is black? Not boy, my bad. I ain't mean it like that. Black manosphere, I didn't mean it like that, my guy. I'm trying to teach this grown man, okay, about who's black and who's not. And a lot of these guys are not like listening to understand. They're listening to respond and babble. Okay, and it becomes very, very frustrating. How they seen you is the world perspective when they see you as them as lazy, less than, inferior, deserving of hardship, labor, and forced shit like that. So why would people who named themselves and their definitions was something great when they call themselves Igbo or whatever, that was pride behind those Nubian, Kushite. It was pride, a sense of accomplishment behind those names. Why would they drop that name that they named themselves, became with pride, dignity, and to take on a European or Arabic name that had no good intentions for them?
I think the reason is it's what structure you're under. So if I'm not around
before the structure, before the structure, I'm saying just logically, which name would fit them better? The name they call themselves or the name their ops call them?
The name they call themselves.
Right. So that's called.
I mean, all that's clearly understood, and we get all of that. Like we clearly understand everything. It's negative and it's not.
Wait, hold on. We're gonna get to it. Just slow down. I mean, I'm not going nowhere. I'm here. I'm saying that terminology is called an exonym. An exonym is when an outsider name you. When we would call Negro, Nigger, all those terms, gorilla, monkey boy, whatever, those are exonyms. And an exonym is always normally negative. But go ahead. Okay. So now we have a people who already identify themselves as something, and we got and even when white people call on those terms, the people still call themselves what they called themselves originally, right? So, some people didn't. Like the Kushites got tricked, right? They end up calling themselves Bilal al Sudan, which is Sudanese today. So they got tricked and called themselves Sudanese. So they got an exonymic term. That's their label. It's a disrespectful label. So when they call themselves Sudanese people, that terminology comes with that definition that the Arabics has. So it's like no self-respect when that's like us saying we're Negroes today. There's like no respect from that term. Now, when the Europeans call people of Africa Negro, the Africans never took that terminology. They kept their names. That's why they're Igbo today, Zulu, Shona, Ashanti. They never kept those names. There's only few people in history that kept the exonymic names. Okay? So even though white people call them Negro, The point is they didn't call themselves Negro. They stuck to their tribal names back then and now. So they never acknowledged that, those terminologies, those definitions, those derogatory, they never acknowledged it. They still call themselves their nationality and their tribal names today. So are we clear right there?
Yeah, I understood that.
Okay. So now fast forward to us. We were called Negro colored and other terrible names. All right. We embraced it. That's an exonym. Then we rejected it after our freedom. Once we got freedom, once we fought for and deleted for our freedom, we at some point decided to rename ourselves. We knew we couldn't call ourselves Negro color and get global respect, even self-respect. So we decided to take on an English word. Well, we had a couple. We had American Negro. We had an Afro-American, and we decided BLACK works better. Right. So we went with that. That's called an endonym. That's when the inside group calls themselves something and then redefines it. So we gave our own definition to that word. Now, based on that, at that time in 1960s, there are no people on earth who are calling themselves BLACK besides us in America. You want to add to that? Or whatever you want to add to?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think it all comes down to location, where you're at, what government and laws you go under, and then the lingo, because we have a hood dialect, and then when we get around in public or business wise, we have another dialect. So, and then, like, when we go to fill out a job application, it, for my character or being or how I'm known, you know, uh, in this establishment, what do I mark? And so we universally say, oh, what's given, the options given is, Black, African American, like you were saying, Negro, and things like that. So that's what I've always, being in America, that's what I've always identified as and always known myself to be. But when I call, like, if I say my nigga, I'm not using that in mixed company or people who are not my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So it's like kind of, when to use things and know not. And we take things, like you said, and turn them into a love thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not a derogatory. We're not saying it with derogatoriness. We're saying it in love.
Yeah. I no problem with that, but you jump 40, 50 years ahead from what I was talking from. I was saying 1960. In 1960, the African descent representation in America was 99.9% Black American. So when we called ourselves Black, like that's what I'm trying, nobody on earth was calling themselves BLACK besides us. The rest of the world was calling themselves what they always called themselves. If they had a newly formed term, they called themselves that. Right. Ghana, Ghanaians, right? They even though Kwame Ture called himself, well, he said Black Power over here. When he went to Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah didn't adopt that, right? They was talking about Ghanaian power. They didn't say nothing about no Black power there. So even they knew that was limited in America. So now, when you say the forms, now you're talking about 30 years after established Black was an endonym. So now Jesse Jackson he popularized African American, and now he didn't have control of the forms. Whitey America, the same people who name people, you remember, they go back and name people names, and it's always bad and derogatory, and it causes confusion. Whitey people came after Jesse Jackson and had forms. And because, again, even then, the representation of people from Africa and the Caribbean America is very, very tiny. Okay, so now they got forms to getting ready for this influx, right? This influx. And they want to now group them on race because they knew they can't come here and call themselves Black or African Americans, because both of those terms were exclusively used as ethnicities, right? So you can't just come to my country part of an ethnicity. Not how that works. So they came with race, the social construct race, and they said we're going to group everybody of African descent with this term race. And then coincidentally, they chose our ethnicity. They didn't even choose a separate term, a separate name for race. They chose what we called ourselves exclusively. That's like saying Haitian is the new race for all people of African descent. That's like saying Igbo is the new term for people. Like everybody will be highly offended. That's like saying Egyptians the new term for Middle Eastern people. They will be highly offended. Everybody likes their identity to be exclusive to them because we dealt with Black Reconstruction, Black Wall Street. So people saying themselves, they're calling themselves Black. When the dude Husmar was asking about Black things, they didn't know. It's like, wait a minute. So how you Black then? And you're not taught, especially in America, you don't know anything about Black Wall Street, nothing, Black Reconstruction. You don't everything Black in America, you don't know about. So the question is, in what sense are you Black? But back to the racial construct, white people say, okay, everybody's gonna call themselves Black African American that comes to this country to get citizenship. You're now Black African American as a race. Okay, that's the confusion right there. Because you're only that on paper. You're not that in society. So that means Jamaicans, Haitians, and Africans of any country, any tribe that comes to America, they only call themselves Black African American on paper. In their daily lives, their social lives, they go back to Jamaican brother, Haitian brother, or Igbo or Ghanaian. They go back to that in their daily language, daily communications. Only on paper, they're African American Black. Okay.
Yeah, we do the same things. Man. That's what I was talking about. I was relating to that.
What's the same thing? What's the same thing?
Like I'll say my on a job or right on paper in public, you know what I'm saying, in the right setting, I'll just refer to you as Black. But then outside of that, I'm be like, yo, what up, my nigga?
No. You said we. That's what you do.
Yeah, I'm saying that's
right.
As a like you were just saying about those other people or how they do when they.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, okay, bro, I mean that's a horrible comparison. First of all, in order for me to paint a better picture, what state do you live in right now?
I live in New York.
Okay, have you ever lived in the South?
Yes.
Okay, are they going around saying my nigga? No, they're not. Okay, right. No, of course not. But the South is the Black representation. Most people Black live in the South. Okay, like so when we up here up north or in the west, that's a small, not small, but that don't make up the most of us are in the South, still in the South. Most of our home ownership is in the South. Most of our land ownership, everything we do, pass down and keep the records close, genealogy records, that's all in the South. We become diluted, mixed around, confused when we spread abroad. But the South has no idea of our foods, our dishes, all Southern. And then they come to New York, they come to the West Coast, Midwest, whatever. But they all of our culture and everything starts from the South. Even like the Black Wall Street, all of our greatness, all of our South, the Selma, that's the South. All of our greatest achievements come from the South. So the whole my nigga thing, that's a New York thing, my guy. And that's why in New York, you don't only just say that, but so does Indians. I'm in New Jersey, I know. So do Indians, Chinese people, white people. Everybody say my nigga. It ain't just an African descent thing.
Whole South. Yeah, I'm thinking the whole South says my nigga too. Like,
hey bro, that's why I asked you. Hey bro, that's why I asked you, man. Have you ever lived in the South? Like you're just talking. I lived in. Okay, what?
No. I personally have lived in Tennessee, and throughout the South, right? Throughout the South, we're not oblivious here. Like Atlanta or anywhere down south, Alabama. You saying that Black people don't say my nigga, and
that's a New York thing, my guy. That's a New York thing. That's a New York thing. And like a little bit of New Jersey. Even New Jersey, we barely say that, bro. We say my boy, my guy. Like we say a whole bunch of stuff, bro.
Are you saying that in the South they do not say my nigga? You saying? Are you saying that?
Okay, I'm saying that's not a Southern thing. I'm saying that collectively.
Okay, no problem.
Right.
But we are saying that they do say it in the South. Right.
Okay. Look, chat. That's why levels to this. He's doing a exception thing, bro. We don't do that as FBAs. We don't grab the exception and plaster it as the rule. There's always exceptions to everything, my guy. But you don't use the exception unless you're tethering. You don't use the exception as the rule. You use the exception as the exception, and it stays an exception realm, stays there, and that's it. That's why I say the southern thing. The southern thing is to have hospitality. This guy said Tennessee. I lived in Mississippi, Texas, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. How you talking about, man? 5 different states. And went to school down there too. 5 different states. There's southern hospitality. Where's the hospitality saying, my nigga? That's disrespectful. Matter of fact, you get your ass kicked calling the FBA guy. You can be FBA all you want. You get your ass kicked trying that New York stuff. Yo, what up, my nigga? You be stomped out somewhere trying that, and everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
I don't think nobody approaches. Yeah, I don't think we approach nobody.
Yeah,
but once
hold on. I'm saying the rule. I'm going back to the rule, not the exception. The rule in down south is hospitality. It's an adjustment you got to get used to if you're up north. People are going to wave at you all day long. That's not how it is out here. New Jersey, New York. Nobody waving at your ass. And you better not wave at nobody you don't know. You better keep it moving. Down south, if you don't wave back, that's disrespectful. It's the opposite. So what I'm saying is that there's a southern approach to things. There's a New York, there's a Midwest, there's a West Coast approach. And to deny that or act like it doesn't exist, it's being disingenuous. No, that's not a southern thing to say, my nigga. That's a New York thing, and Philly don't even do that. Philly bull and all types of shit they do in Philly. So that's maybe a New York thing. In New Jersey, sometimes we say it too, but New York, and we know because I'm from Jersey and I deal with New Yorkers. We talk differently. We do. We talk differently. We say different shit. We dress differently. We behave differently. Like we know a New Yorker, y'all know a New Jersey guy right away. Like okay, that's that Jersey shit. That's the New York shit. So we know and we know the southern stuff. We know the Midwest, well a little bit, and we know the West Coast stuff.
Let me ask you.
Wait. Let me go back to the bigger point because really like you like watered down the point. The point was you chose to say my nigga, okay? And I was comparing that to a form that people check. So I was saying that they are Black African American only on paper. That's the whole point. They're only that on paper.
I agreed. We said the same thing. Like when we go to a job or when we,
No. That's not. No. I'm not saying that. You're saying that. That's a bad analogy. That's a false equivalence. Actually, what resources come with that? If you got a job, say my nigga. What tangibles come with that?
Well, these are now. I mean, you're going into a lot of different.
No. I'm not. Okay, so what tangibles come with selecting that Black African American box? Any incentives at all?
That they know that when they talking about me and they say my name and they know what that it distinguishes me from everybody else. That my check comes to me.
Wait, no. I'm saying on regular forms, college, jobs, housing. What tangibles come with checking Black African American?
What tangibles come with it? I don't know.
Wow. Shelter, benefits, SNAP, college admissions, scholarships. Now, what comes with saying my nigga? So I'm pointing it, bro. You guys say that's the thing about calling in platforms, family. Calling to be right, and then calling in just to have a good conversation, right? So had you called in and had a good conversation, you can't. How you miss that? Now so people are incentivized to select Black African American. You're not incentivized to say, what's up, my nigga? So you compared it to, again, that's a horrible equivalence. I mean, anybody can take this conversation, run it to AI, and it's going to laugh at them. Like, yo, what? Those two don't go, they're not hand in hand. That's a horrible.
So what if I say, what up, my brother? What's up, my brother? Peace King, or whatever.
Yeah, but even still, what incentivized you to do that? You could easily not say that, but to get those resources, you ain't getting them without checking that box.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
So yeah, that's just a bad analogy. But anyway, let's get back to where we were because we went down a couple rabbit holes. So based on everything I said, right? Black. BLACK. Are there any Black people in the world you could point to outside of Black people in America? Other countries, can you point to Black people?
Based on my knowledge of what Black is, yes.
What country?
Anywhere that I could see
No, but
tan
just give me
skin
one. Just give me one country. Just one.
that I could point out black people, Australia.
Yeah. Okay. So now, are they known as Aborigines, Australians, or black people there?
Aborigines.
Right. So do they call them so that now you're placing something on them? That's all X in them. Like that. That's the colonizer behavior. To call somebody something they don't call themselves. Right. We just said the people
No,
themselves name.
I wouldn't do that personally, but
No, but
who
you're doing
would
it
I
now.
identify as black? I
No,
would just make an.
but you're doing it now. Why not just call them what they are? See, that was the whole point. The whole point is why.
I would not go to them, hey, black guy, or you know what I'm saying.
But you're
I would
doing it
not
now.
call
But this
anybody.
is live. Hey, bro, this is live.
I would not ever call anybody outside their name. Like, period.
So you're gonna do it in private?
I don't play slang
right.
with people. I'm just saying the context here. Right. Hold on, real quick. The context here is who do you see as black? And I would say anybody, right? Anybody that I would see as tan skin.
All right, let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. In what sense? Wait, so what? How does tan skin equate? Okay, what about Indians? Are they black?
Yes.
Oh shit. Okay, so basically, you're using black as an adjective, like a color to describe somebody, right?
Right. And yeah, not white, like having black African features, round nose, pigmentation to the skin, melanin to the skin.
Okay, so East Indians are black. I got it. What about some Colombians? That's like kind of tan skin. Are they black?
Right.
Huh?
Yes, correct. Right. I would see that,
Mexicans black too?
Yes.
So everybody black but white people. I got it.
Right.
Yeah. No. We
Except
don't do that
for
over
I
here.
think when you get into the Chinese or Oriental.
Okay.
But then again, they may have the melanin, you know, the pigmentation to the skin is a real key.
Okay, right. So I did ask you how you define. Okay, so now in America, how do we define ourselves black? Do we rely on skin color or is this something else? I'm talking about foundation black Americans.
How do we see each other as black? Foundational black Americans.
Yeah. How do we define the people who trace their lineage to U.S. chattel slavery? Do we define black on skin color or other things?
I think other things. I think culturally.
Right.
Yeah. I think,
right.
Yeah,
oh, okay. So now watch this. So now you are aware of black Americans being identified as black and associated black before those Australians, right?
Yes.
Right. So now look what just happened. Family, y'all catch that? So he understood black over here because it started over here, calling people black in a positive sense. And he understood it to be more than skin color. But somehow, when he went to look over the waters, he reduced it to just skin color. That's why you can see them as black, my guy. You reduced how we seen it over here because it was defined over here that way as an endonym. Like we define black more than skin color because Prince is, I was gonna hit you with Prince, who is yellow as a Chinese person and he's black, all right? Because it's more than that to us. But then when you look overseas, you all of a sudden start to cherry pick. You took out the culture or you took out the struggle, you took out the history, and you relied just on skin color. So maybe if you look at it,
I'm not taking anything away because I don't know anything, right? Or
you
if
just
I do
took
know
the
anything.
yeah, but you just took the culture.
I'm not taking anything away. I'm just saying how if I step into Australia right now and I look at different people.
No,
and
not right
you
now.
ask me-
Not right now. Just in America. Now you just said, okay, listen, brother, what you just said. You just said in Black America, we don't define people black on skin tone alone. You mentioned culture, right? So that means that there's a unique culture.
I just want to be specific. Are we talking about, because you said something about foundational Black American?
Yeah, but then I said anybody who could tie their line to U.S. chattel slavery. Did that right?
Oh, are they connected to us or anybody? Are they also
Hey,
foundational Black American? Is that what you're saying?
No. Hey, brother, you're all over the place. No, no, no.
Oh, that's
I'm
why I'm trying
giving
to
you
get specific.
right, right. Just I'm giving you a basis. I'm right now speaking about people who are rooted in the United States, who can tie their lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. I call them Foundation Black American. You can say African American, whatever terminology we want to call them, doesn't matter to me, as long as we're
Right.
talking about the same group, right? I don't want to confuse. So we're talking about people who can tie their lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. All right. So they call themselves Black and they defined Black, right? And you just agreed that that Blackness wasn't exclusive and solely just relying on color. You acknowledge that that Blackness was tied to the culture that they developed in America, right?
Here,
Okay,
right. Here, right.
right.
Yes.
In America. Okay, cool. And then you also acknowledge that at that time that this renaissance on Black was happening, this redefinition was happening. You understood that nobody in the world was calling themselves BLACK at that time. So the only positive definition at this time we got for Black only fits people that can tie their lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. So as we're calling ourselves Black, the Australians are still Australian. They're still Aborigine, right? So so that the Jamaicans still Jamaicans, Haitians still Haitians, Zimbabweans still Zimbabweans. Everybody's still who they are. Nobody moved the muscle. We're the only people that move the muscle. So now we are the Black people of the world, and everybody's still who they are, named after their tribe, country, language, whatever. They're still who they are. Okay. Now, when we're in America, we didn't go to Australia. And in America, you're calling them Black. Not in Australia. We didn't step foot there yet. We're still in America on the live. You're taking Black, how it's defined. And the only definition was what we just said. Culture, experience, struggle, patents, achievements, inventions, innovation, all fighting, all of that goes in a definition of enslavement, freedom, all of that goes in a definition of Black. So it's a lived experience that's continuous. It never ended. Right now, we're still adding to the Blackness because we're still experiencing things. And like, let's say hypothetically we get reparations, then that's added to Blackness. The people who receive reparations, so that whole thing. So that Blackness already, that word BLACK, in a positive sense already have a positive definition. Now, the negative sense, you're right. That's everybody of tan skin, right? You're right in a negative sense. But the way it was defined in America, that definition wouldn't apply to nobody but Americans who can tie their lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. So to look across the seas and call somebody Black, people are really cherry picking. They're extracting, omitting all of everything else that makes people Black, and they're focusing it back on the European understanding of who's Black. The European is the people who said, you're Negro, you're Sudan because of your color. So Europeans are caught up on color, not us, and not people in Africa, Caribbean, and Australia. They're not caught up on color. That's why they don't name themselves after color. Europeans and colonizers are caught up on color. So you're looking overseas and you're calling people Black from a European perspective. And that's just, you said it yourself, which is just solely relying on color.
Yes. But I just want to clear up. I would not say that to their face. It would be more like talking to another American or talking to you or somebody, you know what I'm saying? And me amongst each other would say that's a Black dude, or you know what I'm saying? Or he's tied to African of FBA and things like that. I would not go to him and call him Black, or you know what I'm saying? Or play that game.
Okay. That part I get, because Black has, under European rules, right? From a European worldview, Europeans have introduced the race category, right? Where they're saying, like what you're saying, they're saying those people in Australia now, so all of a sudden they are Black now. They are African American. So if people call themselves Black in America or even in their home country, I get it. Are they wrong? Yes, because they're not Black. They are Australian. They are Aboriginal, and they're only Black on paper. So they're still just wrong. People don't call themselves because white people said fill this out. People call themselves what they ever always called themselves. So so common terminology, common communication, we're just saying, hey, that Black guy, I get it. I understand. I'm not dumb. I know who you're referring to, right? So what
Right.
we're doing, see, I get that. But it's confusing though, because those people start to believe that Black history is now their shit now. See, so these are the issues that's coming with it, and then they start to believe they can represent and be spokesmen and come into leadership roles of the real Black people because they're Black too now all of a sudden. So now that's why we're delineating. We're saying we get it. We're not dumb. We know why you're calling so Black, and it's from racial, but it's crossing, it's blurring the lines now because now you believe you're Black like us. So when we say reparations for Black people, guess who got their hand up? Those people who think they're Black too. They say, hey, what about us? We reparations. So now we're like, oh shit, this whole game, white man, you got it. You got it. It worked. Okay. So now we're delineating. You guys Black on paper, whatever. You want to hijack the word? Cool. Now we're FBA, we're ADOS, we're Foundational Freedmen Americans, Foundation American Freedmen. We're that now. Okay. Y'all can have Black temporarily as we delineate. And as we delineating, you're going to see people go right back to their home names. They're only choosing Black because they're tying themselves to us and our achievements and whatever selfish reason they got right now. They're tying themselves to Black. And we're saying, cool, you got that. We're delineating. So when people say Black, that ain't us. That person is from Haiti, that person is from so-and-so, that person is so-and-so. That is not necessarily somebody from the lineage. And that's the whole point of that's right.
Yeah,
that's the whole point of that's the whole point of delineating, because we don't do that. We'll be the only people who has an ethnicity that's also a race. We'll be the only people in the world. So that means everybody is us. Everybody is so in other words, everybody is themselves and us, and we're just everybody. We'll be the only people on earth that's not ourselves. Asians is also a race. One last thing, Asian is always a race. So a Chinese person could be an Asian, which is everybody. He could say, hey, now I'm Chinese. I'm a Han Chinese. Now I'm myself. So he can be part of the group and then detach from the group. Brother, we can't detach from the group. We're just part of the group. That's the whole finesse on Black and African American. Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel connected to Africa. So, that's the group I'm connected to, amongst African Americans. Do you feel that Obama was a Black man or the first Black president?
Of course not. He was from Kenya. I mean, he's Kenyan, and he had a white European mom. So they call those people mulattoes. Like that's their politics. They say colored, or they say mulattoes. Which one? So that's what he will be in their politics. He'll be colored, mulatto.
Right. That's why I said from who. So it's always from their perspective. Now we're having FBA trying to have their own perspective.
We have our own perspective, but it's always been there. What's different? Black America been here since the 60s, and we just put an F there for clarity as a reminder.
Right.
And that's called the Wheezy F. Yeah, Black American Foundation Black. What changed? Same name.
Right. I think you got to be like connected through the South, right? Because before the Great Migration, all of our people come from down south. That's the lineage, that's the line.
Yeah, well, for most of us, but you had a people who never been down south with foundational. There's up north, there's enslaved up north the whole time. Yeah, but for most of it, but again, that's the exception. But most of us got Southern history.
And we don't have accents.
But let me ask you this, because you said you're attached to Africa, the group in Africa. What group in Africa you're attached to?
The whole continent. I look at this is my perspective. This is my perspective. This is just my opinion and a perspective.
Right.
Africa to me represents the land of the dark-skinned Negro, of the dark-skinned human being, let's put it like that.
Okay.
Or melanin, everything. The bluest, the darkest of people come from Africa, and that's my lineage. The dark people of the earth. That's how I look at it. That's just my perspective. Continue. All that.
So now you're connected to them. Are they connected to you?
I don't really know or care. That's just my perspective of how I see my connection to Africa and the history of Africa in this world.
Right. So you have no African connections or you don't network with Africans at all.
I mean, no, personally, I do not. Or currently. I just know certain people here and there, but I don't have any really, really interpersonal connections.
Yeah. For me personally, I'll speak for myself. I think that is a religion. Like, or let me say this. I think that's a religious view to hold. To dream about something, but don't want to connect to it, don't want no relationships, or not even don't have. To dream about something, wish for, pray for, but don't have real physical, tangible relationships, networking with people. That's a religion, because people know that if they try to go reach out to any one of those countries or groups within the countries, and pour out your heart, I see us as the same. People know the sad reality is going to check in.
Yeah, I don't want to I don't want to do a love thing. I want to do some business. I think we could really connect with Africa much better.
How? No, but Africa can't connect with Africa. Are you familiar with ECOWAS?
I think when we get there, I just think our love, and because of who we've been here in America, what we've been through, forged in certain fires, they haven't gone through that. They haven't experienced the Black American life and who we really are, and they haven't really seen the best of us. And I really think that can change so much stuff. Politics
but they're not.
Everything.
Hey, bro, but they're not. Listen, bro, they're not interested in that. Every time people say they go over there from America, Black America, they say they're not. Tell me about the slave trade. Tell me about Jim Crow. Give me how much money you got. And that's everybody's experience.
That's right. And we should be about the money there. I feel you.
No.
I feel them too. Let's do some business. I don't want to just come over there with some love and some.
But they're not saying that, my guy. You cut in without listening to what I was saying. Yeah, I could play a video right now that most people go over there. They got the same story. Africans got their hand out. That's not business. That's panhandling, my guys. Begging.
They should. They should have their hand out. They should. They're poor. They have nothing. I'm coming from everything.
Bruh, the world is but you don't have everything. You only have what you have, and you work hard for it. Yeah, you can't feed the. Okay, so how do you determine who gets the dollar and who doesn't? Because they all over there with their hand out. Like, how if you got?
Yeah, they all get it. I mean, if I could give it to everyone, they all get a piece.
But they want it every day. As long as you're there, they got their hand. So when you give them something today,
that's why we cut that in half. We do business. We're supposed to be opening up businesses.
But they don't want. Hey, bro.
African and American.
Okay. This guy is religious. You're not listening, my guy. They don't want business. They just got their hand out.
I got you.
They just want money. They don't want to work for you in your soul food restaurant. They don't want to detail cars.
Well, I don't want to interject or give them or have them doing anything they don't want to do. What's their specialities? What are things that they like to do? What are the things that
beg for money?
I think we can do better relationships and more.
Okay,
better,
then, brother, can you please lead the way? Because everybody who tried to, Akon, Michael Blackson, everybody who tried to, all of them got an unfinished project.
Well, I think we go over there with bad minds, bad mindsets.
We
worse.
Wait. Hey, all right. Hey, bro, listen, man. Can you tie your lineage to slavery? Can you?
Can I tie my lineage to slavery? Yeah. My people were on the slave ship. My people were on that slave ship.
In United States, United States chattel slavery.
Yeah, my people come from the deep South, South Carolina, Geechee.
Okay. Bro. Like, you just said some retarded shit, bro. The people who go to Africa are not going there because they think Africans are low. They're going there because they think they think there's some hope in Africa. So that they're going there optimistically. Hey, yo, we were the people that was against our media. propaganda machine that was picturing, depicting Africans with bones and nose. That was us. Hey, that was Malcolm X, that was Dr. King. That was us. Frederick Douglass. That was us saying, nah, they're not. Booker T. Washington. Yo, no, we go over there with our thumb. No, stop, bro. When we go to
Wait, hold
Africa,
on.
is there
Our
to,
black
is there
elite,
to help?
our the black bourgeoisie or the black elite?
Everybody, the average black American, we're far more educated than most people about Africa, right? At that time. We knew damn well that white folks were lying. These are the same oppressors who depicted us as monkeys and savages too, my guy. Something called scientific racism over here, bro. We don't just magically bleed white. We always, bro, we die now because we don't go to fucking hospitals based on what they did. We trust white folks to less than anybody on this fucking earth. We ain't going there believing white people about Africa. What are you talking about? That's why I asked, are you foundational? Yo, the shit we do now, all the research now, we still question. The white man said it. Okay, now I'm good. Media, a white man said it. Like, even now, even with the guy, with the white guy and the black over, yo, we always been the people who don't fuck with them. That's why we came up with our own shit, our own religions and all bullshit. We don't trust white folks at all. We didn't go to Africa like, yo, the white man, yo, he's right about it. No, hell no. The shit he say about us, we be questioning, man, we don't go to school now. Cause we don't rock with white people like that, which is bad because information ain't color-based. But the point is, like, we can point bad information to a particular people in our eyes, our history. We got a whole different worldview of white people than Africans do, and the Caribbean and Haiti. They view white people as saviors, people who can get shit done and provide roads and loans and shit like that. We don't get no loans in Black America. We don't get no help. Don't get no rice. Now, we got a whole different worldview of white people. That's why when white folks remotely be aggressive with us, we go all out trying to fight for our life. Africa, they don't do that shit though. They get aggressive. What's going on? They trying to find out what's the problem. Nah, bro, you got that. Like I said, it's a religion to some people where like they dream and wish Black Americans view Africans or anybody as less than by white media standards. If we view Africans a certain way, it's gonna be because we view them like that from our standards. Ain't gonna be no white America media. They over here disrespecting, got us as just the worst depictions ever in media. Papers all day long, but we trust them now when they talk about other folks in the world. Hell out of here. You definitely made that up. Hey, 227, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, what's up, man? What you want to add to this conversation?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna say that.
Yeah.
We know over here we identify ourselves as Black. We know they don't identify themselves as Black. Just like you said, they didn't have to because they was already there and a bunch of Black people, so they don't have to identify as Black. We identify as Black. That's what we do. And I don't think nothing's wrong with that. We can do that.
Yeah, I never said that. I never said that. I said white people. Well, first of all, they don't. Black is a recent. That's an English term, bro. Okay, yeah. So what people call themselves before the BLACK, that word got popping because of us. The Black Muslims, the Black Panthers, the Black empowerment. Okay, so that term BLACK, nobody was using that. As a matter of fact, nobody was using none of the terms. White people were calling people Negro.
Yes.
To disrespect them. They didn't take on those terms. That's why when we tried to call them Black in the 90s, 80s, and 70s, they said, I ain't Black, because they got triggered. Because that's the terminology white folks would call them in a negative sense. They didn't understand that we was putting a positive FBA glow on it. They didn't understand that. Nah, I'm not Black. Nah, I ain't that shit that white folks called us. So they never called themselves Black. They stuck to their tribal names. They stuck to their country's nationality terms or their language. They stood on 10. They never embraced Black ever until now. That's the problem we're having. We're like, wait a minute. Now that we're foundational, we're delineating, and we want shit for ourselves, now all of a sudden all y'all black at the same time? Now, furthermore, black was an evolutionary term, bro. We didn't pick that out of nowhere. You just can't be black. You can't just skip past the other terms. Where's their evolution to black? BLACK. I'll tell you ours: Negro, colored, American Negro, Afro-American, black, NIGGER, black. So it pain, suffering, violence came to black. Black was earned. One sudden you just get here you go. Come to America. Here you go. No. So the people who are called black are the people who understand that evolutionary term. Colored, Negro, Afro-American, American Negro, NIGR, and a boy. Where you going, boy? All these terms were given to us before black came. So and that's why people disrespect it, take it and eject it, because they don't understand that term came with severe violence, pain, and accomplishments. So that's why when we have it, we call all of our society black. We call our banks black. We call all of our success black. We call our dollar black. We call our love black. All of our lives, anything associated with us, we call it black because that came with pain. We wear it in our hearts. That's not something we just say we're black because we're dark. So we like, nah, you ain't black because you ain't go through all that shit. This is a earned something that cannot be just passed out to people who didn't earn it the way we earned it. So that's why we're respectfully calling them what they call themselves. You come to America, you're Haitian, you're Haitian. You're Jamaican, you're Jamaican. You're Igbo, you're Igbo. I respect that. I'm calling you that, but I'm not going to disrespect you and call you what we are. I'm not going to disrespect myself and call you what we are. That's goofy. And I'm not going to disrespect you and call you what the white man calls you. The white man calls you Negro in a disrespectful way, based on your color.
Yes. It's true.
Yeah, so that's why we're saying, and then like I said, tangibles, I was trying to explain to Black Manosphere, tangibles is why they're saying they're black all of a sudden. Before those tangibles, before those housing, before SNAP, before welfare, before all those things, I ain't black. Because the status of immigrant, they was getting stuff from there. You know, you can get state welfare and things like that for being an immigrant. But they're like, oh, hell no. But I don't think you don't get no school scholarships from being a immigrant. You don't get DEI jobs being an immigrant. So people just made a pivot. They said, damn, I'm an immigrant and I can't get these things. How do I get those things? And I guarantee some DNC person was like, and just check down black African Americans. You'll get it then.
Yeah.
So
what other selections did they have?
Other.
Yeah, it's other on there.
Yeah, and you got a lot of Somalians, a lot of East Africans, especially North Africans. They ain't pressing no damn black African American. Those North Africans putting other, they putting Libyan, they putting all Moroccan, they putting all that stuff down on that thing.
Right.
I guess that's America's problem.
Hey, bro. Now look, family. Now at this point, he's being insensitive and dismissive. My guy, America.
I didn't mean to. Hold on, my bad. I didn't mean to. There was no shot or nothing like that. I was not trying to do that. Bro. My bad.
I mean, but look, that's your name. That ain't my name saying this shit. You know what I mean? This is the internet. 1,000 people, 5K gonna watch this, and that's your name across the screen. That ain't my name saying that crazy shit. America causes problems, my guy. And you have everybody crying out. You got Latinos, you got other white people, you got Black Americans, you got immigrants. So America has always created problems for people who are non-white, and everybody's crying out. So now when people cry out, we don't say, oh, that's just America. We be like, yeah, we get it. Yeah, that's fucked up. He doing that. When we find out the finesse, man, he doing that to y'all? Wow. We don't be like, hey, oh, well, that's America's problem. Nah, that's a problem. So America created a problem. Now he claims to be foundational, by the way, or he's about Black American lineage wise. He claims that, and he has no problem with his entire lineage, 43 million people, being affected by America's created problem. America's creating a problem for it. Now he claims to be Geechee, all this stuff, or whatever. He claims all that, but he has no problem with America creating a bigger problem for his lineage, his line, attaching everybody to it. Now he claims to be from this country. That means that his lineage underwent specific harm that was not shared to other people, and they're due compensation, redress. They're due some things for that, and he has no problem people from other countries with no connection coming on taking advantage of what his people suffered. That's what he's saying. And because he got this religion. Oh, Africa. Oh, Africa. They don't know no Africans. Not in business with them, not in bed with them. He probably got a girl. Hey, bro, are you dating a girl that's from Africa or the Caribbean? Man, Black Manosphere?
I mean, I think you're talking about me right now, right?
Yeah. I'm asking you, are you dating somebody from like over the Caribbean?
Before I answer that, the statements and the dialogue you just went on was about me, right? And you're talking to the other guy, right?
Who?
I thought you were talking to some. You were going on a tangent just now or a rant, and I didn't know who you were talking to.
I was talking to
So
you
I
and
thought you
people
were
like
talking
you.
to another caller. No, I was talking. I thought you were talking to another. That's why I was trying to trying to understand
he's
what
on
was
mute.
going on. Oh, you was talking to me.
Well, I was talking about you,
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but do you know the point I was making? I'm saying that you're fine with America, white America, leasing your suffrage to other people that did not suffer what you and your lineage suffered. I said you're fine with that because you have this religious African thing. And by the way, and that's okay. Like, you know, I mean, it's not okay. I disagree, but I'm okay with you choosing your pathway. Like, I can't make you do nothing. I don't even want to shame you. You do what you want to do. But let me ask you this though. You do know that there's the diaspora, right? And then there's Africa. What I mean is there are people who were kidnapped and sold, and they make up the diaspora. You got the Haitians, you got Jamaicans, you know, you got Brazil, you got here in America. Like we all have a shared experience, right? Because I find it interesting that Black Americans would say, "Oh, I love Africa, I love Africa," with no shared experiences. But like it would make more sense for Black Americans to be linking up with folks from the diaspora because we at the very least have a shared experience, right? We were sold, they were enslaved, sold sugar. I mean, they had to, you know, do the whole sugar thing. They had a slave master. You feel me? So I mean, goddamn, like Africa know nothing about a slave master, but the Caribbean know all about it. So I would think a natural reach out would be to the Caribbean, you know, the Americas to reach out. That's what I would think. Now, because we don't have a shared experience with the continent like that. And what I mean is, are you familiar with this transatlantic slave trade?
Yes.
And now we were kidnapped, sold, and bought, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the whitey man bought us, right? The white man bought us, right? And had no good for us, like no good real for us. Like it's good for him, but bad for us. All right, now are you aware of who kidnapped us and sold us?
You know, well, in school we're taught that the white man, right? That he's the master. No. I'm just saying in school. I'm just giving you a context.
No, we're not taught that in school. Now right now I can Google right now, bro. We got the internet. I can Google right now what the average school teaches about the transatlantic slave trade, generically. I can Google that. No. All you know what they teach you in school? You know what they teach you? They start from slave ships on the way to the Americas. They don't start with the whole African thing, what Africa was doing before the white man got there.
No. No problem. Who's driving the slave boat?
No, of course the white man, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that
right. So my concepts of
no, but you're not listening to me though.
Okay.
you're not listening to what I said. Like I said, you might be distracted, and that happens. You might be working, driving, whatever. But what I'm saying is the kidnapping part. The kidnapping part started before slave ship. So I'm asking you, who primarily was doing the kidnapping?
I don't know. It could be. Yeah, I don't know for sure.
That's
History
crazy.
wise, I mean, they say black, whites.
That's crazy. All right, look, bro. George, are you familiar with Carter G. Woodson? He started Negro Week, which turned to
Yeah.
Black History Month. Okay, so he's an historian. He's in the 20s. He's a historian. He taught facts. He taught that Africans kidnapped us. This is 1920s. We got way more resources than him. He taught Africans kidnapped us. Africans sold us to white people. White people provided the ships. White people brought us to the Americas. 380,000, something like that, came to America, and the majority went to Brazil, and the others went to the islands. That's Carter G. Woodson in the 1930s. Like, he taught that. Like, that's like, so way back then, that was common sense. And that's why he taught Negro Week. He said, yo, black Americans don't know this. So he said, yo, I'm gonna dedicate a week where we know our history. And then that turned into a month. See, so that's why some of your love for Africa is there, because you kind of blinded yourself. It's like a battered woman who gets beat by her boyfriend. Like, she kind of blinds herself to the beatings and just remember the good times where he takes her out, buy her roses, take pictures with her, put over the internet, social media. But when he beats her down, she blocks that out of her memory. So that's why he's so great to her. So that's why people like you, I assess, believe Africa's so great, because you didn't even know Africa kidnapped your ass.
Well, no, I do know that, and I've heard that story many times, right? I know all this history, or at least I've heard
I just
of it,
asked you.
right?
You said you ain't know, but you didn't read it though, right?
You know what I'm saying? I said, people kidnap and do business. I mean, all throughout history and things like that. But my
No,
thing about Africa,
wait, no,
bro,
stop.
and
You've been disrespectful to my lineage. I don't think you. By the way, I don't think you're FBA, because we won't talk like that. We won't disrespect ourselves to make a point. Hey, bro, he said people kidnap all over the world, bro. You know how many people how many people are kidnapped? Yeah, Queen of Zing was doing 13,000 a year, my guy. Who the fuck can you compare to that? It was 15 million that were kidnapped totally, my guy. So for him to sit here and, people kidnapped, fuck you talking about, bro? The kidnap led to goddamn different thousands of islands, my guy. Those kidnapped people made up thousands of islands. They occupy thousands of islands. They occupy big ass Brazil, America, 40-something million folks in America. Well, I'm capping because it's like 380,000. But Brazil and the islands, millions were kidnapped over there and led over there. This guy said, yo, all right, man, listen, man, I had a good convo with you, but I like to have honest conversations. And I don't believe I'm getting that from you. I give you hella tries, and you're just, downplaying our traumatic harm. So I'm gonna let you go, bro. All right, 227, you could come off. Now, I didn't call them names. I didn't curse them out.
Yeah.
I politely let them go. Okay?
Yeah.
Because I look for honest conversations. Like, you don't have to know what I know. You can know more, no less. I don't mind. But when we talk about documented, established truths, if we can't get on accord with that, it's no point talking. The guy admitted he didn't know who kidnapped us. Then he did know. Then he didn't know. It's like, come on, dude. And then he downplays it and say kidnapping. Hey, that's the white. He's literally doing white man talking points. Slavery. Oh, that happened all over the world, man. That's normal. We don't owe you nothing. That's all he did. All right, Tutu, go ahead.
Yeah, but what I wanted to get to, my brother, was this. Like I was trying to explain to you, I on this phone, I had to go back to the Zoom at the bottom of my phone and click on that. That's why I said the first thing I saw was something's overplaying on it. I didn't know that it meant overplay meant that's how I can share my screen. Now, since I know how to share my screen,
You want to see what you asked me to show you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Get to it.
Oh my God. That other guy. And it's crazy because Black Manosphere, like his name is not, his name is Black Man is Fair. So it's Black Man is Fair.
You can see the screen?
Wait. Yeah, 1 second. So his name is Black Man is Fair. Like if you say it fast, you think I'm saying Black Man is Fair. It's like a clever play on words. But when he called him before, I was actually disappointed because he called him before, like maybe a year, 2 years ago on FBA Defensive Unit. And he was like kind of on code. I don't know what happened to the guy. He did a Dr. Woman King. All right, let me look. Okay, so go to the top. Okay, right there. Oh, no, go to the bottom. I'm sorry. So now let's look at it. So it says Benin, Togo, 24%. Okay, cool. And you said that, right? You said 24%, and you said 24% Nigerian. You said that. You said you didn't mention the Mali part. I don't believe. I can't tell you for sure. Maybe you did, but I don't think you did. You went to 10%, but you might did. So your Mali 14. This is your West African result. So you 24% Benin and Togo, 24% Nigerian, 14% Mali, Senegal 10%, and Yorubaland 2%, right? And then your 10% Western Bantu peoples, your 7% Cameroon, your 3% Ireland, right? Irish, 2% Netherlands, they could do 1% Spain, 1% Canada, America, 1% Denmark, 1% the Deacon of the Gore. I don't know what the hell it is. Oh, that's India. That's what you said before. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. 8% white, right? 92% other. Okay, so now go back up. Okay, so now 24% Benin, Togo. With that small amount, if you was to go to those people and say, "Hey, I'm Benin and Togo," only being 24%, would they say, "Yeah, you're one of us," or say you're not?
Well, if I'm correct, no, it don't work like that.
Right. Because the way it works is those people are 99% Benin and Togo, right? Or like 98, some high.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So now if you go to Nigerians right now and say, "Hey, anybody, Igbo, Hausa," and say, "I'm 24%, I'm one of you." They're going to say you're not one of us. You have some DNA of us, but you're not that because it's so tiny. It's 24%. So you're a small amount of percentages. All those African regions and groups and tribes, whatever, you're not none of them because you're too low in percentage to be any one of them. Just like the European countries, 5% there, 3, it's too low. You're not those either. So you're none of that, but you're a mixture of all of it. So I think that's the point people mix up. You're a mixture of all of it, which makes you a new person because the Benin and Togo people, they're not a mixture of all of that. They don't have Nigerian, Mali, Senegal, Yorubaland, Bantu. They don't have that in them at all. They're just themselves. And Nigerians don't have all that stuff either. They're just themselves. So you combine all that. That's what makes you a new thing. That becomes your ethnogenesis. You got a little bit of Benin and Togo, a little bit of European, a little bit of East Indian, but you're not any of that one thing. It becomes a homogeneous mix, like cake batter. Like you become that one thing, and that one thing is not none of those things on that list. You become a new one thing, right? And that's your ethnogenesis. So you can never say you're African because nothing there says you're 15% African, 2% African. None of that does that there. It tells you Benin, Togo, specific names, right, from regions in Africa. So that all those combined don't make you the super African. It makes you completely different from anybody in Africa, anybody in India, anybody in Europe. You're a different thing yourself. That's what that DNA tells people. You have experienced and went through your own ethnogenesis. Now, depending upon where that was on this planet, you become that. If it's America, you're foundational. If it's Caribbean, you're Caribbean. If it's Haiti, you're Haitian. You know what I mean? That's the bottom line. Brazilian, Panamanian. So, but you're not African at all, my guy. You're something that has a lot of African countries, regions in it. A little bit of European, East Indian, but you're not African, and you're not European, and you're not Indian. Your combination of all of it.
Yes, I am. That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
But to
Okay.
the
So
journey, watch the journey though. Remember we were talking about the journey?
yeah.
And I was saying that from my understanding, I'm going off the timeline because they have a timeline here for you. Like that's Marcus. This is my mother's side, the Hadley part. In their journey, see from the 1750s. And you can see South Carolina, it shows you all these things. That's why I said what makes it amazing, it can show us our journey. That's why I said I wasn't bull job. I just didn't know how to do it at the time. If I did, I would have been showed you this because like I said, I'm not here to lie. I'm here to get educated and to also let people know some things that they might not know about me. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to play games with you because I know you running the show and you doing something. You trying to educate your people, and I respect you for that. I don't knock you for it. I told my wife the other day, one thing that I do appreciate about you the most, though, Ron, is every time I'm listening into you, you have your son somewhere around. I respect you for that because when we talk about really doing things that we should do as men, you do that. So we might disagree on certain things, but when it comes to being a man and a real man, you got much respect and love for me for that because, like I said, that means so much to me that I see another black man taking care of his child the way that I feel all of us should do. So you got the most respect for me for that, brother.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So now,
Yeah.
DNA test. So I did a couple lives, and I'm gonna do a short one today, like because I'm gonna narrow down even smaller. So so now there's one thing to like. So in the Bible, right? Not to get too religious, but in the Bible, an Egyptian eunuch was trying to read the scrolls, and then the God of the Bible sent down some people to contact him, and they asked him. They said, "Okay, we see you trying to read the scrolls, but do you know what you're reading?" And he didn't know, right? Because they said you cannot understand what you're reading without a man of God being sent to you. So when people have these DNA tests and they're looking at it, it looks beautiful, color coded, it say a bunch of stuff there, but are people interpreting it correctly? Now, a DNA test was created for purposes, right? And the purposes are public. People misapply the purposes and think so a DNA test, bottom line, is a DNA test is not for things 400 years ago, 500 years ago. That's what we're trying to tell you. DNA test is for medical things, some other things, and it's to help you find your recent loved ones, relatives. DNA test is not to track you 500 years ago to Africa, Arabia, Europe, none of that. And it doesn't tell you who you are and who you're not. It's not intended for that. And the percentages, you see 24%, 24%, those are estimates that can change. So right now it says 24% Nigeria today. If you check back in June 3rd, it might say 35%, it might say 16% or even 4% because the studies update. So it's not like solid. So there are estimates, and sometimes the people who they're tying you to didn't even exist at that time, or they left. So the people who are there now, so for example, they might say Benin and Togo. You're like, yes. So now you're going to Africa amongst those people saying, hey, I got a little bit of y'all in me, and they saying, no, you don't. It's impossible. We just got here. The people you're talking about went over here somewhere. You did. So that's what happened too. Then you have something called like we mix so much with ourselves in America, away from Africa, and we mixed in with Europeans and a lot of us with indigenous people, that made it much more harder to trace somebody to Africa. And then the fact that we haven't been to Africa or mixed with them or did anything with them for over 400 years, it makes it almost like a joke to say you're that. Now you can say you got ancestry from over there. That's the most scholarly, scientific way to put it. I got genetics going to Africa here. Nobody could deny you of that. People would, if you put it that way, people would just say, okay. But to say I'm African because I got, or I'm Igbo because I got 8% Igbo in me, like that, you're misapplying the DNA, the purpose for DNA test kits. Also, DNA test kits is to catch criminals. So people, because they're in a religious thing with Africa, they pretend that DNA tests were created to show people they're from Africa, and that's not what it's there for. And that's why they have the entertainment purposes only thing right there. And also they sell it. Okay, so a lot of DNA companies, they sell it incorrectly. Like they act like you can because it about money. Like, you know what I mean, people want to fantasize they from, so you know, you got people who think they Egyptian, so they're gonna sell you like, yeah, you're Egyptian, yeah, check, but buy this DNA test and tell other people you to get it too. You're Egyptian. So there, that's a fact. So there's a selling component to it where they miss, where DNA companies themselves miss, or false advertise what it's for, and it's really for the experts. And so it's basically to just give you a nutshell, DNA test family are for the experts and only for you when you're trying to find your relatives in America or in wherever you're at, wherever you're living at for the last 300 years, is for you to find your relatives in that place, not something else. So when it's for the public, the layman, laywoman, is to find relatives in America, and the other purposes are for experts only. The medical thing I talked about, the solving crime experts. But to look at things back in Africa 500 years ago, that's like a grain of salt. It tells you that, by the way. It's not me talking. I can share my screen and show you that's the entertainment purposes only. Okay, so now it's not that it's lying. It's probably some truth there, but the percentages thing, that's the grain of salt thing. The percentage thing, especially small percentages. Now, if you're saying 70% somewhere, then I'm sure there's some validity there. But when it's saying 20%, 8%, maybe not, that's the part the DNA test can't say for sure. Like, again, it's an estimate, they're guessing. Like, maybe not. But let's assume that it's true. If it's actually true, it doesn't suggest you're African. 24% Nigerian, 24 Benin and Togo, 14% Mali, 10% Ivory Coast. That don't mean African. That's not saying that. That's saying you're a bunch of different things mixed together, and you're a new person. You went through ethnogenesis. That's the interpretation of what we just looked at. Ethnogenesis. Okay, had it said 90% Benin and Togo, 80% Benin and Togo, then we know it's saying that's what he is. But yeah, so that's what it actually is. Antoinette Johnson says data collection. So again, it's definitely that, but it's really for you to find your family members in the United States for the last 200 years, and it's for experts. The other part ain't for you. You're not tracking down criminals, and you damn sure ain't creating medicine based off the data. It's only good for you or mainly good for you when you're trying to track down loved ones in the United States, not Africa. That's a 500-year gap. Okay. Right. FBA Mr. CJ says you got to be like, he said 100%. I would say close to that. I say for DNA test to make sense to you, it would show like 80, 90%. All right. So let me look at, let's look at something live, right? So I'm gonna just randomly type in like an Irish person. And then I'm gonna do an African person, right? Somebody from the continent. Watch this. Let's see. So I'm gonna click a couple of them. Let me go him. And I'm going to do African. I don't want no long result. 20 minutes, something quick. All right, so Irishman. So let's do Africa. Let's do a couple. This is all live, as you can see. All right, so let's go what we got. Let's go what we got. Let me share my screen. My screen not sharing. I almost did it without sharing my screen like a fool. Okay. All right. Damn, it is burning up. Cash that right there. If anybody want to dig, put something in my belly. Pause. All right. Okay, so let's take it off mute. Where's the mute button? Well, I can't hear it. We try again. I can't hear it. Well, I can't.
You'll never be by yourself.
Okay, so it ain't got no audio.
By the way, Conan, I do DNA testing. I'm very good at it. We can find out about your heritage. I said, sure, let's do it. So he took a DNA sample. 2 weeks later, he called me up and he said, I've never, ever, ever had a DNA result like this before. And I've been doing this for 10 years. And I said, what is it? And he said, you are, and this is true, you are 100% Irish. He said, I've never seen a 100% anything. I've seen 90.
There you go. Look, I seen 93. What else?
93.5. I've seen 96.
I seen 96. So family, that's what we're saying. We're saying when it becomes high like that, that's when it's accurate. The 2015, no. Entertainment purposes only.
6.1, I've seen 97. There's no one is 100% Irish. He said, if you go to Ireland, and I looked it up, and it's true, and you get their DNA.
Okay, so you got it.
This girl asked me if I was Nigerian.
Just lying like that, my guy. So I did have one more question for you. God damn, but I don't expect you. I think he found.
But I am not black. Yes, I am not black, guys.
Oh my God!
And I already know you guys are gonna go, ah, again, because that's what you guys are naturally born to do, is to react. Guys, look, I'm not black. I come from an Ethiopian royalty line of descendants. I have fire in my blood. It's why I am the man I am today, guys. And a lot of you guys are gonna say, what? No, he's dumb. He's black. He's black. I'm not black, guys. Technically, if we're talking about skin color, I'm brown. This shirt is black. You can say my shirt is black. You can say my beard is black. But I'm melanin tone. My skin is brown, guys. I am of Ethiopian royalty line descendant. Fire blood, guys. Know who I am. I'm Habesha.
Oh boy. Hey, Black Man Spirit, call back in right fast.
Not black.
There you go. Not black. And we agree. Okay. We definitely agree. Okay, I think I can try the TikTok thing right now.
Handling them and continue to keep your foot on their neck, bro. I love it. I'm listening and I'll be over here dying laughing, bro. And did you know with the Jamaicans, I think they say it's 5 million Jamaicans, 3 million live in 3 million live in America.
God
go figure.
damn.
Go figure, right?
Appreciate that, brother. Yeah.
To my knowledge, she is not married. To my knowledge, I have a niece who may have went swimming in the milk.
Family don't always share the same views.
That is her business. I love her dearly. I don't agree with it. I don't condone of it. I don't approve of it, but that is her business. A man is responsible for his own actions. A man is responsible for his own actions. So if you want to go down the family tree and shake the family tree, all kind of snow bunnies going to fall out that family tree, but it ain't going to be a single bunny fall out of my tree. I'm going to say it again in case you didn't hear what I just said. I'm going to say it again in case you didn't hear what the Prince of Pan-Africanism just said, but I'm going to say it again for the Coon Nation. I'm going to say it again for the Coon Nation. If you shake that Johnson tree, if you shake that shoemake tree, a whole bunch of bunnies might fall out, but not a single bunny will fall out of the tree that I built. You understand me? A man is only responsible for himself. But I want to say this because I neglected to honor my beautiful African sisters today. So I want to send a peace and Pan-Africanism out to all my beautiful black sisters, especially with the natural hair. I love all black women, whether you got a blonde weave, a pink weave, a blue weave, a Jerry curl, a S curl, whether you're lesbian or bisexual or heterosexual. I love all black women. Understand, I love you all. But I want to give a special shout out to the ones who wear their own damn hair. Where my natural hair queens at? Where are my all natural head to toe queens at? No BBL, no fake eyelashes, no artificial breasts. Where are my all natural head to toe butter almonds at? Where my all natural head to toe hot chocolate at? Where my all natural head to toe sweet brown sugar? Where my all natural head to toe mixed race white chocolate queens at? Where my all natural head to toe nutmeg and cinnamon and butterscotch and mahogany? Oh yes, brothers and sisters. You like BBLs? That ain't nothing but a big blueberry lemonade. I had a blueberry smoothie this morning. You like BBLs? That ain't nothing but a big blueberry lemonade. I had a blueberry smoothie this morning. I love all black women. I love you all. All of you can come to my events. All of you can come to the Hampton Juneteenth. I just give a special, special, special type of a love to the sisters who said, I'm not going to imitate white folks. I'm not going to imitate Caucasian standards of beauty. I'm not going to let the white man dictate what beauty is in my life. That's all I'm saying. Have I ever been on a date with a woman with a weave? Yes, I have. I have. The reason I've been on a date with a woman with a weave is you got to give women an opportunity to change. But I will not marry a woman with a weave, I promise you that. I will not marry a woman with a weave, I promise you that. If she ain't happy to be nappy, if she ain't happy to be nappy, we cannot jump the broom, brothers and sisters. We cannot jump the broom, but make sure you hit that PayPal for the school right now. What's happening with FDMG? What's happening with FDMG is we waiting for an inspection that we should have already gotten from our building inspector who does not care for me. We're waiting for an inspection that we should have already got from our building inspector who doesn't care for me. We're waiting for an inspection that we should have already got, our final building inspection, brothers and sisters. We should have already got it. The school is ready and waiting. What is the holdup? We're looking into it right now. What is the holdup? We're looking into it right now. You didn't see me in Honey Grow, although I eat Honey Grow. You never saw me in Honey Grow because I've never been to Honey Grow. There's a lot of Dr. Umar lookalikes in the black community. There's a lot of Dr. Umar lookalikes in the black community. No, you can mail a check, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. You can mail a check, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. You can mail a check. There's a lot of Dr. Umar lookalikes in the black community, brothers and sisters. But sisters, would you please tell them I cannot be duplicated. Where my beautiful African queens at? Let these brothers know. You could get your hair cut like me. You could throw the dashiki on. Would you let them know, sisters, there's only one King Kong? There's only one King Kong. Sisters, would you tell them it's only one King Kong consciousness? Prince of Pan-Africanism. Brian certified, you a certified coon. I'm blocking your bitch ass. Excuse my language. I hate when men hate on other men. That's a low self-esteem coon disease. Let me say this to the Negropeans in the chat one time. Let me say this to the Negropeans in the chat one time. Let me say this to the uncouth coons of the chat right now. Let me speak to the coons. I'm not sure why the ancestors allowed your mother to bring you forth in this world. I'm not sure. I haven't the slightest idea why the Almighty allowed your mother to push you out into this universe. I have no idea why you coons were born. I just want to be honest right now. All praise to the ancestors. But I want to be honest, if I may. I don't know why some of you dusty, crusty, goofy, never serious, non-productive, doing nothing for you community coons. I don't know why the ancestors allowed you to come through. But I tell you what. We have a place in Minnesota called Coon Rapids. Yes, we do. There is a city in Minnesota called Coon Rapids, and we're going to buy us some land in Coon Rapids. Oh, yes, we are, brothers and sisters. I have a solution to the coon crisis. I have a solution to the coon crisis. We're going to buy 1,000 acres in Coon Rapids, Minnesota, and we're going to go around and we're going to start kidnapping coons. We're going to start kidnapping coons, and we're going to have them transported to Coon Rapids. We need a town just for the coons. They're going to have a coon hospital and a coon bank, a coon school, a coon police department. It's going to be made out just for coons. It's going to be a prison. It will be a prison with electrocution barbed wire. It will be a prison with electrocution barbed wire, but there must be a place for coons because the ancestors allowed you to be born. So you have a place. There is a place for you. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the place is, but the ancestors allowed you to come through. The ancestors used the ashe of the Almighty and allowed you completely unproductive, degenerate, dysfunctional, artificial Africans to come forth into the world. So we're going to get you on up out of here to Coon Rapids. We're going to get you on up out of here to Coon Rapids. But before I go any further, Camden, New Jersey, I'm in the building. I want one of my Camden queens to bring me a pot of mac and cheese. Camden queens, one of y'all better bring me a pot of mac and cheese today. I'm talking to my Camden queens. I'm talking to my South Jersey. I don't care if you Camden. I don't care if you Cherry Hill. I don't care if you Willingboro. I don't care if you Salem. I don't care if you Atlantic City. One of my beautiful African South Jersey queens better bring me a pot of mac and cheese. I'm not playing with you. I'm doing the free training. I want a pot of mac and cheese. I'm talking to my Jersey sisters one time. I'm talking to my Jersey sisters one time. I need a pot of mac and cheese, and then I need another one of my Jersey queens to bring me a pot of greens with the turkey juice and the turkey butts. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I works for the people. I struggle for the people. I fight for the people. I will die for the people. I need to be fed by the people. I said I work for the people. I struggle for the people. I live for the people, I fight for the people, and I better be fed by the people. I need a pot of greens with the turkey juice and the turkey butts, and then I need a pot of candy yams, a small pot of candy yams. Oh, yes. Don't put no white man sugar in my yams. I don't do nothing white. I don't do anything pale, brothers and sisters. No disrespect to Neanderthal nation, I respect you. No disrespect to Caucasian nation, I respect you.
No disrespect to the Snow Bunny Brigade. I respect you, but I don't do anything pale. I don't do pale bread. I don't do pale sugar. I don't do pale flour. I said I don't do pale bread. I don't do pale sugar. I don't do pale flour, and I damn sure don't do pale vagina. No disrespect to Caucasian nation. But I don't do pale bread. I don't do pale sugar. I don't do pale flour, and I damn sure don't do pale vagina. But we're going to stay focused right now. We're going to stay focused right now. We're going to stay focused right now because it is always consciousness over the cookies. It is always politics over the punani. It is always revolution over the romance. It is always business before the bedroom. We must stay focused, brothers and sisters. We must stay focused, brothers and sisters.
As far as what he said, only thing I see wrong with it is.
Oh, no. It's your turn now. His rebuttals is over with. If you want to add that in your submission, you can, but you can address the prompt, please.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm deep South, old school, segregationist, Republican. I believe in y'all on y'all side, we on our side. We'll commonly see each other when we in the shopping markets. I go to my church. My kids go to our schools. Your kids go to your church.
Y'all need to go to the polls and something. They had one called No Voting, No Bucking, where they had a transgender male that was rapping. I mean, it's at this point, they must think all Black Americans are just children. And they just think if they just roll out Kamala Harris with some collard greens and some hot sauce, oh boy, we run into the polls now. They don't do that with no other demographic. But for us, they get in front of other communities and they have serious conversations about legislation. All we get is the same basic policies of immigration, right? That's a main political strategy, LGBTQ, and feminism. That's the Democratic policies. And all the people who are, like the brother mentioned, the Black Caucus, all of these people who are filled with immigrants, of course they're going to kind of funnel in immigration policies because most of them are immigrants themselves, right? And this is what we've seen, and this is the pushback we've seen from Black Americans this year and last year, was that because immigration was just, it was an override. And you had immigrants coming into Black communities and just taking over and being subsidized by American tax dollars. And Black people started pushing back. You think about the quote unquote Black president that we had, which we know he was a Tether, Obama, right? He orchestrated two of the biggest.
You can finish what you were saying. I was just saying.
He orchestrated two of the biggest legislations for America in his policy, right? It was the Dreamers Act, a huge legislation for immigrants, and he legalized gay marriage. So we have the first quote unquote Black president, and the two people groups that he focuses in on are immigrants and gays. And this is the major policy for the Democratic Party and has been for the last 50 or so years. And this is the problem. And let me just land with addressing what the African gentleman said.
Like real quick, like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. It's disrespectful what he said to after he fled all of his fights back in his homeland. He fled them, right, to come over here to benefit from our actual fight, and then turn around and tell us, well, y'all guys didn't do it right. So I'll just land with that.
That was a point to be made. Anybody have any Anybody have any rebuttals?
Can I rebuttal, host?
Yeah,
Can I do
anybody.
it?
Well, two people. So, anybody else have any rebuttals?
Here's the thing.
Hold on, Ellis. You got a rebuttal to the black?
Okay.
Wait a minute, hold on, Ellis. What you say, the black?
I was asking, was there any other rebuttals?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think not. I think only Ellis. Go ahead, Ellis.
Explain something to all of you. And there's nobody that knows more about, as an American, Africa and here. Excuse me. Immigrants are not the problem.
Wait a minute, hold on, Ellis. Did you just say it's nobody who knows more than...
Go for it.
Did you say it's nobody who knows more than what? Who? Are you saying you?
Yeah, because I have immigration and here, because I have lived in both countries.
Okay,
I've lived in
start your time
Ghana,
over.
I lived in Kenya, and Tanzania.
Okay, I'm gonna start your time over. Go ahead.
Okay, I've lived in all. Okay, I brought people over here. My Tanzanian old lady, she's getting chemo up in San Francisco. I'm in Los Angeles. I built 2 homes in Ghana. I've been taking care of farms. Okay, these people are not taking money from here, they're contributing. And I'm not talking about the refugees. You want to stop the part that people get pissed off on? It's the refugees that suck the money out of this country. But when they come here, they hit the ground running and they work. My 4th wife, that I'm not married to anymore, by the way, she literally, her and her 2 sisters worked for Centos. They were CNAs. They busted their ass, saved money without taking 1 penny from the government, and bought a 5-bedroom house 8 years ago. I mean, I laugh at this stuff. Places like Somali, Congo, yeah, when you are a refugee, you can get aid from here. But the rest of them, like my ex-old lady and stuff, they don't get nothing from here. I spent $6,000 bringing over this woman so she can get brain surgery and have a tumor taken out of her head in Arizona. And I'm here sitting. And guess what? Guess who the woman that I'm with now? And I take care of a lot of women. Guess who the woman I'm with now? Columbus,
Ohio. Passport, bro. Bro, Ellen.
I'm sorry.
You a passport, bro.
No. My old lady, listen up right now before I get cut off. My old lady that I'm with, that I'm going to marry, 7th wife ever. Okay, Columbus, Ohio, 49 years old. I finally got her in 8 years back to her grandkids and stuff. I'm in Los Angeles. That woman is the last woman I'm going to be with. God bless everyone.
How many passport wives you got? You been married 7 or 8 times. It sounds like you've been the issue.
Come on and tap the screen and share the live with me. Tap the screen and share the live.
You can answer that, Ellen.
Let me explain myself, please. Let me explain myself. I got married because my parents were poly, and I just kept getting married. And it was a mistake. It was a huge mistake. And this woman that I've been with for 8 years, she's always had my back. She followed me from Arizona to California. A friend of mine asked me, I rebuild and repair machinery. He asked me to come over here. And last week I sent her back to Ohio, finally. I'm not a bad guy. It's so funny when I hear these guys, oh, you're the problem. No, I'm not. I just love taking care of people. You know, that's all I do is like humanity and taking care of people. And I'm just done with everything right now. I throw my hands up. The woman wants me back home, making money here, then I'm going to go get an RV from my oldest son in Los Angeles and I'm gonna freaking drive that thing home back to Columbus, Ohio. But no, I'm not the problem. I'm the opposite. And let me tell you, what we were talking about, give me 20 seconds, I'll shut up because I know I love to talk. Here's the thing. If we took profit out of politics, we would fix this nation. If we took these people who are ripping us off, if we took that out of
it's okay
politics,
if it's a trick. It's okay. We all got tricks in our family. I don't trick before.
No, brother. I'm just trying to tell everybody. And you know what the best part? No, brother. I'm just trying to tell everybody. And you know what the best part of my day is? I had two moms growing up. One was Irish Catholic. The other one was Mormon. Okay, Salt Lake City. They both died with their old ladies by their side.
On the
Here's the
live,
thing.
on the live. I love
I'm gonna tell y'all.
TikTok. I say on the live. I love TikTok.
I love TikTok.
Do you know what I
on live? I'm sorry.
On live. I love
Apologies.
TikTok.
I apologize. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that's funny right now. Okay. Sunday, I've been sitting doing nothing, not even working for my friend for the whole week, waiting for a Baptist church, BOK Baptist church, to open back up. I had a sister call me up today and make sure. He still said that we figure out what was wrong with him. She is so happy.
So you got a total of 20.
And they're all, yeah.
So you got 5
I have 20 kids total. And they're all, the 5 of my own. The youngest one is 35. The oldest one is 43. And they are badass. They don't need me. But I always want to be needed. So I always have to be with people and kids.
I'm saying it'd definitely be the Democrats, because the Democrats are the ones who, to answer your question that you threw out there earlier, have taken the Black American vote for granted. You know, they'll lead with their marketing. They'll lead with us as the face, right? Or they'll use a phraseology that is reminiscent of or adjacent to the legacy of Black struggle in America, to give people, especially our community, the implication that they are sympathizing with us and our needs and our desires for our community, right? But they always pivot and maneuver it ever so slightly, but so blatantly at the same time, right in our face. They'll redirect those intentions or resources towards immigrants, LGBTQIA2S+. Yes, that's the full thing. If y'all didn't know now, I learned that whole new acronym when I was writing my book. It's LGBTQIA2S+. Yeah, but those groups, immigrants, like I said before, you know, women's rights, which it ain't nothing wrong with that. Women do need rights, but you know, we have women in our community as well.
Okay,
you know
Katie one. My Black.
Yes.
Okay, can you please wait till your turn?
Sure.
Thank you. Go ahead, Katie one. I'll give you an extra minute.
Okay, thank you. But yeah, those things, like right there for an example, right now, that's on that's generally speaking. Now there are certain exceptions, right, on a local level, like and I can only speak for what I've seen in my city and in my community. So there's an elder sister here in my city, and she has had what's called the collaborative agreement between the community and, you know, the city of Cincinnati City Council and the police department. And she established this collaborative agreement because it was to serve as a buffer between, you know, police misconduct and Black people here in Cincinnati. Now, local Democrats support her in that. Local Republicans can't stand her for it. They really can't stand it. Like we've been in meetings with the head of the local fraternal order of police and whatnot, and you know, I'm gonna spare that detail, but it's gotten deep, you know what I'm saying? But the ops in this particular case was blatantly the Republicans, you know what I'm saying? So it's certain situations you gotta navigate when you're talking about who is more so on the side of Black America. So it may be a different story locally, but if we talking legacy wise and on a national level, oh no, definitely the Democrats are the hypocrites, and they are the more vicious ops, I'll say. Because the Republicans, they blatant, they let you know where they stand. You know what I'm saying? It's like when Minister Malcolm used to talk about the conservative versus the liberal. He said the conservative was the wolf and the liberal was the fox. With that, I'll land.
Thank you. Anybody have any rebuttals for KD?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, my black.
So the problem with that analysis is that, yes, the brother is right that the Republicans are blatant in their disrespect and their anti-blackness. What the brother is doing in terms of misinformation is to project that the Democratic Party is that, yes, is doing in terms of misinformation is to project that the Democratic Party is anti-Black, or let's just say not doing their best on behalf of Black people. This is why. He would be right if he were to speak about white people, because white people, whether they're conservative or liberal, they have their own privilege that they protect, no matter where they are. But the brother is wrong, and he spreads misinformation when he speaks about the Democratic coalition as if it's only those white people. What he does us a disservice as Black people when he fails to highlight all of the Black people, the political operatives who are vehicles for the interest of Black people, the Jasmine Crockett's, etc. Though he might not agree with her politics, it would be disingenuous to say that Black people's interests aren't being represented by people like that. And people like Jasmine Crockett exist across the board. He omits people like this. He omits Black people and Black participation in the political system to propagandize the point that he's trying to make, that the political system in general does no good for Black people, which is very disingenuous. Eileen.
Hopefully you can hang around for a while, my black. KD1, final say.
that made me feel good. He made me feel like I was Malcolm X himself or something like that. What he's doing, he's propagandizing his point. But no, so it would beg me to ask, like what is his concept of a Black agenda? What are the needs of Black America in his point of view? Because I say, as a foundation of Black American, our needs are reparations for U.S. chattel slavery and lineage specific policies, not some lift all boats type of thing that includes immigrants and everybody else, and then we get the trickle down of it, if at all. You know what I'm saying? Because see, like, that's the type of thing that unfortunately Sister Jasmine Crockett pushes. She's louder about LGBTQ and immigrants than she is for her own people, if she is a foundational Black American. And the same goes with many of these other politicians that are on the major scale. So yeah, I need to see that.
Is that a question?
No.
Not really.
Well, okay. Was it you have a minute left on your clock?
He started it off as a question, but go ahead.
No, I'm saying, KD1, do you want it to be a question? Because you got 50-something seconds. If you want to do it back and forth, go ahead, my black.
That'll work.
Well, he was asking me, what's the Black agenda, etc. So here's the thing about it. So there are two things, and then he laid out, which I appreciate, his Black agenda, right? Okay, so the Black agenda for Black people at large, and mainly lay Black people, is essentially economic progression, right? From where they are now, for the most part. And I'd probably say that now that we've had a rolling back of civil rights, you could add that back onto the agenda, so to speak, the informal agenda. The agenda that he formalized, and I give him credit for actually putting the effort to say, hey, this is proactively what I want to do. The problem with that is that his particular agenda requires political power that he is not interested in creating the infrastructure for
Okay, my
to
black,
make
land
what
your
he's talking
plane.
about happen. So
Land your plane.
So what ends up happening is that he's left in the perpetual kind of dreamscape of wanting something that he actually he has no power to make a reality. And so and thus he will forfeit the incremental gains that could be made by supporting the people who are on the ground who can make things happen in a much more realistic dynamic.
Katie, I give you 30 seconds. Go ahead.
There's a proverb that I live by. Is talk about what you know, not what you don't know, or who you don't know. You know, I mean, and I'm not taking this on like a super personal level, and it might sound like I am, but if y'all notice the language he's using, he's like, you don't know me from a can of paint, but he's talking about what I'm getting myself trapped in and what I have no desire or not taking any initiative to do. And this is one of the mistakes that's being made by those who underestimate foundational Black Americans in the delineation movement. You know what I'm saying? Because there's plenty of motion going on around us, but you see what you see, you don't see what you don't see. And with that, I'll land.
Okay, you ready for your question, Katie?
Yes.
Do Republican policies benefit Black communities?
The only one I could think of offhand, honestly, which is one reason why many foundational Black Americans, especially in places like Chicago, voted for Republicans in this past election, is getting illegal immigrants out of their community. Unfortunately, because immigrants is dumped in our communities primarily. You know what I'm saying? The majority of the time, illegal immigrants are put where we live. And if you see how it has affected our family up in Chicago, you would understand why they voted Republican as well. So, I mean, as far as that goes, you know, yeah, I would say that's one policy. Now, for those of us who are business owners, you're talking about certain tax breaks for CEOs and things like that. I got a couple of friends who they're not necessarily Republicans, but I've been in conversations with them where they've discussed that part. You know, if you're talking about business expansion and entrepreneurship, some people might see that as an incentive. But no, outside of those two things, I've never really heard any Republican policy that I've been wanting to backflip about.
Awesome, thank you. If anybody else wants to come up, if people want to come up and join this debate, all voices are welcome here, just to let you know. Hey, Helicopter.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm fine.
I'd like to say something, please, on a rebuttal to all of that.
No, oh, it's too late. It's too late for that now, Ellis. Maybe the next one. We on to the next guest.
Okay.
All right, but just hang in there, Helicopter.
Okay, just let me, when I get my chance, let me know. That's all. Just let me know.
You can also rebut if you come off mic, and you know, you'll see. Go ahead, Helicopter.
Okay, thanks for having me.
Here's the thing.
Bro. God damn.
People don't understand.
Hold on, Ellis.
Here's the thing that people don't understand.
Hold on, Ellis.
Bro, she said Helicopter, not Ellis.
Thank you. Go ahead, Helicopter.
Damn it. All right, anyway, thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Democrats, non-voters, Republicans, who's failing Black America? I'm gonna go with the one that's not listed. I'm gonna say Black America is failing Black America. And the reason being is because it wouldn't be no Democratic Party, Republican Party. Well, Republicans is different, but it wouldn't be no Democratic Party pushing all these policies to us if we kept voting Democrat, right? Whenever the Democrats in the daggone 70s was getting ready to do something that was negative or detrimental to Black America, they came to the church, and who was the ones that signed off on it? It was the church and the community members, guys like Jesse Jackson, and they would bring that out to the Black community, and they would push it on us, and then we go out, and we will be the ones that voted. We wouldn't even pay attention to what the other parties were having to say. In the 80s, when they was pushing all the rugs into the community with all these policies, you know what I'm saying, and the Democrats was going right along with it, coming up with the crime bills and coming up with the police funding bills and funding the FBI, funding the CIA, we went out there, blindly voted for the Democrats, right? In the 90s, when Joe Biden put that daggone bill out here and he allowed the daggone police to get $1 billion in funding, and that was created this large, mass, bloated police force in America we had today, us as Black folks, we ain't pay attention to how that stuff was going to affect us. We wasn't listening to what the other folks were saying on the other side of the line. What did we do? We took our ass down to the daggone polls and we voted blue, no matter who, no matter what was going on. It wasn't up until recently, over the past, I say 3 to 5 years, to where we stuck back and said, you know what, hold up. Our mothers, fathers, grandparents, great-grandparents, some of us voted for Democrats blindly for the past 60 years, and look where we at. You know what I'm saying? And some of us went a little bit further and looked at our counterparts down south. Like, I figured this out back in 2001. I'm like, damn, everybody down, all the Black folks down south is balling. They down here building $20,000, $30,000 old schools. They taking care of families with $20 jobs and this, that, and the third. And all them states is red. And guess who was telling us that the South was bad? I'm from up north. Everybody in the Black community. Oh, the triple Ks is down there in the South. You gonna get this, that, and the third. So I blame 100% the Black community for supporting all this nonsense and pushing all this stuff forward and being blind to the shit that's been happening to us in our land.
Okay, does anyone have any rebuttals for Helicopter?
This is your time, Ellis.
I agree with him.
Can I speak?
Do you have a rebuttal?
Host, let me know if I speak or not. Yeah, I have a rebuttal to that.
Okay, of course. Well, hold on 1 second. Africa, do you have a rebuttal, or are you saying you agree?
I agree with him.
Okay, all right. Alice, go ahead with your rebuttal.
Brother, all they were doing was waiting. Both sides are evil, and I said this before, and I said it in the comments. Until we take profit out of the politicians, until we do that, nothing's going to get fixed here. That's what I was trying to get across. When they're not able to make profit off of us and butt us against each other, it's like the WWF on the World Wrestling Federation before it became, something else. Until we take profit out of the politics, they're not going to work for us anymore. And that's what I was trying to get across in the first place. These politicians butt us against each other. And we got to get rid of that, man. We got to make it so that they work for our country and for us. It's not just the blacks, the whites, the yellows, the orange, our country. We're screwed, blued, and tattooed, man. And and God bless you, brother, but that's what I was trying to get across. It wasn't you directly. But I mean, it's BS. We need to take care of our own people and take profit out of politics. And unless we do that, this country is going down like crazy right now. And anybody who tries to cheat us out, throw them in prison. That's it. Just throw them in prison. And thank you for letting me talk. And host, thank you for letting me talk. But I'm not kidding when I say this. This is stupid when I try to tell all of you, we got to take profit out of politics. Okay, God bless everybody. By the way, host, you look like my oldest daughter every time. And you have the patience of my oldest daughter. It's so funny watching you. I love that smile.
Some
God
days
bless you.
is better
Okay,
than
I'm out.
others.
I'm out.
Oh, you don't have to get off, but some days is better than others. Helicopter final say, then you have one more rebuttal. My black will be next.
Yeah, You're a good person. You remind me of my oldest daughter. That's all.
Thank you.
That's all. God
Thank
bless.
you, Ellis. Thank you. God bless you too. Go ahead, Helicopter.
I'm going to go ahead and give you 30 seconds. Ellis, you done?
No, go ahead,
And
Helicopter.
I want to make sure he's done.
I'm good. I said everything I needed to say. That's
sure?
it. But I watched the host.
I told you he wasn't
and
there.
I miss my daughter so much. She's
What I
here in
tell you?
Southern California where I am,
Told
43
you he
years
wasn't
old.
there.
But she reminds me of my
What I
oldest
tell
daughter,
you?
which is so sweet.
Told you.
I look at her,
What
and
I
I
tell
love
you?
this. That's all I was trying to say. Okay.
You done, bro? You sure?
You can definitely come back anytime, then, if that's the case. Go ahead, helicopter. Don't
All
ask
right.
him
I
more.
want to make sure he's done.
He's done.
He said, take money out of politics, take the profit out of politics. I don't. What I tell you? I knew it. I knew it.
She looks like my oldest daughter.
Hold on, Ellis. Hold on. We gotta get back. We gotta get to helicopter.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and give him the mic. He's anxious to talk right now. He got a lot to say. Go ahead, bro. You got the mic, bro. You got the floor.
Go ahead, helicopter.
No, I'm gonna wait because he's gonna come off again. I know it. He's gonna come off again.
Go ahead, helicopter. We're gonna just glide through it. Go ahead.
All right. So like I was saying, I hate. I love TikTok shop. I absolutely despise being cut off when I'm talking. You know what I'm saying? So I would literally shut up and let him talk if he got so much to say. But anyway, like I was saying, take profit out of politics.
Hey, listen, man, this is my opinion. Like, I don't know how it works on TikTok, but on YouTube, panels like that don't work on YouTube. Like TikTok, a lot of I don't know. The audience a little different. I don't know. ADHD plagues TikTok where it just rah-rah. On YouTube, man, you can't just let people rant just random shit and just say, hey, you got 2 minutes left, and they get to say whatever they want. Man, I don't work over here on YouTube, man. And it shouldn't work nowhere. It's like people need to be checked on their bullshit. I'm gonna be flat out with you. All right, hold on a second. Let me see if we got any trolls in the chat that might need to click that link. Oh boy, man. Black Manosphere and 227. My God. Motherfucker's gonna back out. He see me. You wait all the way till I come all the way up on you to back out. All that fucking time. Yeah, Black Manosphere and 227. Oh, it's like talking to really like a 5-year-old kid about why they can't play no more. The dude sat there, the dude Manosphere called in and sat there and said, fucking illegals, man, can't stand them. He sat there and said, black. He agreed that black, BLACK, to call anybody that in a positive sense was American, right? Then he goes to define it. And I say, okay, is black limited to just skin color in America? He said, no. He said, we define black culturally, culture's tied to it, a whole bunch of other stuff. I said, wow. So why, when you look across the seas at people who you believe also black, then why do you conveniently take off the culture to make them black? So you feel me? In other words, they got to take away from black to apply it on people who ain't black. Because I'm like, there's no way you can say culture is tied to it, then look overseas and call Aborigines in Australia black when they don't have our culture. Like, the term just don't fit them. And this is what a lot of us are saying with these Pan-Africans. A lot of us believe like they're just agents, informants, people who just selling out the lineage for whatever reason, paid, free, voluntarily, self-hatred, whatever the reason is. These are people who are voluntarily selling out the lineage. You feel me? For whatever the reason may be, whatever the gain is, it's not clear. But for whatever the gain is, like these folks got a job, and their job is to sell out the lineage. All right. Now, he said Ellis and Umar need to hook up. Oh boy, it's been a wacky day, family. Wacky day. Wacky day. Yeah. So, but I'm trying to get people to understand and know, and they are coming to it, by the way. They are coming to this because I put it out so so easily to understand. It's like, dude, you are calling people black from a white perspective, from a white supremacist perspective. I think I articulated that so great. White people look at people and they disregard their differences and they lump them all up and say, for their own personal reason, they lumped, data collection and resources extraction, enslavement, you dig, and say all you need guys are black or African. Now I'm telling people, when you look at people across the world, especially melanated people across the world, and you see there's clear differences, and for you to say, screw those differences, y'all all black nigga, that is the ways of your colonizer, your enslaver, the whitey man, or not just the whitey man, because you're Arab doing the same thing, but that is the way of your oppressors. I mean, that's like irrefutable. That's like something you can't really come against and be taken seriously. Okay, so we're talking about that still. Anybody in the chat want to click that link to talk about who's black and who's not? I'm gonna put the link in the chat again. So then you had 227. He was all over the place, man. Oh my God. He was contradicting himself. Both of the guys, really. Black Manosphere 227 was contradicting themselves as far as what is black, what's not. It was getting really, really embarrassing. Okay, let me just see. Yeah, the dude just now with all the kids, like I look at him as trolling. I don't even know why they let him talk as much as he did on that platform. When you allow people to just say any old thing. So I see Hack Diggy was timed out. Hack Diggy, you don't got to troll. You can just click the link, my guy, and call in and have a conversation. That's what the link is there. Do I use Claude? What do I use Claude? My guy. Oh my God. My guy. I use the same name, man. My name is Unbiased Ron. I don't use no damn Claude. All right. But click the link. Let's talk about whoever Claude may be, and you'll get a real live response from about Claude, whoever that is. His Batman was like Lexington still. I ain't see that Lexington still in Vlad video. Sounds funny though. Sound interesting. Now I don't know who Claude is, but like I said, click the link, man. Ask me about Claude in real time. I'll tell you if I know a Claude or not. So we got somebody hopping on the line. It's like burning like crazy, and I'm one of those weird people who still drink coffee when it's like 1,000 degrees outside. So I'll wait till Mr. Know-It-All get his audio together. You there, Mr. Know-It-All? Mr. Know-It-All, you there? Is your audio right? I hear something. Yeah, okay. So your mic, Mr. Know-It-All, you gotta fix the mic. I hear something.
I can barely hear you. Okay. I can barely hear you.
All right.
Hello?
Let me. Yeah, you hear me now?
You can hear
I
me?
see my microphone going up. Yeah, I hear you.
I can hear you, but I can barely hear you. Like you real low. My phone turned all the way up.
Let me ask the chat because I hear you, and I'm looking at my microphone activity.
it's like super high.
All right,
You
I
know.
just listen close. I just listen. Okay, what's up, Ron?
Hey, let me just ask the chat. Is my microphone? If my microphone is low, let me know.
No, it's
If my
not low
microphone is good.
on the TV. It's just low on my phone.
Oh, when you called in.
I can hear you clearly on the TV, but it's just my phone. I don't know why it's low.
Oh, okay. So was that you to
But
ask
I can
about
still hear
Claude?
you. I just got to be quiet whenever I hear you talk.
Was that you to ask about Claude?
No, that wasn't me.
Okay. Yeah, everybody's saying they can hear.
All right,
Yeah.
I
So
can hear
that's
you. I can hear you. We good.
okay. What's going on, Mr. Nodo?
I would just like to say is three things that Black Americans are asking for. We're not asking for 10 things. We're not asking for 8 things. I mean, only thing we want is an increase in deportations. We are asking for a Black American eight crime bill, and we're
Okay.
asking for reparations. Those are only 3 things on our plate that we're asking for. If they offer us anything else, we don't want it.
Well, you could add on delineation.
Okay, yeah, you can. Delineation. We want delineation on the census, on all federal documents and all work forms. Those 4 things. If we can get 2 of the 4, I mean, we can vote for I vote Republican if they can offer 2 out of 4. I know Democrats not going to give us either one.
Yeah, Democrats are sold on to like the immigrant thing. Like they are all in. You dig on the immigrant.
So what the Democrats need to do are those 4 things. If you're not talking about those 4 things, you're not getting our vote.
Yeah,
And what the
I agree.
Democrats are fighting against our 4 options. The 4 things we want, the Democrats are fighting against it. At least
Right.
the Republicans is deporting people. That's one out of 4. The
I
Democrats
agree.
won't even give us 1 out of 4.
Yeah, 0.
That's all I have right now. I just you can just leave me up and mute me and let the next person come
Okay.
up.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I do know that they always be like, ask. They try to gaslight us. Ask the Republicans to do something. Are they doing reparations? It's like, well, like you said, well, shit. Out of the 4 major things we're looking for, they got 1 checked off. You got 0. So you're coming from behind. You know what I mean? They're kicking your ass in this race. So you guys gotta try to at least tie with them, and then tell us what we should be asking from them.
Exactly.
But right now,
Exactly.
right now they're doing a good job with this deportation thing, and I hope it kicks up. And don't even know why. I was supposed to play a video. Oh, I see why. I think you might like this. So California is trying to pass a bill where it literally stops, like that guy Shirley, that white guy Shirley. It literally stops people from exposing scams. Massive scams. Like they're trying to create a bill to stop whistleblowers on scam. It's like the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of in my life.
The
I'm
only
gonna
thing,
play the
and it's
video.
2 things, and it's 2 things we gotta speak out to the Democrats and the Republicans to get reversed. And there's Obama declassifying us as Negro and classifying us as African American, and also Obama letting people into the country with STDs. Because before Obama, you couldn't come into our country with an STD, but Obama signed a law that says that you can come into our country with STDs, and they send these people straight to the Black community. That's why you see anywhere immigrants are, you see an increase in STDs in the community. any community they are sent to. That's why Houston on fire. That's why Atlanta on fire like that. Because they are sending the immigrants to these places and they are not being tested for STDs because of something Obama passed. And also Kamala deregulated our Freedmen's Bureau and Freedmen's Bank and allow immigrants to come in. We got to reverse that too. Like it's stuff that the Democrats did that we need reversed. We're not even asking them for things. It's stuff we need them to reverse before we can even ask for anything.
Yeah, let me. Did Obama? You said Obama stop the STD checking. Let me just look that up because that sounds crazy. Did Obama pass something to? But you go ahead. I'm gonna look that up because that'll be crazy if that's true.
Yeah, it's stuff they need to reverse, let alone give us.
Stop checking immigrants for STD. That is ridiculous. I
You
hope that's
see
not
it.
true. Now, give me 1 second. Yeah, because I will want to know what is the You know, it's crazy. I studied the history of immigration in America. Like that was the main thing for Ellis Island. Like you couldn't come over here with STDs. You couldn't come over here with like criminal backgrounds or, you
Since
couldn't
Obama,
come.
you
So
can.
I'm passing on to stop checking for
Fact check me.
STDs within immigrants. Yeah, I gotta find out if that's true or not, and then try to understand the logic behind that. Cause that
It's not
sounds
showing up.
crazy.
It's not that
I'm
information
pulling
not
up right
easily
now.
accessible.
Oh shit! It says yes. It said yes. The Obama administration implemented policies that removed certain sexually transmitted diseases and HIV from the list of communicable diseases that automatically bar immigrants from entering the United States. These actions stop mandatory testing for those specific conditions during the immigration medical examining policies. It said HIV, AIDS 2010. In 2009, President Obama signed the Ryan White HIV/AIDS Treatment Extension Act, which led to a Department of Health and Human Services (HHS) final rule effective January 4, 2010, removing HIV from the list of communicable diseases of public health significance. This ended the mandatory HIV test for immigrants and lawful permanent resident applicants. Wow.
And where do they send these immigrants?
Okay.
To
So it
our
says,
community. And then look up the STD rates increased from when he signed that law until now. And so when they say Houston on fire, I know why.
yeah,
When
that's
they say
crazy.
Atlanta on
Yeah, because
fire, I know why. Because we didn't have these
that's
problems until Obama. And then Kamala stripped our Freedmen's Bureau, just gutted it. Completely gutted it.
it says these changes meant that individuals with these conditions were no longer denied entry based solely on their diagnosis, and therefore these diseases were removed from the routine medical examination. Yeah, I gotta know the logic behind that.
And what's the logic behind him making us African American on federal documents? What's Obama? Look that up too, because we can't even be classified as nothing but African American because of a law Obama signed.
It says in 2009, President Obama signed legislation to lift a 22-year-old ban that prohibited HIV positive foreign nationals from entering the United States, officially taking effect in January 10. I read that. I want to know why. Okay, so the reasons were scientific and public health context. The administration determined The HIV infection, while serious, was no longer a communicable disease of significant public health risk to the general U.S. population that warranted automatic exclusion. It was argued that the existing ban was rooted in fear rather than medical science, and that the disease was already present as an endemic disease in the U.S. So it says endemic disease. Okay, so family, y'all know endemic, endonym. You know the END just means in, within the people that's there. Okay, so yeah, yeah. You know what? So you said Houston. Houston has
Uh,
a large HIV population, right? I mean, like it's something like that. Let me see.
just of
Let me
recent, since
see.
Obama. Same thing with Atlanta.
Houston has a huge shit. Anyway, I'm gonna type. Houston has a huge HIV rate, and could it be because of Obama's ban of HIV testing of immigrants? Let's see. It says Houston does have a high prevalence of HIV, with reports indicating over 3,300 people living with HIV in the area by the end of 2022, making a 5% increase from the previous year. While it was true that President Obama signed the rule, removing blah blah blah. So okay, yeah. So it's explaining. It's
Well, you see what I said. What I said was
okay.
true.
You know, it's crazy. Like this, yeah, it was. This part, it sounded crazy as hell. This part right here is what folks don't want to talk about, especially within the DNC, the liberal, these clowns in their circles. It says, man, what am I damn? It says the CDC stated at the time that HIV is preventable. No, not that part. I'm with the part where it said high risk transmission trends data shows that about 72% of new transmissions are attributed to male sexual contact, followed by heterosexual contact. So they're saying like the spread is largely from male to male sexual relations. So like, you know, it's crazy. Like that's under the table. So they go out there and say, "Oh, HIV," but they don't want to attach it to that type of sexual relations, right? They want to protect that community. And then see, here's the problem though: when you don't be honest and tell what community or what group of people community is spreading this disease, when you don't be specific, it's automatically assumed it's coming from the heterosexual population. So they be dishonest, disingenuous to protect that community, to give implications that it's coming from the heterosexual community, which is crazy. Yeah,
Crazy.
that is crazy. Yeah, that coming in the country for HIV is,
Exactly. Why would he do that?
yeah.
Why would he do that?
So
That's
they're trying to pretend that we have it under control and therefore it's not a big threat no more. But shit, a lot of people have it unprotected, and a lot of those guys ain't taking the medicine like that.
I know, right? It's crazy. And he signed a law that makes us African American and nothing else. Look that up.
So Well, I'm already aware of that. I think that
Okay,
happened like
okay,
2010. Yeah,
yeah.
they what, but the writing was already in the wall. So like that was, I hate when my phone be in my pocket, man. I made a mistake and lowered the the screen where I can't see it, like and who the hell knows that setting offhand? Like, how the hell I make my phone back? Oh, there we go. Display.
And look at
How
Kamala
the
with
hell?
our Freedmen's Bureau. What she did to that, I mean, she dropped a BOMB on it.
Yo, why my screen so damn?
There's no way we can vote for the Democrats.
Can't even see my screen no more. It's in my
Because
pocket. I must have hit a
the
button.
truth you bringing out, Ron, they're like, oh no. Man, ain't no way we can vote for the Democrat. Bro, if they get back in, they're going to start passing other laws to hurt us. Everything they pass is to hurt us. The Republicans ain't passed nothing to hurt us yet since Trump been in office for these 2 years. They ain't passed no law to hurt us. Democrat get in, they start gutting the Freedmen's Bureau. They start calling the African Americans, start letting HIV into our community. Like, come on, man. What are we doing?
Anybody want to click that link and defend these actions from Obama? If anybody want to click that link and, any arguments you got against FBA, this is your time to, if somebody got the link, just repaste it in the chat. Yeah, so the Obama, okay, so the whole African American thing, like that was inevitable. Like that's what happens once a person is allowed to change our endonym, right? Our ethnic label. The other part follows. Is the same thing with black. Like once we switch from color Negro to black, 10 years after we're 70s, it was like federally pretty much known, like recognized in data census and things like that. It was black was there. So it usually follows after there's an identity change for the ethnicity. So
But nobody
I know
asked him to
Obama's
do that. Nobody asked him to do that, so it got to be an alternative motive because that wasn't even
that's it.
important at the
The
time.
alternative.
We had the R, we had the R in Iraq, the R in Afghanistan. We had so much stuff going on. When did he have the time and when did he have the time to think about changing our name? Like, dude, you got so much stuff going on right now. You dropping bees on other nations. You had R. You got everybody against you. I mean, they was on Obama head in his spare time. He trying to figure out how to call us African American. Like, what the hell?
Now we were already called that.
But I'm saying, but he put emphasis on it. He signed a law to make it to where they can't be called nothing else but this. Basically, the law he passed basically saying they can't be called nothing else but African American on federal document, African American.
Yeah,
like, come on, dude.
Hold on. I think he just responsible of making it like what he did was most likely influencing it as a race.
But when did he have the time to do this? You remember his presidency was busy. Like, he was busy every day. He had stuff to. When did he have time for this?
Well, shit.
That's the only thing he focused on us about. So the LGBT, the immigrants, everybody, and then when he get to us, the only thing he got for us is calling us African American. That's the only thing he got for us, bro. He got nothing else for us. That's the only thing you paid for us, is to make sure we African American. But everybody else get money, grants, loans. Come on, bro. eight crime bills. But then when our name come across the board, only thing you got for us is to make sure we African Americans. What?
Yeah.
Weirdo activity.
I'm sure he benefited from that because he's African and he has American nationality.
Exactly.
So
That's why
now
I said he had to have an alternative
African.
motive. He had to have an alternative motive. And then soon after that, Kamala started gutting the Freedmen Bureau. She had a whole press conference. How she
Let
gonna
me
gut the
let me
Freedmen
hear that part
Bureau?
again. Wait, okay, well the Freedmen Bureau doesn't exist anymore. But what was she saying?
No, it do exist. She just added everybody
No, it doesn't.
into it. She made it a rainbow
Nah, you
coalition.
can't. Nah, you can't.
She
Like
did
the
it. She
Freedmen
did it
Bureau.
already on the Biden.
Listen.
Google that. Look that up too. Not Google, but look up just same way you looked up Obama and HIV. Look up Kamala how she gutted our Freedom Bureau. It did
All
exist.
right, I got you. Let me just say some things real quick. So the Freedmen Bureau, the Freedmen Banks, the Freedmen schools, that was literally for freedmen that were just freed from slavery, right? Those programs ended. All of them ended during the freedmen lifetime, as far as I remember. Okay, so you can't. What happens is freedmen is a status. It's like indigenous Americans, a status that you cannot include people into that. So I don't know what new thing they might have created. I'm gonna look into that in 1
Do it.
second.
Look
I'm
it up
trying to
right
find
now.
it.
Look it
All right,
up. She did. She
I'm
had a
looking.
whole press conference on what she was doing with it. How can it not exist? And she fondling with it.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, let me look it up. Let me stop what I'm doing before. I'm trying to look up a video. Let me do this. Okay. What's her name?
It gotta
Kamala
exist.
Harris.
Is she fondled with it? She had a whole speech about what she was gonna do with it, and she did it.
Can I spell? And you said she did what? She stopped it?
No, she made it a
Or
rainbow
added?
coalition. All lives mattered. It.
Let me see this.
She made it one of her goals to do before Biden got out of
Okay.
office.
All right.
That's
So
one of the
you
last
ready in this
things
one?
she did.
All right. So you ready?
Let's go.
Okay. So as vice president, Kamala Harris did not have a direct historical connection to the 19th century Freedmen's Bureau. Instead, she has a modern policy-based connection to the Freedmen's Bank, a related institution established during the Reconstruction era to assist formerly enslaved people with economic empowerment. Harris has utilized her position to champion the legacy of the Freedmen's Saving Bank and to bridge current financial disparities for Black Americans through several key initiatives. So first, Harris, the Freedmen's Bank Forum. Harris has hosted this annual forum at the U.S. Treasury Department to highlight the administration's commitment to racial economic equality and to discuss how to fulfill original mission of the bank to support the economic success of Black communities. Economic Opportunity Coalition, EOC. In conjunction with the forum, Harris announced in 2023 that the EOC, a group of private sector companies, would secure $3 billion in investments for community development, financial institutions, CDFIs, and minority disposition institutions to support undeserved businesses. Hey, once they go to minority,
Minority.
that's everybody but us. Okay, this is Initiative for Inclusion Entrepreneurship. IIE launched in 2022. This $100 million initiative was part of her efforts to increase capital flow to entrepreneurs of color. I don't know what the fuck that means. Supporting the
Exactly. You see
broader
what I'm
goals
saying?
of
So it's
financial.
stuff we need the
Wait, let
Democrats
me
to
finish.
undo
Let me finish
before we
reading
even
it.
ask them to do
Hey, bro,
something for us.
bro, I gotta
They
finish reading.
they they are in the negative.
Hello. I know you can't hear me, but you gotta stop. Let me finish reading. So they're supporting the broader goals of financial inclusion associated with the legacy of the Freedom Era. Through these efforts, Harris has linked the historical and ultimately failed attempts of the Freedmen Saving Bank to provide financial stability to Black Americans with modern government backup. Yeah, it's a nothing burger. But like I said, it was nothing. Like I said, it's a failed nothing burger. But what I was saying earlier was she can't touch that. Like you can't make something that's specific for a status of people, and you can't make it inclusive, right? So what she did was she did her own thing. Like she's claiming she's honoring that by her government backings, and so she's doing something totally separate. She claims this financing and this backing is going towards people who the Freedmen Bank was targeting, but she's adding in people of color, minorities. So she ain't touching the Freedmen Bank. She's pretending that she's addressing them by these minority-backed things and these minority-backed things, color people of color black back things. But like I
But
said, there's
why?
no way.
What?
But hold on, but let me just clear it up. So I'm responsible for information how I get disseminated over here. So I just want to say that nobody can go back in time and pretend the Freedmen Bank can be all inclusive. The Freedmen Bank, like we just read, which I already know, it was intended for freedmen during their lifetime, and it ended during their lifetime. So I say, ain't no Freedmen Bank today, ain't no Freedmen Bureau, none of that shit. But anyway, like what she's doing, she's using our legacy to finance Tethers, basically.
And she's having annual meetings about this at the Treasury. This ain't just some one-off thing. Like she is in it. Like you get what I'm saying? Like you ain't
Yeah.
got nothing for us, but you taking from us and you using us. Like that's weird. And then you having annual meetings about it. Like, and we don't know nothing about it. Just so happen we caught on
Well,
to it.
nobody does. That shit was a nothing burger, right?
Luckily we caught on to it, but still you having meetings about us while we ain't in the room. You using that. Come on, man. They
Notice.
weird, dude. They really
I
weird.
know. All right, so
We
notice
cannot
how
vote for them. We cannot vote for these people.
it started off by saying, before it said anything, it said Kamala Harris has no connection to the Freedmen Bureau and all those things at that time. It's saying her history has no connection. So all those people where are all those people at now who are trying to debate that she's black? You know, now we got a handle of black and who ain't black. Where are all those people now that was caping for Kamala Harris to be black? Where are they now? Now that we are in full control of who's black and who isn't black. Who wants to debate now whether Kamala Harris is black or not? I'm really up for that. I'm gonna put the link back in the chat one more again for anybody that want to come up, and anybody who believes there's black people across the world outside of Foundation Black Americans. The link is really for you. I want y'all to explain how it's possible that there's black people around the world other than people who could trace their lineage back to child slavery. And I'm gonna find that link of them trying to ban the people
But
from
look, check this out, Ron. What they'll say that the word noir means black. But then that means you gotta call yourself noir, not black. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, bro. No.
BLACK.
Wait, stop. Okay, I recall I was the first one to address that. Like people talk about that now,
I'm
but
on you. I'm
nobody's on
on you,
record.
Ron.
No, all right, but you gotta once I start talking, you see how you talk, I get quiet. So when I say I understand, but once I get going, let me go. All right, so noir, no, you're wrong. They can't not say that because I know how to use noir. You guys don't know that because the Haitians weren't honest with you. They used noir as a filler in. It wasn't their new name. It wasn't their new ethnicity. They used noir to galvanize themselves. And guess what? When they called themselves noir, they called the French blanco. So the same way Les Noir ain't their name, the same way Blanco ain't the French new name. So these were galvanizing war strategy, semantical words that they used to get Haitians to go against the French. So they called the French Blanco. That's not the French name. They called them that though. They called themselves Les Noirs. That's not their name. They called them that though. It's like calling people warriors. They say, "What's up, champ?" Like if you come into the inner city and you're trying to motivate black young boys to do something, you say, "Come on, champ." Oh, OG. You know what I mean? Whatever. Like there's languages you will use to motivate us to do something constructive or powerful. We will use certain terminology, but that's not the person name. That's not their identity. That's Les Noir. So no, bro, I'm not those guys that people. I'm not them. I'm not those spaces where people can talk about Les Noir and get away with it. Not over here. I did more research on that name than anybody. So no, I don't care, bro. I don't care what they say. There's a reason why they don't call it over here. They call it everywhere else, and they talk that Les Noir shit. They don't call it over here and talk that Les Noir shit. They tried Revenue, Jamaican Dream, and got destroyed. Right. So I when I say we're the only black people, I already know what they can say. It's already crushed and debunked. So I'm least moved by what they can say and what they won't say. I'm gonna cook them on it. I'm gonna re-educate them and show that I know more about whatever they're gonna say than them. I had people call in and say, "Bilal asked Sudan," and I knew more than them. So that's why I say this is my topic. This is my subject. This we the only black people. Right. So no, they misrepresent Les Noir. That was not their primary name. Okay. That lasted 2 years as a galvanizing term for war. Once the war was over, 1804, Dessalines said, "Hey, everybody, we are the Les Noirians." No, he did not. I'm trolling. He said, "Hey, everybody, we are the Haitians." See the difference? That was their real name. When we chose black, it wasn't a chant for civil rights only. It wasn't a chant for black empowerment only. It was our new name. Ever since then, we were known globally and nationally as the black people. Malcolm X was called the Black Muslims, okay? So, but Haitians nationally and globally were not known as the Noirians, okay? They didn't call themselves that. "Hey, what's up, my Noirian brother?" They didn't do that. They said, "Hey, what's up, my Haitian brother?" So when we say black, when I say black, I'm saying as a standalone, that means don't need any help, ethnic name. That was not how Noir was used. It was used as a galvanizing chant for war. Okay, so no, that shit don't work over here, my guy. All those little spaces everybody be on where they be going at it, that shit ends real quick over here. You see what happened yesterday with two guys yesterday arguing there's black people outside of Foundation Black Americans. I had them contradicting themselves, double speaking, double standards, double dutching, all type of shit, double talking. Yeah, that does not work over here, bro. They could try that Noir shit and they'll be crushed. And that's why, let me put that link back in the chat. I want to try that Noir shit over here. Les Noir. That do not work on FBA News and Update. It don't work anywhere where I'm at. Yeah, so like I said, we're the only black people on the planet. We always ever was. We're still now. All right. There's no such country called the Noirs. That shit is called Haiti. And those guys are called Haitian. Sac passe and whatever blew up, all that shit is Haitian talk. You put that link back in there.
But look, Ron, they want to put, since they didn't let these foreigners come into their country, like East Indians and Asians and all these people coming to colonize their country, now they just can't say Jamaican. They got to say, they want to put another name on it. They want to put a black Jamaican, but they need to put another name instead of black to identify themselves from the Chinese Jamaican. You get what I'm saying? But they want they want black to be the default, like they want black African, because they let so many Arabs and all this in. So they don't want to just say, "Oh, I'm African." They want to say now, since you got Arab Africans, you got Chinese Africans, they want to say I'm black African, but they need to take the black out of it. They need to say some melanated African or something. or
Yeah,
indigenous African or something. You follow my logic?
yeah. I'm
Say
actually agreeing
indigenous
with you, but
Jamaican. Don't say black Jamaican. Don't say black Haitian. Say indigenous Haitian, indigenous African, indigenous Jamaican. They trying to use our this shit weird, dude.
yeah. So yeah, I
Using
agree with
our
you.
name.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Something else, but that's gonna be an uphill battle because they're these European weirdos are in countries of Africa right now pushing the racial category, calling them black, like got them filling out forms in Africa now. Yeah, so making them believe they're black. So the whole black thing is beyond national. It's beyond a national issue. It's now becoming an international issue. Like they're calling these tethers black in their homeland and got them filling out forms to get Red Cross rice under black in their own country. So that's why they all embracing this black shit because they shit comes with tangible. Hell yeah, I'm black. The black Africans, black Jamaicans, right? So that's gonna be an uphill battle to I
Yeah, but
hate
it's
it,
still
but
relatively new, so it can be fought against.
nah. It's not new, bro. I mean that shit about 30 years in, brother. That's not relatively new. And I'm not
Uh,
saying well, I'm the main guy fighting against it. I'm just saying like that fight right there is gonna be way hard. Like there's an easier fight, and the easier fight is delineation and having our government call us, specify what type of black we are. Okay, you want to be black Jamaican, black African, whatever, black tether, go ahead. For now. But right now, we're going to be foundational black Americans. So whatever black you are, you're not this black. We're delineating from your black. Okay, so we're foundational black Americans, and you whatever black you want to be. And once that be established, where that's on the forms and the nation, the world understands that we're different from them in our blackness, then we can creep on a come up and then fight black all together, get their ass off that. But to do the global fight for black right now is gonna be difficult because so many people, you hear it. So many, even FBA struggle. Like we was playing Hood Smart video yesterday. Like, they were all struggling on the black thing. Like, and even Tariq at points, he struggles when an immigrant say, "Hey, I'm black like you." Like he struggles to articulate that they're not black. So, just us because of the solid argument that was formed over here, like really like we're like by ourselves with this one. So like we gotta first educate FBAs how to argue that and defend it, right? Then we gotta talk to more black Americans about that. Like, hey, you calling that guy black, he's Haitian. You're black, and that takes a long while. That takes a long while. Then Americans, that's within the black community, black American community. And then let alone trying to convince a white person, hey, no, he's not black. Because they're all caught up on a racial definition of black, which is skin color. Right. So you saying he ain't black and this white guy like he looks black to me. Then you gotta say, oh, you stupid fucking devil. I'm talking about status and ethnicity wise, you dumb Yakub's grafted devil. I ain't talking about that. Yeah, so that's gonna be upward. So I mean, fight it. Like do what I'm doing. Yeah. So you see me, I'm 10 toes on. We're the only blacks. Now that's your job. So when y'all in these spaces, FBA or other, you remind them like, nah, they're not black. Like we got to get FBAs from calling people black. So FBA still calling them black. Like that's how big that problem is. So we're trying to fix the language. So I think Hood Smart and I think some other folks that open up spaces addressing it, like piercing the consciousness of us. But it's going to take more than that, and it's going to take a larger voice like Tariq Nasheed to say that. But here's the problem: if he says that, the bigger media platforms are going to spin it on him, and they're going to pretend he's anti-black. Look, he's saying so. Like it's an unpopular conversation that could make you look that could easily demonize you in the public. It's almost like also asking Ghana for reparations. That's true. But if you go ahead and try to say that, you can easily be cooked in media. Look at this guy. He hates black people. Don't forget, Ghanaian's black all of a sudden. look, he hates black people. He want to sue a black country. You know, they're going to gaslight you and they have the power of media. You don't. So you trying to speak on my platform, small as hell, trying to defend yourself, while their platform reaches millions and billions of people. You'll never be able to clear that shit up. So it's tricky, and that's why I do a little differently. I invite them who are non-black or black and pretend that non-blacks are black. We have a conversation right over here with those same people. Wait,
but
hold
Ron,
on. Wait. Let me just lay my plane. I know I'm long-winded, but it calls for it. So last thing is this. So the platform I do, the way I do it, I'd rather engage with those people and have them struggle to defend their position that those people are black. So you see them, like yesterday, you'll see them struggling, defending that they're black. And it's like, see, it ain't me and my anti-blackness. They themselves can't even defend how these people black. Go ahead.
all right, Ron. Well, I'm finna prove the CDC right. I'm finna prove the CDC right. And I'm finna go get my children off the bus and make them an after school snack and get their homework and get them to the table. And I'll log back in probably about another 45 minutes or so.
All right, man. I appreciate you calling. You definitely raised some great concerns. The whole HIV thing, I ain't know anything about. And Kamala evil tactics. And then they wonder why we can't get down with these people. HIV, flooded with HIV, infested with HIV, and they're allowed to just willy-nilly in our communities with HIV. And nobody knows. We just dating them, interracial sex is no protection, and that's crazy. All right, bro. Thank you.
All right, Ron. Respect.
Appreciate you very much. Yes, sir. Yeah, this goddamn weather, man. God, it's that dry, disgusting heat, man. Dang, I can't even. All right, I know what I'm gonna do. Heat, ridiculous, dry, disgusting Jersey heat. Just no sun. It's like 1,000 degrees with no sun. Like straight pollution. How is this hot with no sun? Anywhere near, anywhere visible. All right. Okay. So let me find that video about how they trying to penalize us if we expose fraud, Tether fraud. World Chatter $2 super chat donation. Thank you very much. Showing support. Great job, young man. Thank you very much for the super chat financial support. Hopefully everybody liked that button. How do Asians do it? Right. So that's the thing. Like we need to songwriter Sonny is onto something. Like he's on what I'm on. I'm about studying the people who delineated successfully in private. You dig? When you say Asians, I'm guessing you mean Chinese people. You gotta be specific. Asia is a race that includes a whole bunch of different countries. So we need to really look at Chinese people and Jewish people and see how they do it and do the same thing. So when they come against us, we can say, hey, well, then you're anti-Semitic because the Jewish people did it like this as well. You dig? So you're anti-Semitic if you come against me. Because I'm just doing the same thing that the Chinese and the Jewish communities did. So if it's good for the geese, it's good for the gander, goose, whatever. You dig? So I've been said this. I said, family, stop with the anti-Semitic rhetoric and use their strategies for yourself. So now when they're coming you and saying you're divisive, xenophobic, they are literally extending that hate toward Jewish community. So we can get them to be, we could get them. So in other words, they're reaching over Chinese people and Jewish people to hit us. You feel me? Because we're just using the same strategies as them people. So to hit us, that means you're hitting them too. So there's an Asian anti-Asian hate bill. So we can say, hey, yo, why you being anti-Asian? Why you being anti-Semitic? Because you're telling me this makes no sense. This is hatred. We shouldn't do this, but we got two communities doing it right now. So do you disagree with them? Do you think they're doing something wrong? And I'm saying like that's a good strategy to use. Like they got democratic shields. Well, shit, you can have a Jewish community, Asian community shield. Like to hit us, you got to hit them first, because all we're doing is doing what they have done, and it seems to work. Nobody cares. Nobody's arguing. Nobody's stomping their feet. So if it's wrong for us, it's wrong for them. That's a strategy I would say we should lean towards. Study people who's already done what we did, but got the support of the nation. You dig? And say, hey, nah. You know, that's like finding a loophole. You know what I mean? Because obviously they found a loophole. Well, we could call it a loophole. It's not a loophole, but today it would be called a loophole because we got to do it. We got to do it too. So we're saying, hey, why we can't do it? Because to say they could do it and we can't do it, then that's not, you know, ain't that violation of the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause Act? Protection Clause, Equal Protection Clause Act? They can do it, but we can't. You feel me? They're a harmed group. We're a harmed group. We're a harmed group. So there's really no way out of that one. So they gotta let us in. You dig? They gotta let us in. All right, so let me find this damn video, man. Yo, it's this damn heat, man. Got the whole neck damn near swollen. All right, hold on, family. Let me find that video. Yeah, but the brother raised some good points, some good talking points that we gotta. James Sparks said Tariq's not stupid. He's not gonna say that. SHIT. Yeah, because it's. I mean, if you say it, Smite, with his influence, like you gotta be very careful how you word that. Like again, you gotta almost ask people the question. Like you can't say it where you're being definitive. You gotta like ask other people the question and push other people to defend everybody's black. So James, if you want, James, you can let me put the link in for James. So James can elaborate. There you go, James. You can elaborate on that. The link's right there, James. If you want to elaborate on that, go ahead, brother. Yeah, there's a strategy to everything. And somebody with Tariq's Nasheed influence, and they would love to misquote him and have him go viral over the net. And then Vlad TV, you know what he gonna do? Look what Tariq Nasheed said. All right, let me find that video. I'm finally stationary. Oh, I got it. I found it. Finally stationary. Oh, here you go.
The fraud fallout continues. You might remember viral videos from Nick Shirley, the independent journalist who helped put a spotlight on fraud nationwide, including California's hospice center fraud. Last week, California Attorney General Rob Bonta took a victory lap, bragging about his state cracking down on massive fraud schemes in Los Angeles.
Operation Skip Trace uncovered and ended a hospice fraud scheme that defrauded Medi-Cal of $267 million. So just to be clear, $250 million. Over. Funds that are paid for by Californian taxpayers, funds that are meant to provide care to Californians in need. It is unacceptable, it is illegal, and we will not stand for it.
Too little, too late, Mr. Attorney General. Look, we're all for stopping fraud, but at the same time, his wife, Democrat Assemblywoman Mia Bonta, is pushing a bill critics say could make it harder to expose fraud. It's called the Privacy for Immigration Support Service Providers. Critics are calling it, though, the Stop Nick Shirley Act. What would it do? Well, it would let eligible individuals keep their home addresses confidential. It would also ban the sharing of photos or personal information that could lead to any type of harassment or harm online. And it allows victims to seek $4,000 in damages, and it subjects the violators to fines of up to $10,000 or even a year in jail if you are found in violation of the Privacy for Immigration Support Service Providers. Critics say, though, it could complicate the on-the-ground investigations, right as California is already dealing with massive fraud scandals. And a lot of those red flags were brought to light because people actually went out and looked. Fox News' William LaJeunesse visited a...
Hey, family, why, these liberals tell us all the time they can't give us reparations. Matter of fact, they basically tell us stop talking about it. Like, that's what they essentially are saying. They're basically saying stop even mentioning it. You're not getting it, never going to get it, never going to get it. Some in vogue shit. But every chance they get it, every time they talk, family, all of their languages has been constantly about reparations. All these Tether groups have been out here. All they talk about is reparations. Oh, we need reparations. Let me rewind that back.
Stopping fraud, but at the same time, his wife, Democrat Assemblywoman Mia Bonta, is pushing a bill critics say could make it harder to expose fraud. It's called the Privacy for Immigration Support Service Providers. Critics are calling it, though, the Stop Nick Shirley Act. What would it do? Well, it would let eligible individuals keep their home addresses confidential. It would also ban the sharing of photos or personal information that could lead to any type of harassment or harm online. And it allows victims to seek $4,000 in damages, and it subjects the violators to fines of up to $10,000 or even a year in jail if you are found in violation of the...
Yeah, everybody can get, literally everybody qualifies for reparations except for Black Americans. And these dusty sellout Black Americans that's under the banner Pan-Africanism are the worst piece of trash on earth. They see all this and turn to, these Pan-Africans, I'm so glad their channels are failing, man. They got no influence.
Privacy for Immigration Support Service Providers. Critics say, though, it could complicate the on-the-ground investigations, right as California is already dealing with massive fraud scandals. And a lot of those red flags were brought to light because people actually went out and looked. Fox News' William LaJeunesse visited a California home health center where the credentials of an 87-year-old doctor were used to bill for 29,000 non-existent patients. Fox News Digital uncovered $3.5 billion in taxpayer losses, over 1,900 hospice providers. That's more than 36 states combined. There were 112 of them at one location, one commercial building, and the average stay in hospice was over 3 months. All right, joining us now is independent journalist Nick Shirley. Nick, it's good to see you again. What do you think? Is this the Stop Nick Shirley Act in California?
Yeah, they're trying to make it so citizen journalists or just average Americans who are going about seeing what's happening inside their community, they're trying to scare them from talking about potential fraud taking place inside of these communities. And think about it. They're literally willing to impose a $10,000.
Hey, family, these liberals, these Democrats, are so sold on immigration, legal and illegal, that they're giving them a free pass to commit fraud.
$1 fine or imprisonment if you go and seek to find out the truth about a location that could potentially be fraudulent inside your own neighborhood.
Nick, let's just kind of play out that hypothetical. So whether you were in Minnesota, you also went to California, you would go up to the Quality Leering Center, a clearly fake daycare in Minnesota. There's your shirt. Yes, always on. And you would attempt to see if there's any children inside, right? And somebody comes out and talks to you. And now that person who's there possibly committing fraud could file a complaint in California that Nick Shirley is harassing me online, right? That's how it would work in effect. And then you would either see a year in jail or a $10,000 fine?
Correct. That's what it sounds like. And it sucks because inside these states like Minnesota and California, they've been proven to let fraud take place inside these immigrant communities. You had the Somalians in Minnesota and the Armenians in California. And they're trying to protect these people who are committing this fraud. They're stealing millions upon millions of dollars. And it just makes you wonder who their donors are. Like, who are their donors? Because why would they create this bill to then try and make it harder to expose fraud?
Yeah. That's right. Hey, yo, they won't let us get legal, old, righteous money, right? But they will allow people to get illegal, unrighteous money.
Yeah, that's a great question. Who is funding Mia Bonta's campaigns? Why would she be pushing this bill? Why would she be so threatened by your journalism? Those are actually great questions that we'll do our best to look into. I know you will as well, Nick, because you do great work out there and we encourage you to keep it up. Thank you, Nick Shirley. Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Kane podcast for full episodes right now.
Told you. I was spot on. Told you. I mean, at this point, family, they're just playing with us. At this point, they're just playing in our face. Ain't that the expression? At that point, they are just playing in our face, man. Allowing people to scam, a pass to scam. So when these liberals come in your face and talk all that, you ask them about that. You ask them about the pass to scam. Okay. Can't make this up, family. I wish that was made up, but it's not. Okay. Everybody can get reparations, but Foundation Black Americans. Let me put the link in the chat. If you believe Africans or Caribbean people or Aborigines in Australia, if you believe Brazilians are black, click that link. Let's talk about that. Black South Africans. That sounds crazy as hell. It's actually redundant for these people to say black Jamaican, black African, and that's a whole nother topic I'll deal with later. You know, according to their logic, again, won't forget their logic of who's black and who's not. That's actually redundant to use both. Because they claim that they're black because of their skin. So basically Haitians claim, hey, we're black because of our skin. Okay. So Haitian basically is synonymous with black. So then why you call yourself black Haitian then? You're saying the same thing, right? According to their logic. Is there a yellow Haitian? White Haitian? Yeah, boy, yep, man, damn, cannot make this up, family. That was a news update. I got another one. It ain't as deep as that one, but okay. So the African guy from yesterday, that somebody called, somebody said he was Michael Black's little brother. He agreed to come on, but they always agree to come on. So I said, hey, let me know, when you're free, basically. All right, so let me go to my other video. Where's my other? So that was the news and updates. Let me get to my other one. Embarrassing, yeah. Literally playing. Okay, oh, so Tariq, that's funny, yo. Because Tariq Nasheed just talked about that. Just now, like half an hour ago. All right, let me see his spinner. Let me see what he got to say.
But I have an issue I want to talk to you about in California.
What's happening?
You heard about that AB 2624, I believe, from a Democrat in Oakland named, what's her name? Mia Bonson?
Is that the one that has kind of stops people from reporting on immigrants and stuff like that?
Exactly.
Oh
I
yeah.
think
Break that down.
anti-Nick
Tell
Shirley. Yeah.
Tell the family what that is.
Okay, they trying to protect specifically immigration service providers from being filmed at their location. If you film them, you can be fined. It would be actually against the law to get footage at their sites. That's what they're trying to do. Specifically, immigration service providers. That's what's killing me. Why not everybody? What are y'all doing? Y'all got to hide so much. We tripping out here in California. I am so ready to ride, Tyreek. Like,
oh, sister, I'm so with you. Let me break some of that down. That's a very good point. Yeah, a lot of folks don't know about that yet. And from what I understand of this, there's a law that they're trying to do because in Minnesota, you know how all those Somalis got hemmed up? It was an independent journalist who went around exposing the scams. That's what they're trying to fight against. And that ended up getting all of them Somalis prosecuted, showing them finessing and scamming our damn tax dollars. It was an independent reporter going that. You remember he went to the Leering Center, the shit was misspelled and all of that. It made it put everybody on the hot seat. It showed everybody was out there finessing. They had a whole scam network out there. So now they want to stop you from exposing the damn scams. Basically, that's what it is. They want to put a law together so you can't show these immigrants scamming. Hell no. That's all it is. Don't show them running their little scams. If you film them, we're going to make it illegal for you to expose them scamming. Out of your mind. Yeah, the Nick Shirley bill, basically. Man, these folks have lost their minds. Yeah, we don't want to be scammed by these people. I want to know what scams they running. Yeah, we can't sit up here and call them out. The hell? Man. It's funny style, man. The Democrats have lost their minds, man. The Democrats have absolutely lost their minds. Dude. Okay, who is this person here? This person...
And family, you know what's scary? If I can use that terminology, they are doing all of this under the Republican administration. They're doing all of this, you could say, under the MAGA administration. They're doing this. So just imagine if it was their administration, what they can do and would do. It's crazy, yo.
Good morning, sir.
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm fine. I remember you, sir, because I didn't remember me.
I kind of do remember you, young man. You good? You're covering your hair up this time. You're covering your hair. No, there you go. Show them peppercorn edges, my brother. So you're in Nigeria, right?
Yes, then that day we played match, but
No.
that account banned the account. They banned my former account.
Oh,
That
they banned your account. All right, let's do. You want to do a battle?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do a battle. We're gonna do a battle with our brother right here. All right, let's go. All right.
I see you like talking about Nigeria and some other country. I know you very well.
All right, we're doing a battle. Now, what's your name, brother?
My name is Global, but my real name is Steven.
Steven?
Yeah.
Steven. Now, how old are you? You look like a young brother. How old are you?
I'm 20.
20. Who is that in the background? Who is that walking by?
My sister, she.
Is your sister?
Yeah, my sister.
Hey, how you doing? How are you?
Fine.
You everything good? Everything good over there?
Yes.
Yes, indeed. So, Stephen, how often do you do the battles, brother?
How often I do battle? Anytime I'm quite busy because I come on live to talk to people.
Okay, that's good. Where in Nigeria do you live, sir?
Lagos.
You live in Lagos. Okay. Are you in school, Stephen? Are you going to school or anything like that?
No, I'm done with my school, but trying to get, enter the university, but no money. So I'm
okay.
saying, yeah.
Which university are you trying to go to?
Unilag.
Oh, okay. 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 So we got 3 minutes, 45 seconds. We're battling with our brother Stephen. We're battling with Stephen. All right. Now, what else you do out there in Lagos, Stephen?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm a content creator. I want to become an actor. So I need to have the fame before anybody will put me on their movie shoot. That's why.
Okay.
So I'm a creator. They have banned my account 2 times.
Now, why'd they ban your account, Stephen?
I don't know. I think people report it.
Oh, no. Why'd they report it? What'd you do? Why did they report it?
I don't know. I never post a bad content. All my content is myself. Posting myself.
Okay, so they were just kind of hating on you. They were hating and just posting, saying that you did something that you didn't do.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh Lord, they be getting hella excited, boy. There you go. Oh.
Yeah, that begging is disgusting, man.
Oh, there you go.
God bless you.
Oh.
God bless you.
Okay.
God bless you.
Well, okay,
God
calm down.
You.
All right, calm down, brother. Calm down. Okay, brother. You spit Negusi on the camera. Calm down. But yeah, that's good. You're doing your thing, brother. But let's turn up on him a little bit. Let's turn up on him. We're gonna get active. All right, we're gonna get real active right now to let them know how we get down. All right, here we go. There we go, Stephen. We got it popping. All right, we got it popping, Stephen. All right.
I would like you to make both father. I've never seen this kind of thing again. Thank you very much. God will bless us people that support me. You will live long life. Anything that's not in future will be the pro.
Stephen say they're gonna eat good tonight, boy. They're gonna eat. There you go.
Follow Antonix. Everybody follow. God bless you that is supporting me for real.
Stephen said they're gonna get some gourmet bush meat with that money. They're gonna get it up tonight, boy. We got 1 minute and 30 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Let's run it up. Let's run it up, ladies. Let's get me up there. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it popping. With our brother Stephen. All right. Let's go. Let's run it up.
W.
Stephen getting excited, boy. All right, we got 1 minute left, ladies and gentlemen, with our Nigerian brother Stephen. All right, we got 1 minute left. Let's run it up. Come on, fam. Let's run that thing up. All right, we got 45 seconds left. All right, y'all watch out for a snipe now. Somebody might snipe. Let's watch out. All right. All right, we got 33 seconds left. Come on with it. Let's run it up. All right. Yes, indeed. Watch out for a snipe. Watch out. Let's get it up. We got 20 seconds left with our good brother Stevan from Lagos. All right.
Thank you for the gift.
All right. 10 seconds. All right. Let's run it up. Let's run it up. Let's run it up. Let's put a gun on it. There you go. Run it up. Run it up. Run it up. Boom. There you go. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Boy, that was close. Boy, that was that was close.
Stop it, oh. Stop it, oh. God bless you. God bless you. Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah. Why? God.
Yes, indeed. There you go, my brother.
God, please. Can you be my godfather so that sometime we come to play match together, please?
Yeah, I am over here hollering, yo. The begging, the panhandling is on another level out there.
There you go, man. That was a good match there, brother. There was a good match, brother. You got a nice piece of change there, brother. That's good.
Yes, sir. Please, I'm really appreciative. I'm really grateful, and I always really give you the flower you deserve. Thank you very much.
My man. I hope you eat good tonight, brother. Thank you so much. All right. See, there was somebody tried to snipe at the last few seconds. See, they almost got me. He almost got me. Somebody tried to snipe at the last few seconds. There was some tethers in here trying to help their fellow man, trying to snipe. And that's why I told people, let's run it up before we got some little deceitful tethers in here. They tried to snipe. Well, we got you. There you go, family. Shout out to the family to stop the sniping. All right? They tried to be slick. All right? Boy, Steven got turned up, boy. He was like, thank you, niggas. Thank you, my niggas. Lord, he got real excited. He started throwing over furniture, and he threw some bush meat against the wall. He started getting active, boy. He was active. Okay, who is this person? Hold on. Man, oh, Lord, not a man. Oh, Lord, no.
Hey, yo, Steve. Thank you, my niggas. Yo, Steven, yo. Oh, Steven, yo. But it was, cringeworthy to listen to that begging, man.
No, not with them burkas. No, not them burkas. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Stop hitting the button. Will you stop hitting the button? Stop hitting the button, ma'am.
One game, please.
One game, nothing. Ma'am, stop hitting the damn button. Stop hitting the button. Stop hitting the button.
واحد للبيبي. Please.
No, ma'am. I don't want to hear it. No, ma'am. They really gonna have to do something.
بالله رازق يا صديقي. واحد للبيبي تجيب له طعام.
Now, family, I can't get her off because somebody's hitting the button. Usually they got like a dude working the camera for them and they keep hitting the button where I can't get.
Yeah, that's a crazy scam, yo. They figured out loopholes in TikTok. I'll hold the camera while you just keep hitting the button, and then you get to beg over and over and over and over, and this silly American will finally concede it. Like, that's their logic.
One. عندي بيبي صغير. واحد للبيبي.
Ma'am, go in there and make some baklava for your kids. Get up out of here. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Get out of here. Stop hitting the damn button. Stop hitting the button. No. How do you say no in Farsi?
للبيبي يا صديقي.
Stop hitting the button.
One.
All right.
One game للبيبي. عندي بيبي صغير.
Stop hitting the button. God damn.
Yo, look at this right here, man. Yo, this is hilarious. Yo, these guys are just perfect scammers, man. Whatever it is, man. Like, they should work for internet cyber security, yo. Oh my God, these guys are good at scamming.
I can't get her off because they keep hitting the button, man. I can't get her annoying ass off here. No. Get your ass on somewhere. No,
وين صديقي
I can't
للبيبي
block her. I can't block her. For some reason, I can't. Hold on. Hold, let me try this. Let me try this. Let me try this. Ah,
وين
hold on.
وين للبيبي يا صديقي عندي بيبي
Okay,
صغير
Yo, that is so shameful, yo.
hold on. Let me
No
see if I
pride
can
at
block
all.
her this
صديقي
way.
No pride.
أجيب له
Okay,
طعام صديقي
okay, hold on.
وين ما
How can I block her ass? Y'all need to make it easy to block these people.
بليز للبيبي وين جيم يا صديقي أجيب له
I
طعام
don't give a damn about no baby or no games.
بليز
Okay.
وين
How can,
واحد
man,
وين واحد
TikTok really has to do something about blocking these damn people. They
وين
just sit
واحد
here
يا
and just
صديقي وين
assault you and you can't get rid of them.
وين
They're
واحد
like,
للبيبي وين أجيب له
get,
طعام أجيب له
I
طعام
don't give a damn about no can of Similac. Get your ass out of here.
وين
Stop hitting the button. Stop hitting the button.
وين واحد
Damn, there you go. Finally. Oh, goodness, man. Dude, I went to her page. I cannot block them. It's almost impossible to block these people. Damn. TikTok, y'all gotta do better. You gotta do better, TikTok. Damn. Okay. They've been passing around that same empty can of Similac for years. The baby. And they be having them babies and the baby look old. They put a grown man in a pull-up. That ain't no damn baby. He up here trying to finesse. That wasn't no, the baby had on work boots. That wasn't no fucking baby.
Yeah. Yeah. They put a grown man in a pull up with work boots.
Damn, they stay finessing. They're annoying as hell. God, these people are annoying. Okay. They drain my energy, man. They really drain my energy. All right, let's get a couple more people. No, I got to get ready for bed now. They done drained all my damn energy, man. Okay. All right. Are we good? Everybody good? No, I just, that just messes the energy of the room up for me. Okay. Okay, let's get some more people in here. Come on. Okay. Y'all raise your hand. Let's get some FBA sisters in here. Usually, I like to bring in an FBA sister because y'all kind of cleanse the room. Y'all got the ability to cleanse the energy of the room. Any FBA sisters can come in real quick, just to cleanse the room for a minute. Yes, we need Sister Empress. Yeah, can we get an FBA sister in here to do a room cleanse? Any FBA sisters, raise your hand, please. You ain't got to get on camera, just your presence, your voice. We rule the world. Is that, let me see who this is. We rule the world. Hop on, We Rule. We rule the world. What's up?
How you doing, Tariq? Red, get the fuck out of the comment, Red. Get the fuck out of the comment section, Red.
This is a damn musty-ass Rohan. Okay. That's Musty Rohan. All right, who is this? Let's get TBAB. Let's get TBAB in here. All right. Now we get Musty Tether Energy in here now. All right. Let me see. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand. Let's try Nyla. Let's try Nyla in here. Miss Nyla?
Hey, Tariq.
Hey, Nyla, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Now, where you from, Nyla?
I'm from Hampton, Virginia.
Okay. Where's your family from?
Yorktown, Virginia.
Oh, there it is.
There it
You
is.
in the studio? Look like you're in a studio in that picture.
I was on a podcast.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what's going on with you, beloved?
So out here in Virginia, you know how Abigail Spanberger won the election against the Tether?
Yeah.
So now the liberals are trying to change the map. They're trying to redistrict the map. And they want to change it. They have a stupid reason for changing it. But basically what will happen is the white liberals in Fairfax will speak for all the black districts in Virginia.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
So I just wanted to put that out there. The vote is on April 21st or before April 21st. And we need to vote no on that because they just want to, like Hampton, Norfolk, Portsmouth, Richmond, they want to take over all the areas where the black voters are and let the white liberals basically vote for us and control it so they can give the immigrants all the money and all the resources that are supposed to be for us. So if, if anybody in here is in Virginia, just vote no on that. That is, they're sending a lot of the yes to the black neighborhoods, and that is not for us. That is not, the Democrats are trying to take over for the immigrants. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes, indeed. Everything good with you, dear?
Yes, sir. Everything's good.
Where's your husband?
My husband's upstairs asleep.
Oh, okay. Baby.
But he has been emailing you. He's an attorney, and he works with a lot of the black law associations, and he was trying to email you to see, what can they do on their behalf, or is there to help out for people that do need attorneys or for different, the BS they be putting on us. But he has been reaching out to you, so I just wanted to
have him email me info@tariq.la. That's my main email. Have him email me there. I'd love to talk to him.
Absolutely. We'll do that.
Thank you so much, beloved.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, indeed. I wasn't trying to holler at her. I knew she was married. I can tell her energy. Plus, the way she looked and her energy. That's somebody's wife. I knew she was married. That's why I asked. All right, you can tell them. Yeah, somebody got her. Yeah, nice looking sister, real cool. Yeah, somebody wiped her up. I knew that. Like, where's your husband? Good FBA energy. Good FBA sister. Yeah, I knew somebody wiped that. Yeah, you gonna get that and wipe that up. Yeah, good looking sister, intelligent. Hell yeah, nigga. She gonna get wiped up now. I know that. Where your husband? Good energy? Yeah. I knew somebody wiped that up. Very nice sister. FBA vibe. See how the energy in the room changed? See? That's what I say. You get some FBA sisters in, they cleanse the room. They bring a whole cleansing energy to the room. That's why when we have events at the museum, when the FBA sisters come in and have events, the energy, it's a whole different energy. It's a very good energy that they bring. They always bring good energy. Yeah. Yeah. Love that. The next event is going to be May 23rd. We're going to have a Memorial Day event, Memorial Day weekend event at the museum. That's going to be May 23rd. All right. Oh, yeah, I love FBA sisters, man. FBA sisters are absolutely phenomenal. Nothing like FBA sisters. Nothing like them at all. Phenomenal. That's why they are the blueprint. That's why all the women try to emulate FBA sisters. Whenever they try to be strong black women, they emulate FBA sisters. The swag, the aesthetics, the style, all of them. They try to be, they emulate FBA sisters. Yeah. They are the damn blueprint of global womanhood. All right? FBA sisters. They are the blueprint. You understand? African women try to emulate FBA women, not the other way around. And no disrespect, because people try to give everything we do to Africa. No. No, they emulate the sisters here. We're the prototype. Our sisters are the prototype. Yeah. Latin women, them too. Don't let them try to fool you. They try to take on the aesthetics of FBA women too, the Latin women too. They try to act like they don't. No, they try to be on some other shit. No, they try to take on the demeanor of FBA women, the style of FBA women. Remember when I was talking about this a few weeks ago, the Latino women start talking about they created the style of having edges. Y'all remember when they were trying to tell that lie and got their ass shut down? The Latin women said they created putting edges on your hair. We said, are you out of your damn mind? Yeah, they tried to say that. They were like, yeah, we having the edges and the baby hairs and all that. We showed pictures of Josephine Baker in the damn 1920s doing all that shit. FBA sisters been doing that. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah. And please. Johnny come lately. Yeah, they be trying to take credit for zoot suits and all that. No. They got that from FBA brothers.
Hello,
Hey, ma'am, how are you, dear?
I am good. How are you?
I am good. What country are you in, ma'am?
I'm Brazil. And you?
Brazil.
Yeah.
I'm in the United States.
States?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good.
Yes, indeed. All right, you trying to battle?
Yeah, you accept it?
Okay, I don't know. Do you got smoke? I don't know. She might. Should I battle her family? Let me talk to the family. Oh, you got music playing back there. I don't know if I should battle. No, I don't know. She might have some tricks laying through. So I don't know. Let me chill for a minute. You know, I'm a chill on that. She might have some tricks laying in the wayside trying to snipe. So let me chill, because it look like she's gonna pull her breasts out and then get a lot of hits. So yeah, I gotta watch them. Cause yeah, them women be having tricks. Oh yeah, yep. You gotta watch out for that. And she's already trying to be seductive. All right. Man. All right. Let me get one more call in here, family. Yeah. Since I ain't want that trick smoke, right? Yeah, them tricks be coming through sniping. Yeah. Yeah, them tricks come through sniping heavy. All right. All right. Is Rohan in here trolling under another name? Yeah. What's up, Black Girl 007? Y'all raise your hand. Let me get y'all in here. Let me get some more people in here. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Rohan, that's you. They said Rohan is Lexi. Okay. All right. Watch out for Rohan. Who is this, Jocko? Let me see. Y'all raise your hands, raise your hands. All right. I'm going to get one more in here, ladies and gentlemen. One more. Who we got? Let me see. Yeah, this dude stay trolling. Man, let's get who we got? John the Solution. All right, let's get John the Solution in here. Mr. John?
What's up, big brother?
I'm good, John. How are you, brother?
I'm doing good. Long time follower for years and years.
Yes, sir.
Just to switch the subject just a little bit. They announced the dates for the Usher and Chris Brown. Any thoughts on our FBA brothers going on tour?
Yeah, man, I love it. I want to go. I went to the last Chris Brown concert, loved it. I saw Usher in Vegas, phenomenal show.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going. I'm gonna be right up in there chilling, screaming. Hold on. Hell no. Your lady come home with cherry stains on her clothes, you know, Usher and them done got her. It's gonna be some problems. Man, you saw Usher broke up Keke Palmer's relationship for a minute. She went up there acting a fool, poking her ass out, and then went home to some damn domestic disputes. So these niggas be breaking up homes. So hold on now. Hold on. Shit, my wife go to Usher concert with her friends. It's gonna me and the kids gonna be in the third row watching their ass. I'm gonna take me and the kids up there. All of us gonna be up there. Look at mama over there acting a fool. We're gonna find you a stepmama up in here. Mama is for the streets. Shit. Fuck all that. You know. Man. But anyway, let me get up out of here, man.
Yeah, he really ain't touched on the too much longer. I wish he would have touched on it a lot more longer. The Nick Shirley band. That was very interesting. Oh, but man, that was hilarious. The two people, the African dude, thank you, and then the woman that had the dressed up the grown man with a pull up, talking about baby. Yeah, they probably got no kids. Talking about baby. No sense of shame at all, man. No sense of shame at all. What I say? What is that? Let's see, man. Oh man.
One of our
I didn't mean to press that bullshit. I meant to press this.
Okay, I mean this is right up there with Dred Scott. It's there with Brown versus the Board of Education. This is literally going to affect probably tens of millions of American citizens. This is how consequential this ruling is. Now, again, my name is Dennis Sperling, and as I always say to everybody, thank you for joining me. I know we got you had 2 hours of Supreme Court argument. Some things you probably noticed, the attorneys referred to themselves as friends. I can guarantee you they are probably not friends. Just to kind of lay the background, most people know this, but the Supreme Court is located in Washington, D.C., and the President of the United States, the only president who has ever attended a Supreme Court hearing, did so today. That is President Donald Trump, and I suspect he went there to eyeball these folks and let them know, look, I put a bunch of y'all up there. Okay, so y'all been
Yeah, that is a G move right there, yo. That's a G move. Trump went there to eyeball, like, yo. How you got there, man? It was me. I want this pass now. But obviously, this is okay. Let's go.
To do what I say do, and this whole thing stems from an executive order that Donald Trump signed, I believe, like his first week in office, saying that he wants to enforce birthright citizenship. Shout out to Mr. Leeward. He wants to decline or make sure that people who are born in this country of illegal aliens their children don't have citizenship. And so he basically signed an executive order directing all of the branches of government to under his authority to do that. Now, again, let's just kind of recap, and I want to give a big shout out to everybody in the chat room. Thank you guys so much. Also, big shout out to all my MVPs, the people who contributed to the super chat. I will read everything you guys say towards the end of the broadcast. And I thought it was very important to get this one out. I think this is very important on this first day of April. Well, you know, for posterity, let's just kind of recap. So today, the Supreme Court, as you heard, of the United States heard one of the most consequential constitutional cases of our lifetime. And it's a case that's that goes to the core of what it means to be an American. At issue is whether the executive branch has the authority to redefine birthright citizenship. It's a principle that we all understand to be rooted in the 14th Amendment, and it provides that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, okay? And that's the key phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens or thereof are citizens. Most people understand the born or naturalized part, but the question here hinges on what does the jurisdiction thereof actually mean? And so this morning's case, commonly referred to as Trump versus Barbara, arises from an executive order that seeks to deny citizenship to children born on U.S. soil if their parents are not citizens or lawful permanent residents. In other words, we're going to put an end to anchor babying. Somebody type anchor babies in the chat room. This is what the Trump administration is saying. We're going to put an end to this right now. And see, that order has already been blocked by lower courts as unconstitutional. But today, the Supreme Court was asked to decide whether more than a century of settled law will stand or be fundamentally interpreted. Now, inside the courtroom today, the federal government advanced very specific arguments. That phrase, subject to the jurisdiction of, does not apply universally. And that children born to undocumented immigrants or temporary visitors, you know, they have a term called birth tourism, where people are literally coming to this country to drop babies off, and I'll talk about that a little bit, and then they go back to their country. But either way, he's saying those temporary visitors, their children don't automatically qualify for citizenship. Shout out to my man, Essential Entities. Now, the government framed birthright citizenship as a modern distortion, arguing that it creates incentives for unlawful immigration and birth tourism. But almost immediately, the justices began pressing that the argument, you know, several members of the court, including Chief Justice Roberts, expressed skepticism, the question of whether the government's interpretation will be squared with long-standing court cases, particularly the Supreme Court's 1898 decision, United States v. Wong Kim Ark. Now, I want you all to understand what's going on in 1898. We are a very racist country. I think I've gone a long way to explain it. And not only did we have blacks, okay, for all you whites, I want all the white folk who white supremacists and white nationalists. See, you would still have a white country if you didn't come and invade a country full of people who are already here, and they weren't white, Native Americans, you call them. You would have had a white country if you didn't turn around and bring black people over here to do your work for free. You would have your own country if you decided to build your own railroads instead of bringing all the Asians over here, but you didn't, okay? And that's kind of what happened, all right? So bottom line is, these folk at that time in 1998, it was still very nationalist, it was very racist, it was post-Civil War. You had the country still angry. Even the people who fought to free the slaves had racist tendencies. So in 1898, Chinese people were persona non grata. They didn't like them. They brought them over here to work them to death and get them out of here, okay? They were at no point were to be citizens. They would just come here to work, be exploited for pennies on the dollar. Sometimes they weren't paid. But bottom line is, that's the climate of 1898. Now, on the other side, you have the civil rights advocates, and I believe that lady that you heard, that attorney, was for the ACLU. They argued that the Constitution text, the history, and the purpose are clear, that the 14th Amendment was designed to establish a broad, inclusive rule of citizenship, not a narrow conditional one. Now, here's the thing, family, and I'm notoriously known for speaking the cold, hard truth. What is this really about? Okay, what is this really about? And I listened to this broadcast from the Supreme Court, and I know you all were listening too, and I didn't hear Black American much. I heard slave, they kind of snuck that in. I think I might have heard them mention in that 2 hours of legal jargon, and I heard black people mentioned maybe 3 times. Basically, I didn't hear a lot of that. I mean, because but what is this really about? And I'm going to say it plainly. And of course, they don't want to bring that up because that's an ugly part of history that they don't want to talk about. But we're going to talk about it on this page, and that's why y'all keep coming back. Y'all keep coming back to talk to me because I'm going to be honest with you. Now, what we're watching right now is not just about an immigration debate. It's not just about policy, and it's definitely not about politics or just politics. It's about who benefits from rights that were paid for by black people's blood and labor and sacrifice. Okay, it was the sacrifice of black Americans who brought this forth. See, for over a century, foundational black Americans, whether you want to call it the American Negro. If you are, what do you all want me to refer to us today? Would you like to be the American Negro? Would you like to be freedmen? Would you like to be the Solon people? We can be FBA today, whatever you want to be. I'm talking about that group of people who can trace their heritage to a time before this country was even a country. I'm talking about the people who can trace their heritage to a time when there was chattel slavery, and a vast majority of us, 90 to 90% of us were enslaved people. This is who I'm talking about. For you all who are offended at FBA, oh, you FBA is a cult, you are a cult. Look, we could be Negroes again. Would y'all like to be colored? We can be colored if you want to be colored again. I like the term foundational black American because I've been a black American my whole life, and putting foundational as a qualifying adjective in front of that helps further delineate as to who I am and my heritage, so there's no confusion, because you can technically be a black American and be from, I don't know, pick a country, Ghana, the Caribbean. If you're an American and you're classified as black, then you're a black American. No different than if you're white and you're in America, you're a white American, but you can truthfully be from South Africa and have citizenship in the United States.
Right? Go to slow update. That's old. That the court had been did that. I covered that. I didn't get his takes. I just wanted to hear what he had on that. You dig? What he had on our books. As an attorney himself, he can interpret that legal talk better than we can. So it seems like he comes to the same conclusion as us. You dig? They're trying to do away with the anchor babies. I think that's a good thing. Birthright tourism, they call it. Yeah, we should be subject to that. People coming over here as tourists, and these guys got allegiance to the Iranian regime. They got allegiance to China. Don't plan on living in America. They hate America, but want to exploit loopholes in our judicial system. Not happening. Uh-oh. Man, I'm gonna look at this. One second, family. I'm trying to get a Tether to join us. Cool. Let's see. So let's see if I can convince this guy to come over to the channel. Hopefully he's ready right now. But again, they have to. That's why if y'all look at the beginning of this live, I played Trick and She explaining how all these guys got to come and put our names and their titles to get any motion. Okay. One second, family. Oh my God! I keep clicking this. Stick on. Where's my damn watch history? Damn tethers. All right. The link is for anybody, and especially if you believe that there's black people in Africa, black people in the Caribbean, across the world. If you think there are black people outside of America, click the link. I want to hear your logic. Okay. Because I'm under the impression that the only black people are people in America. So, and I'm sure you want to hear why I believe that. Just like I want to hear why you believe there's black Americans or black people. Just like you want to hear why I believe that only blacks are in America, I want to hear why you believe there's blacks outside of America. So I think that's a good dialogue. We get to hear each other out and explain why we see it that way. So there's a link for that. No trolls in the chat? All right. So I just seen an interesting video. All right. Of course, they got our name in it. They can't have no content without talking about us. Okay. And let's take a look at it. It might be boring. Only one way to find out. Okay, so I just seen it. Right here.
Blessings perpetually. The goal is a better life for you and me.
Is that the saint in the center? Why you look like that? Why you gotta wait? When did the saint in the center get hair? Yeah, I thought he was bald headed. Is that the saint in the center, y'all? Or am I tripping? The mustache the same, the mouth is the same, eye. But when did he get hair?
Checking in, fam.
The saint got an accent? Interesting.
Start off with saying, why do I do that little song intro thing? It reminds me of Harry Belafonte.
Yeah, yeah.
We all
If he looked,
know,
the expressions are the same. The way he talk, raise the eyebrow. Yeah, my man got a whole twin.
if you don't know, Harry Belafonte was a very he was Caribbean.
Oh my God.
Treated in America and everywhere, really. And it's interesting because according to my knowledge of scripture, the Yeshua planned things. I like to have things. If you listen to certain things, certain folks will tell you certain folks will prescribe a different reason for what is happening. Like a doctor, if you go to different doctors, these are both folks who who are obviously they're about, I don't know how much older than me they are, but they're definitely they would be considered elders to me, generations above. These are not my peers. And however, I guess academically speaking, I would say we all are concerned with with uplifting black folks folks from everywhere, really. I know Dr. Umar would actually have, he would say, I have to focus on black folk right now. And Tariq would say, I have to focus on FBA. And that brings me to my, like, so like we already right there, there's a rift. If somebody's an immigrant and they wanna be a good like guest in the house of the place they immigrated to, how would they know what is the right way to go about it? If thought leaders, if those who are followed by many individuals who have lots of weight, who hold lots of weight in the communities, are pulling folks or preaching different messages or pulling folks in different directions, and telling telling one folks this is a good thing and telling another this is a bad thing. For example, if we look at Dr. Umar he has a school that's called FDMG, Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey, and yet Tariq has very much animosity towards Marcus Garvey, and he believes he was a tether, a musty fat tether is what he called them.
But you already can see this is framing. He says animosity. We don't have animosity against Garvey. We're just pointing out his fraudulent acts, his scamming. Okay? But the tether is going to tether.
And he was like he was undermining the actual foundational Black Americans in his works, and he was in fact like, if you watch this video right here, about 34,000 views. Marcus Garvey was actually just there to undermine black folk, and that's why the black folk got rid of him. That's why there was a Garvey must go movement by foundational Black Americans. Now, in this video, we also hear him talk about, there was somebody who said, my lineage comes from the slave roots of America. I have folks who were in Alabama, enslaved.
Stop the cap.
There, but Tariq found a problem with his father being Nigerian. That's why there was a.
We don't have a problem. Nobody's father being Nigerian. We point that out to mean two different things. Either he's not FBA or he's half. That's all. Your reality is not our problem.
Tariq sensed some kind of, there was something was up, something was wrong, and the reason something was wrong was because he could tell that this person had an immigrant in their family. So his Nigerian father thus made him there was something funny style about him because had a Nigerian father. Now, when I look at how I was hoping Dr. Umar to respond to Tariq, I'm very disappointed. There's no real response to.
So why don't you call in Tariq's show and show us how it's done? Or better yet, I sent him a comment, accept my invitation, come on my show, and we can have the conversation. Since you're not going to see it from Tariq and Umar, we can do it.
Him, even though he's a thought leader, and even some of his talking points have been as in, like, this is the last thing I heard him say was the school is finished. But in this video right here, the time is now, he says the school is finished, but there's also cases of a Jamaican is holding up the school, and that's because it's probably just another example of an immigrant undermining black found. He said freedmen. He didn't use the term foundational black American. However,
Yeah, this tether right here is dealing with trauma. Damn, dude, go see a psychiatrist, man. Take some medicine, bro.
there's obviously, if you look at this exact video on, if you look in the comments of this video, you see folks is talking about how Dr. Umar must go, how Dr. Umar is in fact a tether himself, and not a tether, but I mean, actually, some folks have said he's a tether because he has some Cuban lineage. So once there's a immigrant in their blood, there becomes a rift that separates them from the connection of the land, which makes them have this urge to undermine the black folks of the land. And even though Dr. Umar is parroting some of these talking points and not and also being not very being as hospitable as I was hoping he would be, for somebody calling him.
So clearly, this is his leader. Umar is the default leader of tethers.
Himself the Prince of Pan-Africanism. I'm very disappointed. As you can see, based on my watch history, I tend to watch a lot of Umar's content, as I tend to follow everyone who's my elders' content, in terms of if they're even peers, folks who are my age, if they're purporting to give information on how I can better myself, better my community. I'm very much for that. However, I believe it's so disappointing in how I've seen things play out. I'm very much an individual who's I found myself very much conflicted in space and time when I find folks who have issues with immigrants. I have immigrants in my family, in my direct lineage.
Bingo. We already knew that. My guy.
Very much so. But I also found Tariq is quoting one of my family members who has immigrants in his family, in her family rather. He quotes my aunt, and she was a Harvard professor, and yet he quotes her. But
Stop the cap. Now here we go. Family, this is the delusion. This is the gaslight they do. They pretend that we are anti-immigrants. We're anti-tether, my guy. Big difference.
She would be deemed a tether by the kind of
No, tether has a specific definition. So does FBA. You tethers pretend you don't understand that. Believe me, you watch way more Tariq Nasheed videos than you do Dr. Umar Johnson. We know this.
Verbiage that Tariq, I find you using. I don't know if you'll even hear this video, but the kind of verbiage and the kind of rhetoric that you use, and for example, like in this exact video, is the exact kind of rhetoric that makes it creates rifts, it creates problems for folks who are immigrants, and and then you wonder why folks who show up to the land who are for black empowerment have so much. You say, why do they have these issues with what's going on, with what we're saying, with what but it's very much of the things that you are doing. You say black folk don't contribute, or when we do, we're really undermining.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Black folks do contribute. We're the only black people, my guy. He's not calling you black. Okay, you like you said, you're an immigrant,
It's really
and we don't say all nobody, my guy. Just the tether class. We make it very clear. The tether class. Okay.
wishy-washy, and folks find it very difficult to even decipher if you like. Folks have called you FBI because they're lots of folks. Like, it's not just one individual. It's like lots of folks say that you have some kind of like your rhetoric is very much, it's problematic, and there we can see results of problematic, quote unquote, tethers or individuals who undermine black individuals from the lineage of being a foundational black American. But we also see the very much the opposite is true as well. And you are however, it's sad. It's sad.
Literally tether babble, family.
It's disheartening. Dr. Umar, in your video, like in this video, you hold nothing back. You're talking about Jay-Z, Bill Cosby, Jesse Jackson death, Jasmine Crockett, 50 Cent. You have a school called the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, and this man who's very much well known and very much you know him, and he's been on the Breakfast Club, he's been on TV and Fox News, he's had channels, he's had movies, he's very well known, and you talk of the things, you talk around what's happening, but you don't address you don't address him specifically. You don't address his remarks about the man who you put as in the title of your school. And this is a school that I've donated to, even though I feel like I couldn't even work there, because I might like a woman who's not a black woman or something, and that's not allowed.
Oh my God. This dude got snow bunny issues. Oh my God, he's conflicted.
But then, you would also somehow also let white kids into your school, like you've said. So that doesn't make sense. And then
Yeah, okay, bro. That has nothing. Look, and denying white people is against the Constitution. 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause. You lusting for snow bunnies, that's totally different, my guy. He's almost forced to allow white people there. Okay, you're not forced to lust over snow bunnies. You got to stop Tether.
Tariq, obviously, I mean, the folks who follow him are the foundationalists. They definitely don't respect somebody who has lots of immigrant or a very diverse background. It has to be straight from the roots of foundational black lineage.
Okay, dude is tether babbling. He's lying, misrepresenting us, like they always do, and they never talk to us. What's my phrase? They always talk about us, and they never talk to us. They never talk with us. He'll do all this babbling. The minute you send him an invitation to come talk, is rejected. Like, dude, does this make you feel? This your therapy to lie to yourself?
Or somebody who's a writer, and that writers are as useful as they are useful, and they can never supersede the masters, who are the foundational black Americans, because they are.
That made no sense. What do you know? It's nothing about supersede what? You're talking about it's our country. We are the reason for it being great. What are you talking about, bro? Rider can only be, or I can only ride. They can only ride. You think? If you should know, like you do Uber and Lyft. And if I ride in your car, I can only be a rider. I can never say, yo, let me take over. Let me drive. Are you tired? No, I gotta just ride to the destinations, to the various destinations. I can never be a driver. Likewise.
They are the purveyors of the best of what is black. And like, for example, somebody who called up in this video right here, you let them talk bad about Jamaicans, quote unquote. Whoa, that's my aunt, a Harvard law professor who you quoted in your video. She had Jamaican lineage, but you let him talk about how Jamaicans just bring the community down. And then you let him go on a little tirade about Haitians, but you said, oh no, wait, there's something wrong with that, because the Haitians, they didn't actually bring a disease, the four H's, into the society. So it's very disheartening, because these kind of things, they matriculate into real world effects outside of these YouTube videos that that can be very much problematic for folks. Imagine trying to start a family and be a good black citizen and having to worry about folks who are worried about you because they think you're undermining them, and they'll let's imagine how bad could that really get, you know? And then is it a far-fetched to think about it? I mean, from the looks of it, from the videos you're actually purveying, you're allowing folks to denigrate folks from various backgrounds. You're allowing folks to and then you claim and then you say it's projection, what, like black folk, like other folks saying that you do this, but in fact you're literally doing it, and you've done it in many videos where you're not dealing with the cream of the crop, because if you were, you would have, and Dr. Umar would have been somebody who you would have directly been debating with about these kind of subjects. But no, you're not debating with him. You're debating with some random person on the internet. It's like, if you know, it's like it's like y'all are both going after the small fish, and it's very disheartening, because y'all are supposed to be our elders. You know, I've donated multiple times to these schools. I've donated multiple times to the school, and I feel like I couldn't even work there. I've donated because I felt like at least they'll be doing something good for, but then it's like
you can't work there because of your admitted lust for the snow bunny.
It's very convoluted. It's wishy-washy. Like you said, a white kid could go to your school, but black woman can't, you know, you can't have a black woman who likes a white man, you know, or likes a white, or a black man who likes a white woman, or a different race. You know, you talk about Asians, you can't have an Asian, you can't have a this. And you know, so it's like, what if you can't be a black empowerment and have fallen in love with somebody who doesn't look exactly like your race, just because of certain statistics? Well, what about the statistics that aren't? What about when somebody is traumatized by folks in their own racial group, and they found love and protection and health and happiness from somebody from a different racial group? They can't show up to your school because, or maybe they can, but they'd have to have a whole, you know, who knows what kind of hazing rituals will be done from the community. And I'm not just saying from you, I'm saying from our entire community. This is more broad than just YouTube, because these are emblematic of the kind of dysfunction in the community itself, and at a large scale. There's so much dysfunction, so much debauchery, so much issues that aren't able to be resolved, especially when our leaders are very much not showing up. Y'all are not showing up. Y'all are not, and you're steering us in different directions, and you're also not up to par. Our leaders are not up to par, and I'm saying that as somebody who has believed that this like, I don't even know how to phrase it right now. I'm at a loss for words because I'm so disappointed in our leadership. And you know, it's like we have so much. There's so much that could be happening, and there's so much good you guys do say. You talk about how immigrants can be set up as to be a buffer class for black folks, and that's happened before. Because they're obviously I agree. There's many places I agree. You know, the immigrant has less of a tie to the land of wherever they came, as opposed to a descendant of a slave of that area, because they obviously don't know what land they really are from, you know. So I agree with you on those kind of respects, but it's like I don't agree with it, and that's where that's why I have issues, because I can respect some of the things you're saying, but then I get whirled into this place where I'm now finding myself in like, whoa, I don't agree with this at all, and this has gone way too far. And in fact, when I had to unsubscribe from you, Tariq, multiple times, because I found that you the things you were saying.
He said he had to unsubscribe multiple times. That reminds me of that Tyreek song. She keep calling me back, calling me back. Bro, stop it. This dude is just whining. This is really worse than tether babbling. He's whining. Let me see if he responded to my comment. Nope. This guy's a grown man
Were
whining.
so problematic, that and so and derogatory, and the fact is, you say that other folks say those things about foundational Black Americans, and yet you do you are doing the exact thing that you are saying you're against. And it's very disheartening. It's very, very disheartening. And it's if you're leading, if you know you're a leader, you've called yourself a leader. You said you're one of the most prominent black minds, Black influencers, Black intelligentsia in America. You said that in one of your recent videos. You said you're one of the most prominent. However, if you would be lying if you said you aren't.
Okay, but who is he? Okay, now here's the part he can't answer. Who is he leading? And don't leaders have valiant followers? So what is he saying that people must follow, or else? Okay, and what are we joining that he leads that he can remove us and kick us out? Okay.
Leader. So how can you be a leader and be leading folks down a path of destruction, and they're destroying folks who want nothing but good things for other people, and they're destroying folks who want to live good lives, who want to have happiness and joy, and don't want to cause problems. But unfortunately, they'll be criticized for their.
This dude is literally whining the whole video.
Heritage for somebody
so he clearly wants Tariq Nasheed to be his leader.
Found love, who isn't a foundational Black American, who is an immigrant, and that was kind of that kind of attitude is pervasive through many of your talking points. However, you do have some things that are very very right on the money. So that's why it's very problematic, because you're like I said earlier, these have real world consequences for Black folk who just want to live a good life, and do good things. Like I said, Dr. Umar, I am saddened. I'm saddened. I'm worried. I'm also very worried, and I'm nervous. I've always been nervous about having kids, because I know what kind of world am I bringing them into. And I thought your school might be an excellent place for like an oasis in a certain sense. But I was always worried about some of these rules you have and some of these, but I'm even more than the rules, I'm worried about your lack of directly confronting the issues that and it's not just you, don't worry. A lot of our elders do that. A lot of our elders find issue or find ways to not confront what should be fairly direct and fairly simple to do, fairly basic math. If this man is very popular and very much well respected, he claims he's the most prominent Black American, foundational Black American, and you also claim you are a foundational Black American, but you don't go by that term. You go by Freedman. So both of you are saying you're the most prominent Black freedmen of American slaves, and yet neither of you is addressing the other directly. Both of you are addressing each other through, or not addressing each other, but addressing talking points of each other through random individuals on the internet, random or a short snippet in a conversation that you do on an interview. So I'm worried, I'm nervous, I'm afraid for my brothers and sisters who are immigrants, who want to show up to America and attempt to make the world a better place and live a wonderful life and have a happy life and a happy wife and a happy husband and a happy mother and father and child and aunt and uncle. Because guess
I hope this is his only video. I hope he ain't got a whole bunch of videos whining like
guess what? They're gonna be treated with contempt from folks who like Tariq and and his followers, and they're gonna be not protected nearly enough by folks who should be directly addressing that issue, calling themselves the Prince of Pan-Africanism. So I don't know what to say. It's sad because the youth will look to folks who are considered scholars, and they will want to know things that aren't they will want information, and the information we get, and the protection we get, the health of our community, the wealth of the health and the wealth of black folk all around the world will be problematic. This is a quote unquote famous image that came from Belgium this is on rarehistoricalphotos.com. Colonial Belgium, Congo, a slave father gazing at his daughter's severed hand and foot in 1904 in colonial Belgian Congo. So obviously this this man's lineage, his lineage would be under scrutiny from foundational black Americans because if he were to immigrate to America, if he were to free and not be able to quote unquote fix his homeland, and he were to quote unquote flee to America to attempt to better himself or because he's had an opportunity, God forbid or heaven forbid, or if you don't believe in God, whatever you put respect on, ancestors or whatever, he doesn't move correctly or on code or believes Marcus Garvey is respectable because he's following Dr. Umar, but he didn't watch Tariq's video that showed us that Marcus Garvey is a fat musty tether, then we're not gonna know who to put respect on, because all these kinds of these words, they have real world consequences, and the real world consequences are hurting other black folk. And Tariq, you constantly talk about like black folk selling other slaves, like as if black folk got big checks, and there's in Africa they're doing so luxuriously because of the slave money, when in fact the people who have much of the money that they have isn't tied to slavery. Lots of them are inventors, are farmers. They have money just like foundational black Americans have money, except for foundational black Americans have the proximity to the world reserve currency. They have proximity to the highest income levels in the world. They have proximity to the best infrastructure.
Okay, so family, this is why he's a tether. He's saying we got lucky, and the economy at one point wasn't built on our labor. Wait, okay, so this is the denial that a lot of immigrants come with because they have not done this back in their homelands, and neither have and that's just it. So they start with the revision of history.
In the world. So by literal means of proximity, the foundational Black Americans have a better time than a slave who's in Africa, right?
So we didn't build the country. Well, we didn't lay the foundation, and we didn't contribute to the economy with our labor, free labor for 200 some years. Our inventions, innovations, we didn't help out America at all. Making money here on our own, paying taxes. Yeah, our culture, America making money off our culture. Yeah, okay, right. We just got lucky. No, dude, no. We're different, my guy. We're just different.
Because their currency is we know what happened to Zimbabwe's currency, right? You talk about how folks talk about how folks in Africa have tried to do so much. They've tried to use their resources. They've done.
Okay, so he's gonna lie on us and tell what we didn't do, and then lie on Africa and give them what they didn't do. Okay, so he's going to subtract. Oh, okay, I'm gonna frame it this way. So he's gonna lie and subtract what we did in America, and then lie and add to what Africa didn't do in Africa.
And they've.
I might have been on mute. I said so. He's gonna lie and subtract what we did in America and for America, and then he's gonna lie and add on to what Africans did not do in Africa.
They've kicked out your colonizers. They've attempted to create order, and yet the chaos ensues, and yet the kind of rhetoric that is spewed by so many folks you claim is just it's an offshoot, when in fact folks are worried about you and your followers, not just folks who follow you, folks who say it's a lineage. Folks are worried about you. You don't have the luxury of not claiming you're having an effect when you brag.
Typical Tether babble. They want to make us African. They want to Africanize us, and they want to make Tariq Nasheed the leader. Good job. You're so unique from the other Tether.
About how you're a leader, and you are a thought leader, and you are a influencer, and you brag about it. You brag about your documentaries. You brag about this stuff, and yet you don't want what goes along with that territory of being responsible for the things you're saying and the things you're doing, and you're creating antagonists out of the folks who have this lineage, who you say that the way you talk, folks who believe these are the issue. These folks are the issues.
Yeah, why are they showing these negative Africans? And what is that on the left of him? Is that poop?
And the folks who ended up staying are the issues. The folks who suffered through apartheid, who suffered through colonial, who had to break rocks in South Africa with Nelson Mandela, who for fighting for respect in South Africa. The folks who were forced to do all kinds of work and labor in the Congo. The folks who were forced in all of West Africa. These are places that were colonized. There was a time when the leadership was no longer black, and it wasn't because some black folk decided, oh,
they never had black leadership over there, my
guy. We want non-black people we want all the white people to rule over us and be our true leaders, while and make sambos and and coon and raccoons beat us and treat us horribly. We're loving that kind of relationship that we're having with our so quote unquote land. We're loving that relationship that we have with our resources that are used to.
I can't take no more. Oh my God, this guy is just like grooming. Let me see if he got any other videos whining. I hope he makes this a habit. Okay. But my man video got 3 videos. He made a whole 30-minute video with no views, yo. He made a whole 30-minute videos with no views. This guy's pathetic, man. When clout chasing goes, my boy got a whole 30-minute video. I ain't never seen that before. My man got a 3-month-old video with 30-minute long with no views. If you put some bass in your voice, maybe somebody will entertain you. You dig? Anyway, I wrote him. I invited him over here. I highly doubt if he comes over. Then you got the viral, not the FBA viral. You got this other Tether viral from LA. This clout chasing us. I already cooked him. Like he lost all clout when he was forced to call in over here. And I cooked him. My man dropping videos. Wait, let me see that video. He dropped a 2-hour video, 2.5-hour video, no views on it. After what I did to him. Okay. Yeah, so Buddy was doing a lot of talking. Wait, let me see. Let me see something. 1 second, family. I just want to see if he got an email or something. Because he was doing a lot of crying. Another failed YouTuber who's trying to get clout by talking about us. Okay, hold on. 1 second. I'm gonna get this guy over here to talk with us. One second, family. When they learn they're not black, that's when all hell breaks. Okay. Oh boy. All right. I'm gonna try to get him over here the best I can. The best way I can. I think that would be a good dialogue. His buddy will agree to the end. Wait, what is that? I think that'd be a great dialogue because he was talking about Umar and Tariq. I think that would be. I'm confident that we could get him over here. When you got a 3-month-old video that's 30 minutes long, and you got no views. I think you are up and available to hop and speak with us over here in relevant land. Any trolls in the chat? So I see Jamaican Dream wanted to join. No thanks, man. You guys are boring. You have plenty of chances to speak with us with respect, with integrity, with dignity, and you continue to lie. You avoid direct answers. I'm sorry, you avoid direct questions, and you avoid giving direct answers. Okay. I mean, literally, you're a time wasting Tether, my guy. Like, Jamaican Dream is the epitome of the definition. UN revenue is over. You revenue, the BSIA guy bullshit in America. All of you guys have plethora of chances to come over here and speak in great length towards the subject, be honorable, have integrity, and all of you came with your agendas instead. So I pass on all y'all. You feel me, family? We can't reward them for being trolls. There's no reward to being a troll. So, we can't always give them a platform because that's actually rewarding their trollism, right? We are rewarding their trollisms by giving them platforms for just trolling. No, man. Jamaican Dream, stop it. You're not welcome. You, Tether, and the bullshit in America guy. Okay, I have fun cooking y'all. It's boring now. Because, we're just talking to absolute liars. Y'all don't even fake to be honest. Like, at least, give some truth and at least give some truth and fiction. Like, these guys come with complete fiction. These guys come with complete fiction. Tariq just dropped the video. Well, he ain't just dropped it. Let me check this video. But I want the new guy that just whining about Tariq Nasheed to call in.
Lies about you, bro. It's weird as hell.
Oh yeah, the Tethers, boy, they be
Man,
whining
it's
about
crazy.
me. Oh yeah, they be whining about me. I give Tethers the blues. Audio?
Flex, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir. How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, I tried to have you back in that space today, man, and yeah, they were lying, man. They were lying bad, like
Which
real
space?
bad
What?
about your wife and stuff.
Oh
and
yeah,
just,
yeah.
You know,
Oh
things
yeah.
that you say, and it's like, did you even read the website? It's just like, what the heck?
Oh yeah. The Tethers, man. They don't really have a real argument, and Tethers are going to do what Tethers do, which is start lying, and this is why we delineate. Them lying makes us further delineate. See, that's how thorough I am. The Tethers can't say shit about me. I'm too thorough. I've been around too long. I got a pristine reputation. I've been around in the public for damn near 30 years, putting out quality material, standing on business. Folks have been rocking with me since they were kids. So people know me. So it's hard for them to, you can't put dirt on my name because I've been around too much. Too many people know me. I've raised people in here. People run up on me, hey, like, man, I've been rocking with you since I was 8. You see? So you can't, what you gonna say about me? So you gotta start lying. You gotta just make up some bullshit, which further makes folks delineate because people know you lying, people know me. Niggas like, no, I've been listening to Flex since I was 10. All that shit you saying is bullshit. Dude, I used to get this dude's books. Yeah, my uncles had his books. What the fuck are you talking about? If they know me, they don't know you. So all you're proving is that you're just a bunch of lying tethers, which makes people further want to delineate. Speaking of tethers, somebody's mentioning Sneeko and Johnny Somali. Y'all know about Johnny Somali, that tether, that Somalian tether who...
Wait, let me put the link in the chat in case somebody who disagrees with our talking points wants to call. Give me a second to put the link in the chat in case somebody who disagrees with our talking points want to join us. If anybody believes that Black people exist away from America, then yeah, you might want to call in. You might want to call in if you believe there are Black people outside of Foundation Black Americans somewhere on this planet. You want to click that link. Okay. All right, come on. I'm trying to get back. Here we are.
That Somalian who he lives over here now, but he got caught up over in Korea. All right. That Johnny Somali, he called my lives several times. Me and him is going back and forth. He's always saying little slick stuff about our lineage. He was against us getting reparations, talking real greasy. Johnny Somali is a Somalian tether who tries to cosplay as us. He's an internet troll. He does goofy, lame, extremely unfunny stunts in order to get clicks and views. He goes around people socking him up and just one of these people who does anything for a click or a view because he ain't got no talent or just an untalented tether. So he was over there in Korea trolling, doing goofy stunts to try to get clicks and views, and they hemmed that ass right on up. Oh, they hemmed him up. And he went to court and they sentenced him. He got sentenced to 6 months in jail out there of hard labor. They sentenced his ass to jail out there. Let me read the story about him. And I don't like the headlines. American YouTuber Johnny Somali sentenced to jail in South Korea. Johnny Somali, age 25, caused outrage of him kissing a statue commemorating wartime slaves over there. Johnny Somali gained notoriety several years ago for recording himself during a series of provocative stunts in Korea and Japan, streaming them on platforms such as YouTube and Twitch. South Korean authorities indicted Somali, whose real name is Ramzi Khalid Ismail, in 2024 on a public orders violation and obstruction of business and banned him from leaving the country. The court has sentenced him to 6 months in prison. A representative from Seoul West District Court told the press. Okay. So Johnny Somali went over there trolling, and he tried to get out of it by yelling about how he's a Black American and all that. And that ain't working right now. That's why delineation is a beautiful thing. He was complaining that the U.S. Embassy ain't helping. When he went to court, there was nobody there to support him. This delineation is whooping that ass. And I love it. See, for decades, these non-FBA tethers, they could just wrap themselves up in the cultural fabric of Foundation of Black Americans and adopt our slang and our aesthetics and our global cool factor in order to gain clout. This delineation movement, it shattered that whole black monolith myth. That drew a hard line around our specific lineage. And we just revoked that cultural passport that allowed goofy ass trolls like Somali to go cosplay as us. So when he go acts a fool overseas, delineation lets the world know that this goofy lame dude is not us. All right? He is not us at all. See, they know we're cool. They try to be like foundational Black Americans. They have a lot of respect for our culture because they try to be like us. So when he goes over there with all that yo, 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 word to the mother, no, we're saying no. Listen, Korea, he ain't us. Do what you will. So now he has a complete loss of that FBA protective shield. So when these melanated immigrants go and get jammed up globally or domestically or whatever, see, back in the day, we would be the first ones to go cape for them. We'd march, protest. We provide a protective social shield for them, regardless of the person's lineage. We just ride out for them. Right now, we ain't doing that no more. Delineation changed the rules of engagement because his ass sat up here and disrespected our lineage every chance he could get. You see, so he was strategically isolated. So when he's facing the music in Korea, there's no outrage from us, no hashtags, no community backing, nothing. The damn U.S. Embassy ain't even rocking with his ass. That shows you how powerful delineation is. Everybody got to hold their own damn nuts. You know? And our brand as Foundational Black Americans, it's built on genuine innovation. It's built on survival. It's built on authentic cultural capital. Johnny Somali, that goofy shit, that desperate, unfunny, none of his stuff is funny. It ain't even witty. That's the thing with him. His stuff ain't even funny. It's just real lame and corny and it's just dumb. So yeah, we're letting folks know all of that buffoonery, we ain't got nothing to do with that. Some of that stuff, that buffoonery nonsense, that is not foundational Black American culture. Don't put us in it. Him and that other dude, that grooving, Big Groove, the big Nigerian dude always bussy popping, that big buff dude, we let folks know that ain't us either, all right? Biting into hamburgers and bussy popping, that ain't us. Yeah, we got talent. We actually have talent. We ain't got to resort to buffoonery. You see? So there's a lot of accountability through social isolation, see? The reason that dude had 0 supporters in that Korean courtroom, that's a result of him being socially marooned by delineation. See, when you get exposed as a non-FBA who just always denigrate and disrespect foundational Black American culture, in the country you reside in, you're going to find yourself on an island. And the Korean authorities, they recognize what we already knew. This man ain't nobody backing him. He ain't got no institutional backing, no community that's going to go to bat for him. So delineation, that don't just change opinions, that creates real world legal and social vulnerabilities for these damn tether trolls out here who thought they were untouchable and they can just hide behind us. They go do something goofy and then go yell they're Black American, and that kind of puts fear in people because they don't want us using our media access to protest against them. When they see that's not going to happen, they're like, oh, cool. We're going to jam him all the way up. And that also brings us to what happened with Sneeko. Sneeko is another tether troll. Sneeko, what is Sneeko? He's Filipino and Haitian, and I've debated them. I had an infamous debate where I cooked him. It was me by myself, and I was on the phone cooking about 10 of them. It was Sneeko, Musty Myron Gaines. It was a bunch of them, and I was in there lighting them up. They got so embarrassed. So Sneeko is another one who's always trying to denigrate foundational Black Americans. So Sneeko was in New York streaming today. I think it was today. Somebody ran up on him and snuffed him right in the face. They snuffed him and hemmed him up. Like, damn. So yeah, it's a bad week for the Tethers. Family, we keep saying all the people who denigrate foundational Black Americans, notice all types of weird shit end up happening to them. I keep telling people it's a different energy out here, family. The ancestors are not playing. I'm going to keep pointing it out. Yeah, he got pressed in New York. All the people who are denigrating our lineage, they're getting hemmed up. People think this is a game out here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let's just look at all the people since we've been delineating, because we've activated a spiritual energy, ladies and gentlemen. We've activated a spiritual energy. Everybody who goes against us and our lineage are getting hemmed up. Family, there is a power of naming and activating your ancestral battery. See, for a long time, we allowed our specific history to be diluted under that generic ass people of color, minority, African American nonsense. We delineated, properly named ourselves and our ancestors, foundational Black Americans. That was a massive spiritual frequency shift. You understand? In all spiritual traditions, knowing and speaking the exact name of your predecessors, it gives you access to their power. This is why it's such a spiritual movement that's happening. So when we claim our specific lineage, we sent a direct, unclouded signal down the bloodline. We called on our specific people. That delineation activated a dormant spiritual battery. The ancestors are fully awake right now, ladies and gentlemen, because we, their descendants, we're honoring their specific, unique sacrifices on the soil and giving them a rightful, honorable title. And they are answering the call. The ancestors are showing the fuck up and showing out. Let me watch my language, because I don't want to use bad language when I speak on the ancestors, but the ancestors are coming through. See, delineation, that reestablished a broken covenant between the living foundational Black Americans and the ones who built the infrastructure of this country and this continent. See, for a long time, we were letting anybody come on and disrespect the foundation that our ancestors were unallowed to lay down. But when the delineation movement started aggressively protecting our history, shutting down all the culture vultures and demanding tangibles in the name of our ancestors, we signal to the ancestors we're ready to guard what you died and built. You understand? And we are stepping up to protect their legacy in the physical realm. You see? And they're going to protect us in the spiritual realm. So that covenant is real active again. And we've severed the cord on spiritual leeches. See, before we drew the line, a lot of these Tether trolls and clout chasers and scammers, they would hide within the collective. They were spiritually leeching off of the survivalist energy of our foundational Black American ancestors. And they're using our swag, our slang, our cool factor to try to build their platforms while they were simultaneously denigrating us, just like Johnny Somali. Johnny Somali's always yo, trying to talk in our slang, but then turn around and denigrate us. That's what these Tethers do. That's so disrespectful to our lineage. There was a space earlier, I was listening to some Tethers. Some of them were Caribbean and African, Boy, they were so disrespectful to our lineage. They were in there like, yeah, us immigrants, we don't know black American shit. We don't know, they want us to bow down to them. The white tea people give us more stuff than them. Man, this is why I go hard on these tethers. They'll sit up here and try to give props to the white tea people for them coming over here. Man, and do you know our ancestors, all the work they put in to get these ungrateful tethers safe over here? And this is what we get? That's why I go hard in the paint unapologetically. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn who's offended. No tether is going to disrespect our lineage, all the shit we've done. I know our history too well. Man, we were stomping for these people. Man, these people would not have been over here. They couldn't have got over here if it weren't for foundational black Americans. I'm talking about all throughout history with Tuskegee, man, 1915 and all that. They had laws where they didn't want no Africans and Caribbeans over here, which is real funny. They like to thank the white tea people for helping them. The white tea people were the ones putting the laws together to stop them from coming here. Like Musty Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, that's so funny, family. The restrictive laws. Oh my God, these guys. You know what? I'm gonna do something on that. We always talk about it. I'm gonna do something on, like they were so irrelevant in the white tea mind. They were so irrelevant as a people in white tea mind that white folks didn't even include them when they was setting quotas and restrictive laws, because they were like an afterthought. Like they was like, you guys better not ever think you come to this country. We don't even gotta put you in law. We're gonna put the Chinese Exclusion Act. We're gonna do these quotas, these restrictive laws for Eastern and Southern Europeans and Mexicans. But you guys, we don't gotta do shit for y'all because y'all better not think about coming to this country. But I'm gonna do something on that. I'm tired of us keep covering this and not in full in depth. All right, so I'm gonna do something on this, family. And yes, I'm gonna have my 3 AIs speak to it. You did. Yo, y'all might as well call me 3 AI. You did. That's my new name. Cause every time I use 3 different AIs to cook on these guys. So I'm gonna have my 3 AIs explain how irrelevant and an afterthought anybody from the Caribbean or Africa was to white tea supremacists during the immigration, when it was working out immigration. Who could come, who can't, who's excluded, who does the quotas apply to, who was restricted. I'm gonna cover all that, and I'm gonna specifically only speak to Africans and Caribbean. How did they play into all that? All right, with my 3 AIs. Matter of fact, yeah, family, go ahead and hit that cash app. Let's keep the 3 AI going. You dig? All right. Let's help support the 3 AIs. I got other shit too, but at the very least that.
Yeah, they didn't want him over here. The white tea people had laws against that.
And that's how serious I'm about research. Like one wasn't satisfying to me. ChatGPT and Gemini wasn't satisfying to me. Matter of fact, out of the 3 I'm using, Gemini is I say the most disappointing. I ain't gonna lie.
It was the black folks.
Out of all the AIs I'm using, Gemini is like the most disappointing. Like they had this slight advantage that they do, but they're the most disappointing to me. Yeah, so the 3 AIs, I'm gonna show. I'm gonna have the 3 AIs speak to. White tea man wasn't thinking about Africans and Caribbean people when they were establishing their immigration quotas, restrictions, and exclusions. You dig? I'm gonna use my 3 AIs to give different perspectives, point of views, different histories. So go ahead and help me out with that. $ unbiased Ron, you dig? It's
Tuskegee fighting against that to help get those Caribbeans over here. And then in the 60s, it was us stomping down to help get them here. When they were going through wars in their homeland, we were going over there sending medical supplies to Ethiopia and other places. When they were getting their independence in some of these African nations, we were working with the UN to write the charters for their constitutions. Ralph Bunche out of Detroit, some of our foundational Black American ancestors, even going into South Africa when we were helping to fight the apartheid regime. Randall Robinson and Charles Ogletree, they were helping to write the Constitution to get the colonizers off their back. Man, that's why I go hard in the paint. I know all the stuff FBAs have done to help these ungrateful ass people. And then y'all send over the Myron Gaines and these musty tethers talking about what we ain't done for them and thank God for the white T man. It's all the way up. Yeah, it's a whole different vibe now. I'm not letting them denigrate our ancestors at all. At all. It's up and it's stuck. I am not letting them denigrate our people. At all. Yeah, they think that that's a fantasy that the YT people like them more and invited them over. It's a weird fantasy that they have. It's a real weird fantasy that they have. But yeah, the delineation could not have come sooner. Our great brother Claude Anderson had been trying to tell us for the longest. You see? And then what do we get? We get these people over here and what they do? Lie, scam. Coming over here with that lying, scamming mindset. Yeah, I want to delineate from that. But like I said, man, it's a new ancestral energy right now. Right now, man, we've activated a spiritual system in our ancestry, and it's all the way up. See, we used to operate as an open spiritual system. We just let anybody come in, consume our culture, mock our trauma, and then walk away consequence-free. Delineation, it closed that circuit. We fenced in our cultural capital, and we locked the gates to our spiritual power. Now, when somebody tries to target foundational Black American lineage with malicious intent, no, you ain't just dealing with us online, all right? You're grabbing onto a high voltage wire connected to our concentrated ancestral energy at this point. Because we've activated that damn wire. We've activated the energy. Notice all of the people talking crazy about us, it goes left. All them Somalians in Minnesota and all that was talking crazy about us on Clubhouse and all that. Bam. They start getting hemmed up. The Nigerians who were talking crazy, they start getting hemmed up. The Haitians, who really should have known better, the Haitians who were talking greasy, they're getting hemmed up. Somebody went and took an Uber to unalive their president, getting hemmed up. The Hispanics, who was doing all that talking crazy, letting Zimmerman get away with harming our people and others, getting hemmed up. Charlie Kirk, he was right in the middle of a speech about to denigrate our lineage, right in the middle of the speech. We saw what happened. That man was right in the middle of denigrating us, right when he was about to verbally denigrate us in our lineage. We saw what happened. The words were taken right out of his mouth. Now look at Johnny Somali getting hemmed up over there. Look at Sneeko getting snuffed in the streets. Yeah, it's a whole different vibe. It's a whole different vibe right now. Yeah, when the president of Ghana came over here and tried to run that finesse, trying to run a con game by denigrating our lineage, because that's a con game they tried to run. He went back home to Ghana and the country got flooded over there. You see?
Yeah, that flood turned Ghana to Nigeria's Makoko, the floating slum. That's crazy, yeah. Ghana got turned to a floating slum in Nigeria overnight.
It's a whole different vibe. It's a whole different day, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah? Yeah, Lake Lanier just caught another body a couple of days ago. Come on now, this is real out here. This is real. That Majoris spirit, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, y'all didn't know that Ghana got flooded. Right when they tried that reparations finesse, that president went back over there to Ghana and they had severe flooding over there. All right, who said, well, hip hop was revolutionary when Jamaicans started it? Oh, yeah, it's a troll account. Okay. Yeah, you just saying stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you just saying stuff. Yeah, you got a troll account. Man. Yes, it's a real vibe out here. It's real. It is real, ladies and gentlemen. He's been trolling all day? Okay. All right. Let me get a couple of more folks in here. Shout out to the family. Well, we got a lot of him in here.
Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna do a thing today. I'm gonna use my 3 AI search engines to click on the Immigration Act, all of them, the Exclusion Acts, the quotas, the restrictive acts, to show like what role did Africans, how did those acts apply to Africans and Caribbeans? Like, these guys are crazy. Think the white man came to get them an olive branch. Okay, so I'm gonna definitely do something on that today. Today, sure. The Africans, in less than an hour, I'm gonna do something on that. Okay, and that might be my live for later on today. Let me see who's in the chat. Oh, Tony. Oh, 10 out, baby. Thank you. Yeah. Y'all gonna appreciate that. We're gonna nip that in the bud finally. These tethers pretending that our influence in fights, civil rights movements didn't contribute to their welcoming to our country, where the immigration laws started to bend for them and allow them in. Again, I'm a guy, I say it all the time. I studied the history of immigration in this country. I don't remember seeing any laws about Africans and Caribbean people. It's because they were a complete afterthought. That wasn't even fathomable to have Africans and Caribbeans in this country. That wasn't even fathomable. And I'm gonna ask my 3 AI search engines why, like, what threat would white America believe they had they introduced them over here in numbers and significant numbers during the 1880s, 1900s, you know what I mean? Because they were like barely in the country after Ellis Island. But yeah, so my 3 AIs, I'm going to cook that up. I'm going to really go in depth in that. Okay. I think I'm going to title the later live, I think I'm going to title it, What Role Did, matter of fact, I want to do that right now. I want to do that right now. Let me see. Oh, notification. Is it a boy? Yeah, okay. Okay, let me see what's in the playlist. Is there anything else in my playlist I haven't played it? I gotta play for y'all. Okay, so I played. I think I was going into this one right here. This is the Zesty guy. Let me give her that one. Okay. All right, whatever this was, it had to be garbage. Okay, so this one right here, this is Hood Smart. I might play that one. I might play the Hood Smart one. Let me see what this one is first.
Conversation. So look at him. Okay, take a look at this guy.
This was corny. All right, I think I'm gonna play the Hood Smart one. Get rid of that.
Bro, what sport do y'all play in Haiti anyway?
Yeah, what sport do y'all play in Haiti?
Soccer, that's it, bro.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna play this one. But hold on. I'm gonna play with that one, and in the background, family, I'm gonna be researching the Immigration Exclusion Acts, the quotas, and the restrictive laws, and how they applied to people of Africa and the Caribbean. Yeah, we're gonna nip this in the bud today. Okay, hold on. We're gonna nip that in the bud today. Tired of hearing about we ain't do nothing for them no more. That's out. That's out. Okay, hold on 1 second. We're gonna nip that in the bud today. Okay, so let's have a little fun. Little Smart was cooking on these tethers, so let me do that. And I'm gonna do that right now with the AIs. In the background, I'll be working on that, family. Okay, give me 1 second.
But they fucked up. I was just telling old girl, like, bro, imagine if we would have adopted baseball, bro, that would have made a lot of rich folks, because a lot of poor Dominicans get rich off baseball, bro. Facts.
They ass. They suck, bro.
Hey, BOA, do you speak that shit? That Creole shit?
He said, do I speak that shit?
The Dominicans, yeah. When they say that shit, it's boring.
Yeah, I speak it fluently.
Oh, okay.
But bro, don't all the islands play soccer?
Yeah, but
baseball and soccer.
Yeah, even Puerto Rico plays that.
Anyways, let's get Naj B. Go ahead, brother. What's good?
Yeah, I just wanted to real quick add on to when it comes to looks, right? So when it comes to features and looks, it's gonna change based on climate, not like, because if you look at in Africa, you'll see people's facial features change due to where they are in the region, due to many decades and thousands of years that they've been there. They have to adapt to the environment. So some areas in Africa, the climate is more tropical. There's different weather, phenomena.
Goddamn, nigga.
As more.
Why you keep muting yourself?
You got
what was that?
Wi-Fi.
Why you keep muting yourself? You talking to you mute
I'm
yourself.
not. It's I don't know what's going on with the internet.
My moderator. Hey, moderator, chill out. Let the nigga talk. Go ahead.
Are you in Africa? That's why that happened.
So based on like climate is what changes most of your future. And especially if you're at a certain location for a certain amount of like lineage, right? Those features in your genetics are gonna change. So especially in North America, a lot of people are gonna, if they're from a different continent or different region or different parts of the world, their features are gonna change due to those climate areas.
Like what?
So if you look at
East Africa, what feature would change? Give me an example.
Like for example, like in Africa, you'll see like the nose will change, body shape will change, even if diet is also a big factor. So if you're in Africa and if you're in a certain climate, right, due to dry or maybe more tropical area, those diet that you're eating are going to contribute to your how your body may develop.
So why Somalian head so big, bro?
What climate? Yeah, what climate makes that?
Hey, Najee. Hey, let me ask you something, bro.
Yeah.
Where you from again, dog?
I'm from Minnesota, but I'm Somali. My people.
Where are your people from, dog?
I'm Somali, yeah.
Do y'all brush your teeth for real, bro?
I got good. I keep my teeth clean.
It's a genuine question.
All I'm saying is like, yeah, people that you probably met, don't brush their teeth. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who.
Wait,
kind of
what?
people-
Listen, hold on. I don't want to talk about that shit. Hold on. So, my point is Africa is so diverse with different genetics, not just because of climate, but because so many people came through Africa. Africa's not, I consider Africa like a mud bowl. Like, it's really not. I don't think some of y'all are even indigenous to Africa. Like, I consider y'all, a lot of us was coming to some of us was actually coming to Africa. But the first Atlantic slave trade.
Are you one of those fake Indians?
Hold on. The first Atlantic slave trade actually came from the Caribbeans to Africa. See what I'm saying? Or North America to Africa. And plus, when you're talking about climate, it's really, if you're talking about, it's really had to do with UV rays when it comes to skin color. It's about the high volume of UV rays that's hitting a particular region of the world. So when people say dark skin, if me, myself, I'm dark skinned, you would think I came from Africa under the conclusion because I'm dark skinned and dark skin comes from hot places. Not really. Because in Colorado, the UV rays is greater than the UV rays in Florida. And we all know Colorado's cold.
Nah, he's not dark skinned. Dark skin is that dude, the African yesterday. See, dark skin to us ain't dark skin globally. And like I learned that in my life. I learned calling like us dark skin. I remember I was talking to ex-architect and I was like, yeah, man, you got some FBAs as dark as Africans. He was like, bro, stop the cap. I was like, nah, I said dead ass. I started naming like dark skinned people that I thought was like super dark. He was like, man, that ain't dark skin. Like that's American dark skin. That ain't global dark skin. When you start to show Africans, you dig, from the continent, I'm like, damn. I'm like, yeah, you right, yo. Yo, dark skin to us ain't dark skin globally. So what he just said, that's not necessarily true. Like he's not dark. The guy yesterday, the African dude from the continent, that dude was jet black. Okay? He's brown. My memory is brown. That dude was jet black.
Than Florida. So why is the UV rays just as equal or greater than Florida? It's because of the high altitude and the mountains in Colorado that makes the air thinner for UV rays to penetrate. So that's why when people say you look African, yeah, but around the world, people look African. Nigga. That is not because of
you are African, man. Don't lie to yourself.
Bro, did somebody say you Somali?
Hold on, Haji. Let me handle this. Black is beautiful. How do you know that, brother? What tells you that? Who told you
your
that?
Your hair, your nose, the color of your eyes.
So you don't think any of this features, any of these features you can find anywhere elsewhere other than Africa?
Yeah, but adding all those features together in conjunction,
this is also
means
this
there's
is
a really
also
high
Australia.
probability that you're from Africa. No, I'm Australian. You don't look Australian. You don't look Aboriginal Australian at all.
So Aboriginal Australians don't look like this. None of them.
Aboriginal Australians have soft hair. Have you seen them?
Yes, I have seen them. Some of them
Their
have coarse hair
nose
too.
is a different shape to yours. Their eyes are different. Their genetics are different.
Pull up a picture of Aboriginal Australian right now on your phone and show me.
I don't know how to do that, man. Just you can bring it up. I live in Australia. I grew up with Aboriginals, and nobody will ever mistake an African for an Aboriginal.
They called white people have done it plenty of times in the documentary. They called them Negroes and compared them to Ethiopians. So what are you talking about? You lied.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you just lied. You
just said nobody will confuse an Australian. You just lied.
You said nobody has ever confused them with Africans when early.
I said I grew up here. And nobody has.
No. You said what you said.
Early explorers.
You said what you said.
Before your people migrated there, or whoever came and mixed in with that group, they confused them with Negroes and they called them Negroes. So you just lied saying nobody has called them. I'm talking about the Aboriginals, not the people who's been mixed in now and migrated and made it more diverse. The original people of Australia, Aboriginals, were compared to Ethiopians. Same thing with the blacks over here too. The Indians over here compared to Ethiopians. You lied. You said it never happened.
I didn't, bro. Let me tell you something.
You said,
wait, don't.
Out your own mouth, you said no one did it.
Wow, what's that?
Written records of everyone doing it.
We're having a conversation. We're having a conversation.
I'm educating you to make sure that you know that you just lied.
No, I know Australian history. Captain Cook arrived in New South Wales, and when he went along northern New South Wales, Gold Coast, he first looked at a place and he named it Indian Head. He called it Indian Head. It's now changed to Diamond Head. So
Okay.
he first actually saw them and he called them Indians, which means natives.
No,
When
the
Captain
fuck it
Cook came by
don't.
here.
No, it does not. Who the fuck told you Indian means native? Brother, when was the term Native American? Do you know when the term native came about? What year?
I don't know.
So what the fuck is you talking about? Indian does not mean no
Entomology, brother. I don't know where the word came from. I don't know.
Okay, so I know, brother. I know
Yeah,
you.
yeah. See, family. Yeah, these guys are stupid, and it's important to call them out aggressively, passively, however you choose to. But it's important to call out their stupidity. That's why, 227 Kemet, I was trying my best. Him and Black Manosphere. I was trying my best to like keep it cool, I just couldn't. They are disrespecting me while I treat them fairly. They were disrespecting me while I treated them with utmost respect. I'm taking them seriously while they taking me unseriously. I'm asking questions. I'm providing I'm supporting my argument. I'm giving examples, evidence, irrefutable, overwhelming evidence. And these guys were still playing in my face, man. So I said, okay, I'm no longer meeting respect with disrespect. I'm going to meet disrespect with disrespect. So I had to call them what I called them. I'm not taking it back.
Don't know. That's why I'm here. This is why AI is here, because you don't know, so I have to know. The term Native or Native American was made in the 1960s, sir. That's a fairly new term. Indian has been around for a very long time, and it's actually adjacent to Negro. Negro and Indian actually go hand in hand. That's who they were calling the people over here. Negro, Indian. Indian and Negro are interchangeable. They didn't say Negro
Okay,
came
take a
from
step
Africa.
back. What about the documents of you look into the documents in the 19th century and you look at any history and it's always talking about Africans and Negroes and free colored people. Like if you go read that, you saying all those documents.
Can you give me an example of what
So you're saying a document in the 19th century? Why did all these people call themselves African in the 19th century and the 17th century?
It's
This
called,
is very confusing.
see, this is
Why
why
did Abraham Lincoln want to send them to life?
You can't talk so much if you don't know anything, sir. I'm schooling you on shit that you telling me. Sir, it's called paper genocide. I understand you like white scholarship, you let white people name you, but white people are not the sole holders of who people are. So yes, they started a paper genocide and they started labeling people in the 1900s. That was also happened in the 1900s? $5 Indians happened in the 1900s. People were out there buying their way into calling themselves earlier documents.
So I'm confused. You're saying you're not African.
Earlier documents have already said that they have found dark-skinned people with woolly hair, coarse hair in the Americas. If you look at the ancient Olmec statues in Mexico, early Mesoamerica, even Mexican archaeologists have compared the archetype of the stoneheads to Africans. They call it Negroid type. They didn't say Mexican or Native American type. They said Negro type. And when they found the first bones over here, they said it was Negroid type, not Mongula or what they want to call those Native American type. So, sir, you have a lot of research.
Let me say something. Let me say one thing then. Your DNA.
I'm not African.
DNA
No, sir.
test.
No, sir. To my knowledge, I'm not African. I can't.
You've done a DNA test, and what did you
find? I've done genealogy. Why would I take an entertainment test?
Let's go, man. What the fuck? He said, why don't I take an entertainment test? Oh, that was a beautiful response. Spot on. Beautiful. Why don't I take an entertainment test? Right. Good point. Oh my God, you cooking on them. Yeah. Hood smart is I. Yeah, Hood smart might be. I don't know, man. Tariq might need to pull up Hood smart when he's debating. I like Dan, and Dan do what it do, but yeah, I think Hood smart might be up there, man. Like he be saying some clever, witty shit on the fly. Yeah, now that was a great, quick rebuttal. He didn't take no time. He said, "Yo, DNA." He said, "Do a DNA test." And V4, you in the chat, I gave you a shout out the other day. I think it was you some months back when I was in Georgia last year, where you were trying to educate me on the whole entertainment for only thing, and I was arguing with you, saying you were wrong. Man, if that was you, bro, pull up. But yeah, man, my man said, why would I take an entertainment only test? Great clapback. Great clapback. Great clapback.
Have
You could take a DNA test that'll tell you where you're from.
I have not taken a DNA test because I don't have a baby mama and I don't need to. I have not put my semen in no girl that I had to ask if that's my baby or not. So I have not taken a DNA test because that's all a DNA test is good for. A DNA test has already told you, it can't tell you where you from. You only tell you if the baby's yours or not, nigga. So no, I have not taken a DNA test. I don't got kids. Right. A DNA test can't tell you where, it just matches who's close to you. But DNA tests are flawed because they are misrepresenting America. We don't have a lot of samples over here to compare like how Africa does.
Yeah, I wouldn't even go that route. I'll just simply say the facts. Like, it's for entertainment purposes only, and it's not designed to tell you where you're from or who you are. It's designed to say what he just said: catch criminals, tell you you're biologically the father or not, and for health purposes. You feel me? But it's not designed to tell you where you were, or who you were 500 years ago. No, it provides a genealogical aspect to it. And it shows your family last names and who your grandma married, who your was married, blah, 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 married. That's what it's good for.
All right, why if you take a genealogy test, are you linked to Africa and given like DDG was
There's no such thing as a genealogy test. This dude is just stupid.
given 30% Nigerian?
That wasn't a genealogy test. That was a DNA test.
What an idiot.
Okay, so I don't know anything. I don't know much about.
Be nice.
Well, I don't know much
y'all.
about biology, so I'm just telling you how I see it. So DDG just did a DNA test. Right. I don't know how it works, but it seems that a lot of people are taking it, and
I'm glad you just admitted you don't know how it works. That's perfect. Okay, I'm gonna tell you how. I just told you how they work. DNA tests tell you they're not supposed to. If you read it, it says it can't tell you where you originate from. You know why they can't tell you where you originate from? Let's see if you have good common sense. Why do you think they can't tell you where you're from?
Well, populations move, right? It's connected to people, not land.
Good answer. That and the DNA that they need, them niggas are dead. Your ancestors are dead. They don't have that DNA to compare your DNA to. They're dead. It's not around. So they're comparing you to people who are alive right now. They're not comparing you to the people who were around 20,000 years ago.
Wait a minute, you're wrong there, because you can still find bones and things like that.
That's not what they're using.
I saw that with cheddar.
That's not what they're using for the DNA test, though.
They're using spit.
They're using spit, brother. You have to spit in it, not taking your blood or your bone marrow. You're spitting in a bottle.
All right, so you're saying you can't link it to ancestors. That's fine. I believe you, because there's not a lot of ancestors running around. Okay, that's one. Two, however, it does give you most likely a link between people, so it shows who you're closest to, right?
Your cousin, your first cousin. That's
so why are you connected to? Why are you clustered with Africans? Why are you closer to Africans than if you maybe not you, but let's say an example: somebody who's African American takes a DNA test, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you cluster these other people who've taken DNA tests. You're most likely similar to them."
Because the DNA test is, like I just told you before, the DNA test misrepresents other regions of the world. Here's what the DNA test does: it doesn't accurately pick up Black Americans' DNA because we are a mixed group of people in America. Black American isn't just one solid mix. It's a mix of many different things, or two other different things. It doesn't pick up on that. One of the main things we're mixed with is Indians. because Indians were on the plantation with us before we got there.
Oh,
but the DNA
so you're not saying you're fully Indian. You're saying you've got DNA of India.
I don't deny African DNA. I could have African DNA, but my features aren't the sole provider of that, because these, like I told you, these features are everywhere. We're already around the world. There's not one place you can't find these features. Can you name you could name a place you can't find these features?
Well, it's the amalgamation of all those features together, or connection of all those features simultaneously.
What
Find your nose in China.
What part of my features you can't
When
find?
you add those features together, it's like there's a high probability that you're from Africa. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you can't find your features in other places. I'm saying that if I looked at you, I would develop a prior probability. I would say, oh, this guy is most likely from X. That's why when someone sees you, they're going to say,
okay,
oh,
all right.
you're from, you're black.
What do you think America was before white people got here?
So that's from what I've seen the picture. Okay, so
my question to you is basically, let me narrow it down. How do you know they didn't look like this in the Americas before white people got here? What is your proof that
historians, that's the only way you can know.
For the panel. What is your proof that this wasn't already here?
Okay, so there's no proof of that, but I look at the native Indians of today and the ones taking pictures in the 19th century. You know, there's some pictures there.
But we just said that term came up in the 1960s, and they also, white people got inside the dollar's roll to call themselves Native Americans for $5. So you can't.
Okay, what about those Native Americans that have a succinct look and you see them? What about South Americans? They look a certain way, right? The ones that are indigenous, they have a certain feature.
You talking about the Brazilians? You talking about Brazil?
No, I'm talking about, like, say, Central America, Mexican people. They have a certain look, right?
Panama? Central America? Panama?
Yeah.
they look
about
like
Panama,
niggas.
but generally, yeah.
Yeah, they look like niggas, man.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, they look like niggas.
So you see the problem that you're running into? You keep running into everywhere you mentioned, there's niggas there. And no one can prove that we weren't there before or after. You're having a hard time doing that. So to classify,
well, yeah, you can't prove a negative. It's very hard but I mean, it's very hard to prove a negative. But you're saying okay. Let's take a step back. The whole idea, you're saying the whole idea is wrong. That there was a slave trade.
Sir, so in order for us to conclude, what we need in this argument, this conversation is, you need to know how biology works. So we need to break down where the skin color comes from and how people adapted to the skin color. You also need to know history. Are you well-rounded in any of these conversations before we have this conversation? Because you're spitting out assumptions and things that you connected with common sense.
No, I'm asking questions because I want to see where your viewpoint is coming from. Because I know where your color comes from. It comes from, you could say the sun, right? That's why it's there. High UV rates, we have them here in Australia as well.
Right.
And then there's other questions. Why is your hair like that? Hair was often used, I guess they would say, for moisture or something of that sort. There's some type of evolutionary reason for these features, right? And that's why they exist in different places.
So my question is, how much different do you think America's climate is in certain places than Africa?
Well, it changes, right? It depends. I mean, it's on the same latitude.
Jamaica has the same equal amount of UV rays as West Africa right now. So wouldn't that mean that
the Caribbean is interesting because the idea is those places, their indigenous population were wiped out. Think in Jamaica.
How do you wipe out a whole indigenous population?
Well, that's what they said. It got wiped out.
They said it's not a reliable
source. You believe in white lies.
So you don't believe in any of the history. That's the question, right?
Hold on, I gotta address it. This is my problem with Africans or people who come from Africa, is that you guys take white scholarship and you run with it and you don't think outside the box. If you really look at white scholarship, I like to use white people scholarship. You know why? Because white people scholarship tends to contradict itself. They contradict themselves all the time. The further back you go into their record books and what they were saying earlier, it doesn't match what they're saying now. All you got to do is follow the paper trail. They tell on themselves. See what I'm saying? They've been mentioned that there were blacks in the Americas, in Panama and Haiti, in Jamaica, in Florida, in North Carolina. They mentioned this vividly, that there was niggas here already, Negro type, even Mexican.
Run me through the real history then, that you think happened.
You just said it.
I just told.
So the real history is that.
Okay, let's start off. let's start off with when the Spaniards started first coming over here to the Americas in the early 1500s. You have to look at the record books and ask, what did they find? You can start off, and there's several European explorers. You can start off with Christopher Columbus, or you can start off with where True Master at? True Master knows. Vasquez, what you want to call him? Balboa. And then in their journals, in their explorers, what you find is that they always compared the people here to people in Ethiopia. Look similarly, just if not just the same, just alike, people in Ethiopia. Dark-skinned, well-built, coarse hair. Woolly people, especially down in Florida. Now, were there some red natives here? Of course, there was some of them here too. But majority of the population, they labeled as dark skin. So that's one proof. The other one is if you look at old statues like in Mexico, you will see that they had the Olmec statues, and Mexican archaeologists, how you want to say it, compared the statues to Negroid types, saying that they look like niggas. They didn't say they look like Mexican or generic Mexicans or Native Americans. They said Negroid types. And you could look that up. So I'm not understanding, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
then, okay,
I don't spend my time really going into the intricate history
Where's
of
the sad violin?
What about the, well, because I'm not American, but what about the
what you talking about it?
You know, what about the historical narrative specifically? What happened in the slave trade? You say?
All right, family. So the results is in. I went and I contacted the AI gods. 3 different AIs. You dig? One is ChatGPT, one is Gemini, and a third one's a secret. So anyway, I went into my AIs. The results are in. It's like super hot. So I'm gonna finish playing this video right here. I'm gonna take my son to get some, you know, so like an icy thing. You know what I mean? Super duper hot. And then I'm gonna read the results like a Maury paternity test, you dig? But I do have the results, so we're gonna get this straightened out. We're gonna stop Tethers from lying, and we're gonna the 3 AIs are going to explain what happened, why they were not allowed in the country, and then why all of a sudden they were allowed. So I asked great questions that the average person can't ask. You know why? Because I studied the history of immigration. I know what happened. I know what I didn't see, what I did see. So I was asking, why ain't this there? Why ain't this there for Black Americans? I'm not Black Americans. Why ain't this there for Africans? Why ain't this there for Afro-Caribbeans? You dig? I seen this for Mexicans. I seen that, right? So I knew exactly what questions to ask. And I be trying to tell the Tether News and the Jamaican Tethers, like, this is why y'all can't, research is piss poor. Like, you got to know a lot about the topic before then you'll know what questions to ask. When you just ask AI something, they give you a generic answer. And it's not like that's wrong, but they don't know what you really want and what you want to keep out, hone in on, zero in on. It doesn't know. So they just give you a generic answer. And then you got to tell it, make it better for yourself. But I already knew what to ask. Okay, because this is what I do. So, family, in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes, give me a chance, and I will read off the results. I know Bebe supported. She gave $10. $ unbiased rhyme. You want to donate towards everything, the entire channel, but more so the research. $ unbiased
slave trade never happened because we have evidence on both sides.
Perfect. You're now going into my territory. Now, you see, where we was just talking about, that was True Master's territory. This is now my territory. So supposedly we came out of, they took slaves from West Africa. Okay. Do you know how many they took out of West Africa?
Because of insurance records, well, from the looks of it, seems like they needed to keep records due to insurance and things of that sort.
I actually want. What the fuck? I
don't know the answer, but I'm sure there's detailed records out there.
Can I get them?
Just say you don't know.
This is why I'm gonna just answer it, and then I'm gonna let True Master talk because I've been talking for too long. Y'all niggas already running out of my bedtime. 12.5 million was taken out of Africa, supposedly. Go ahead, True Master. This is what you do.
Okay, to my brother beneath me, coincidentally, you beneath me, but I'm gonna address your issue right now.
That's an
Now,
insult.
what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about the indigenous black people in America, because you refuse to accept that the original man is the original man. Now, all people other than the original people are hybrids. Do you know that you are a hybrid? Do you know that you have Neanderthal mixed with human genome? Do you know that? Because we're in the information age. Let me just say something. We're in the information age. The information age means that now things that never were, but when you used to say we was the Neanderthal, because white people used to have the audacity, the unmitigated gall to say that we were the people who were, not even the people, the hominids. They said we were the hominids, that the bones they found. Then once the information age cusp began, they realized, oh shit, we're the hybrids of the Neanderthal. That means that for you to say Christ looked like you, your phenotype comes from the Neanderthal. Your white skin, your blonde hair, your blue eyes are phenotypes that come from the Neanderthal. Look it up. I don't have to make this up. This is information in the information age. So once you tell me that, you must think that I'm a fool, because you must think that I think that Allah created you and then made me from a hybrid. Impossible. You're not even a race of people. Asiatic Chinese people, they're not races. They're hybrid mutations of our DNA. You can front if you want, but I'll spank you, because I spank my children. You come from your father.
Pause, brother.
You my father. You my child.
Hold on.
You are my baby.
Let's do this scholarship here. That you might be going over his head a little bit. All right, bro. Back to Atlantic slave trade. So 12.5 million came out of West Africa. You can look that up if you want to not. Do you know how many? Do you know who had the most slaves transferred to the countries?
I'm not sure, but I did hear South America was
South America. Then it was
primary place.
Do you know who had the least amount of slaves?
I presume you will say North America, specifically the States.
Yeah, and the percentage was only 3%, really 2%.
So, but they had breeding plantations. That was the claim. Population
Wait, hold on. Let me talk to him. How do you have breeding plantations? Can you describe to me how they worked?
I don't know of it too much, but I'm looking as you said, I'm looking at the media. I'm looking at what's online. I haven't done a scholarly examination.
Thank you, but that's all you had to admit. Africans, especially ones who's in my chat box, you guys are not prepared for this work. None of you guys are. You're a waste of my time. Not you, brother. You know, you're trying to learn. But the rest of y'all, you niggas are the waste of my damn time. Your people are not educated enough. Because even if I were to agree that I come from Africa, y'all can't even prove to me that I came from Africa with your own scholarship. That shit is ridiculous. Anyways, breeding plantations, first of all, so you can't force a nigga to breed. I'm talking about men. You can't force men to breed. You know, you could force breeding onto a girl, but you can't force guys to mate unless you want to. You see what I'm saying? You can't make me get hard, nigga. I gotta want to get hard.
That's why you can't rape a man.
You can't. You can't rape him. You
can't get excited. You can't get a man excited. How can you get that nut out?
Exactly. And even if I get excited, you have to rely that I'm a nut. Exactly.
So wait a minute. Take a step back. So you said 3% of 12 million, right? So what's that? 3%. I don't know the exact, but that's probably
38,000. I think was it
30,000 or 300,000?
300,000. Yes.
300,000. All right, around 300,000 people.
So that's half
when was that?
That's half of a population.
When was that? Was that the initial export, or was that over
the years?
Period?
That's the total number. They cut the Atlantic slave trade off in 1819, 1820. They ended it short before.
So I'm going to argue against you, because the city in Africa, if you look at the city in Africa called Nairobi, it had 5,000 people. I'm reading up on this now. at the start of the century and now has like 5 million. So populations can go up.
Yeah, but
population can go up, but for you to assume, here's what I want you to look into, fact check. Fact check, in 1790, there were less than 1 million so-called blacks that were in slavery, right? And then by 1860 or 1865, right between 1860 and 65, there was that census that I found my family in. And at that point, when they found that, when you do that census, you now have almost 5 million black people from less than 1 million. And they said that it would have been logistically impossible. These are white tea scholars who are responsible for slavery.org.
So the question is, how did our population grow so quick? Is the question. Black is beautiful.
So yeah, so that's the question, right? So you said its exports are only 300,000. That's really small over that many years.
And then we jumped to 1 million, but just all the way up into 1700s. And by the time slavery was over, they said only 4 million, or they said 4 million was free.
I mean, over hundreds of years, I can see going up to 4 million. Why not?
So okay. So to your knowledge, you think the birth rate back then was more successful than the birth rate now? When we could have sex freely, and we have hospitals.
Well, yeah,
and we have technology. And you
we
think
are
the morality?
seeing the birth rate drop.
Hold on. And you think the morality rate, or how you say, mortality rate was? You think the mortality rate was higher back then than it is now? That's crazy.
No, but I'm saying that.
Wait, hold on, True Master. Let him talk.
But I'm saying, like, you look at the world today, the population, the TFR, that's what they call it, or the fertility rate actually went down. See, around the world, they're having not fertility.
Okay, family, I just got all the AIs. You dig? The information is in. I had to pull over. Obviously, I wasn't driving doing that shit. So let me pick up these icy, little things for him and bring him to the park. And while he's at the park running around, I will be reading this stuff. You dig? But the information is in. And I said, ChatGPT be going nice. ChatGPT go nice on illegals. It go nice on tethers. It don't really go nice on racists, but it definitely go nice on illegals and tethers. Okay, the other AIs, they straight like, man, F them. It's up. You dig? The other AI is 100% FBA. ChatGPT is 70% FBA. It got a heart for illegals, the rainbow community. It has a heart for women's suffrage movement. These liberal shills, organizations, not people, organizations. All right. So anyway, yeah, I can't wait till y'all hear this stuff. We're gonna get them up out of here. All this, white man had a change of heart. He let us in the country. You didn't. We're gonna get them out of here.
Rate,
mortality
rate. Yes.
But the population in the world is going down now, isn't it?
No, it's not. People are living longer
in America.
Well, people are having a certain group of people are having less babies, but no, the population has been growing. But you got to slow down. First, you couldn't tell me how the population grew. We already debunked breeding farms, and that's already been debunked by European scholarships. They said they didn't have breeding farms. What they had was this: they had to create laws to create more slaves. So what they said was, instead of keep going back and forth in Africa, we're gonna do something that's called the baby follows the womb. This was the 1619 Virginia Act, or Virginia law, that they had to make so they could create more slaves. Slavery back then wasn't about your skin color. They were using everybody as slaves. There was white indentured servitude, or white indentured servants. You had Indians out there. Indians were the first slaves that they used, because why would you keep going back in Africa? We got all these people here now, and you got your own people that you was already enslaving. So the breeding farms, or what you want to call breeding farms, already had a mix of people there before we arrived. By the time I got on the plantation, there was already Pocahontas and Harriet Tubman. And if you're anything like me, I'm smashing both of them. So the question is, who's the majority on this landmass right now?
We are.
That's interesting. So you're saying that
we are
the rates. So not it doesn't add up. That's what you're saying. I don't know about
add up. Now, what I'm saying is, I'm not debunking that I might have African genetics, but it will be incorrect to say that's majority of who I am when this
is not incorrect.
You don't have African genetics because Africa
hold on.
Get in the conversation, bro. Because
wait. Say I run my panel a certain way, but you gotta wait. Hold on. So it would be incorrect to say I'm majority African when Africa wasn't majority of this landmass, and there was already people here on the plantation before I got there. I'm majority of whatever was on the plantation, not the minority of the plantation.
Okay, so you're saying you've got a percentage of African DNA, but the majority probably.
I'm not saying I do. I'm not saying I said I'm not debunking that I might have.
You're saying you could, and okay, so then that implies of the population in the Americas, and this means the people in Jamaica as well, right?
Everywhere in the Americas, yes.
Yeah, so the people in Jamaica. Okay, so then the question is, where did this? We're not saying you're right, but let's play with the hypothetical right here. Where did this idea of you being African originate from?
It came from white colonizers.
And why
this is what I want you to do.
Wait, hold on, True Master. Hold on, man. You can't let the man get it. We're talking right now. All right, brother. That was a good question.
Well, all I was asking was why and when.
Okay, so
because there must be a blocking point, right?
First, you have to understand who do you think was the first people to. You have to understand white people name what they see, and because they're the victors of history, they get to label those people whatever they want. When the Spaniards got here, because remember, we don't call ourselves none of these things. The continent of Africa, Africans didn't name Africa. A European named Africa, a European named Nigeria. So just because a certain name was given to a particular group of people, that don't mean that groups of people were calling themselves that. So, all right, let's get back to it. The term Negro, who came up with the term Negro? What group of people?
That one I've heard of, yeah, because that Negra is black in Spain.
So it was the Ethiopian word. So the Spanish came up with the word Negro. They was the first ones to call, and they were calling anybody a Negro, despite them being from Africa. Negro, the original term of Negro doesn't mean somebody who descends from Africa. Like you said, the Spanish terminology just means black. And they were calling everybody black. Back then, if you were a Spaniard, if someone wasn't your same skin color, your ass was black to them. So when they got to the Americas, they called the indigenous people here Negroes. And then by the time the U.S. or the European English colonizers got here, they said in their journals, it's impossible for me to tell you who was an Indian slave and who was an African slave because there was no distinction between them. We call.
All right, family, y'all liking this? All right, I can't wait to read the information. All right, let me see who's left in the chat. All right, we got a nice little number. I'll read it now, well, in a little bit. If not, I'll read it later on my next live. Let me see who's in the chat. Let me see the chat. You dig? Where we at? Well, I guess I could read it again. I could read it half an hour, read it when I go live again. Yeah, it's not a big deal. What the hell? Yeah, we got a crew in here, so I could definitely read it. All right, I want to see if that dude, that zesty dude, responded to me. Give me a second, family. Nope. Yo, these guys make videos of us all day long, but we asked to engage with them. They want no smoke. I didn't say debate. I said engage with us. Have a dialogue. They want no smoke, family. Straight up embarrassing. Can't take these guys seriously, man. All right, let's get back to the video. Let's get back to the video. Right? Good dialogue that they having with each other, though. Great dialogue. Definitely entertaining. All right, here we go. Yeah, the guy will come, he'll fix it. He got to close it. Yeah, oh no, it's not all the way closed.
Enslaved because there was no distinction between them. We call them all Negroes. So in their own journal, this is in 1619. This was in the early years.
That's a lie.
Hold on. Hold on, shut up. In the earlier years,
Up, nigga, that's a fucking lie.
Get your soft ass off my pen, crybaby ass nigga. In the earlier years, in their own journals, you could read the prehistoric colonialization in the Americas. They wrote that when they had the Indian slaves, they didn't separate them from the so-called African slaves. And they didn't have enough distinctions to separate them anyways. So they're telling you off rip that they're fucking up on the name calling. They're telling you off rip they're fucking up. They mix people together and they can't separate them. So when you do this, that means we're breeding together from 1619 all the way to 1865. How the fuck are you telling the difference now?
My brother, you know what? This is what I want to say real quick.
Wait, no. I want him to answer the question. Go ahead, brother.
So
How do they come to
in a
difference?
second. So of course I want also, there was another guy on the panel, he brought up a picture. So I mean later on if he can come up, because I want to hear the other side as well, because I'm interested in both sides what they're saying, because I didn't know about.
I asked you a question.
Yeah.
Now that we know.
So what you asked is I don't know how would they know. I guess the only way to know is through features.
So my question is, how would they know now by the 1900s?
So I'm not sure. Yeah, you got a good point there. So, but I want to hear somebody like Black first, because you guys are on the same side, right? So bring that guy, and he can.
No. You need help. That's what you say. Okay, let's bring him back.
Let me give him some help. I got help.
Because I want to. I don't want to debate. I want to figure out where you guys are coming from and what the other people are saying. You know, Black first. If he's African American, okay, first of all.
Black first. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell me what's your name, where you from. Hold on. Make sure you respect me, because you just got your TPS removed. I'll remove your TPS again. Respect my panel, sir. But go ahead.
Well, I'm Black first. I'm from Detroit. The host is very uneducated when it comes down to this history. He has no clue what he's talking about. He's only regurgitating everything.
Right, bro, let's be kind and let's not fight though, because he might get.
I'm not here to fight.
No. Let's use scholarship. Don't come on here mad. Just tell me what you know.
I'm not mad. So let's use scholarship. Let's start with the Olmecs first, okay? How many? Let me ask you this question: how many Olmec statues are there, host?
I don't know. I know there's a few out there. There's more than one out there. I know that.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't know. It's 17 of them, and only one of them is what we call El Negro. So what people like Ivan Van Sertima, one of the people who promoted this Afrocentric idea, was debunked in the 70s when he first presented this information about the Olmecs being that of Negroid descent. So again,
where are the Olmecs? Who are the Olmecs?
Really quickly.
Where are they?
Really quickly.
Where are they? Just tell me where are they and where are they located?
Okay, so the Olmecs are down in the Mesoamerican, like Mexico area. Excuse me, True Mac. So yeah, so if you go to the Olmec civilization, you'll find that they're, if you want to put me on a big screen, these are their descendants that are still alive today. Again, there were 17 Olmec statues.
So what's that picture you're showing?
This is the Olmec statue.
So who made that? Recently, or when did they make this?
No, these are like 4,000 or 5,000 years old. So they're pretty old.
4,000 or 5,000 years old.
All right, so hold on. So what I do on my panel is, once you make a lie, I have to come and I got to debunk it. So you mentioned Dr. Ivan Sertima as the guy who named a statue, and he wasn't the first one to call them Negroid type, sir. He just wrote it. Hold on, because there's several people before. Hold on, so I gotta slow down, nigga. I said respect my panel. I'm gonna let you talk. There's been several people.
Black first, please respect the panel.
Hold on, nigga. When I mute you, fuck nigga, stay muted. All right, you out here. TPS removed. Get your fucking ass out of here. Anyway, it's simple.
I mean, he can't just talk normally. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
Don't know why.
I will let him hear him out. So his problem is he mentioned one black scholar who called the Olmec statues Negroid type. But the lie is Mexican scholars called the Olmec statue Negroid type. That was the first people, not Dr. Ivan Sertima. So, like I said, white scholarship always contradicts itself. The first scholar or archaeologist to call the Olmec statue Negro type was Miguel hold on, who's talking right? True Master, stay muted up. Miguel Carva Bias, and that's 1904, 1857. As a matter of fact, and I think that's not even true. No, I lied. The first one was Jose Maria Melgar Scenario, and that was 1820 to 1884. The first person to document an Olmec colossal head, the Tres Zappos, in 1862, decades before modern Olmec archaeology even existed. What he said, Melgar described the head as having Ethiopian or Negroid features, specifically broad nose, thick lips, facial proportions he thought resembled Africans. So when this lying ass nigga came up here talking about some damn Dr. Ivan Sertima, he wasn't the first one to call it Negroid types. And just in case you didn't know about the Olmec statue, the Olmec was the first civilization found in the Americas. And then they made these big old colossal stone heads of them. And then those stone heads happen to look the same features you said was African that he had on there. Broad nose, fat lips.
How long ago was this? Did they make it in 100 years, 200 years ago?
We're talking about niggas century. This is the first. I don't exactly know the exact date, nigga. BCE, BEC, whatever you want to call it. This was the first civilization found.
So more than 2,000 years ago, they made that statue.
Exactly.
Wow.
So these are the oldest statues.
Made out of stone. How did they make it out of stone back then? No tools.
They had tools.
They carve it out with rocks and stuff.
They had tools. What makes you think they ain't had no tools?
All right, yeah, so this has been enlightening, I guess. So, well, here's my question. So you don't think primarily that African Americans, I guess you can't call them African Americans anymore, black people in the Americas have any real ties with black people in Africa? Because, all right, let's make it honest.
I think the black man is the original man.
What does that mean?
The black man, the melanated man is the original man. There's no
place. It means father of civilization, God of the universe. It means that your very source of human genome comes from me. You are a hybrid. You're mixed with Neanderthal plus my DNA. But it wasn't mixed through interbreeding. It was mixed through a scientific method. You are not me. I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt your feelings. But fuck your feelings. Fuck your life.
No, we're not going to do that. We're gonna stay right here. Brother, who do you think the first human was on the planet?
I gotta talk about my ethnicity because I'm Australian, but I'm Somali.
Damn.
Who was the first?
Are we Neanderthals? Is that what you're saying in Somali or Ethiopia? Because Ethiopia is Somalia, the same region. So that's the question. You mean the original man is from America?
No, the original man could be True Master believes America. Some say Africa. It really don't matter to me. All I know is this skin color, these features have always been on the planet, and it migrated. See what I'm saying? So if you want to say if you want to say life started out of Africa, why do you think life started out of Africa? Black is beautiful.
He would hope life started in Africa.
I don't know where it started. But
Okay.
I see that the scientific scholars seem to say that it started out in Ethiopia.
Have you ever heard of the space continuum, the space-time continuum of Albert Einstein, which really is an ancient theory? It means that no matter what happens, things never change. This means no matter what has happened in the world, America is where all the cultural expressions of the entire globe emanate from. They copy America. America is ancient Atlantis. I'm sorry to tell you that. America is where the indigenous, ancient, most oldest black people. You can look up Albert Perry. His DNA, Y chromosome, is older than over 300 years, 300,000 years of the so-called African out of Africa theory. America has always been the place where we ruled the world from. And when you were able to finally wrestle control from us, you have to rule the world from America, because that's where we ruled the world from America. America is the ancient land. I'm sorry, I don't want to bust your bubble, but pop.
Anyways, black is beautiful, man. We done gave you a lot of knowledge. We done gave you a lot of information. You didn't really provide us with anything other than I got a fat nose and fat lips, so therefore I come from a certain region.
I didn't say that. I just said
right, see what I'm saying? So
is
there any more
you
questions
said
you have?
it's American. Well, I guess the next question is, where do we go from here? So So why do people, because I see a lot of FBA people calling for reparations. If you guys were never slaves, why are you calling for reparations?
First of all, there was never a
That's a dumbass question.
Y'all wait. First of all, slavery, reparations isn't just for slavery. That's number one. Reparations is for after slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, segregation, systematic racism. It don't stop at slavery.
It's called white fatigue, aggravation.
Yeah, right. And then the first thing is, we are the only people who went through chattel slavery. Everybody went through slavery. Chattel slavery was something that was different for us. Chattel slavery meaning that your kids can now become slaves. Before, slavery only applied to me. Like, if I was a slave, that's it. It just ended there. But when they seen black indigenous, they said, you know what? The baby followed the womb. Like I told you earlier, 1619, the law. If your mother was deemed a slave, now you're a slave. That was the first time the world has seen any kind of slavery like that, where the womb now is a barrier for slavery. So that's what we deserve reparations for. So yes, sir. It's not because we came from Africa. No one said we weren't prisoners of war here. The Indians was trading with the Europeans with slavery, but not knowing that they were going to participate in child
So what
slavery.
about these red people, these red Indians? So they're not, where are they from?
East Asia. East Asia. Their DNA.
Siberia.
Dog, were you not paying attention to what he was saying, bro? Like, come on, like,
No, I was confused. So
you're
the red Indian
repeating
people are
yourself, dog.
from Asia.
You saw Trump threw their ass off the motherfucking plantation.
God dang, bro.
Trump said, hey, get your little fake asses out of here.
All right, anyways. All right, brother. That's enough. Is there any other questions you have, brother? I answered all your questions.
Just one question about red Indian people and why they don't, one thing is they don't agree with you. They say we're lone native people.
Okay, so if I told you I'm mixed, what the fuck you think a red Indian is?
Mixed, maybe.
All right, then. The fuck, you another mixed nigga. He's more Europeanized. It's the same thing that happened with the Mexicans. I just told you Mexico's first group of people were black, but why do the Mexicans look like how they look now? Because the Spain done came in and colonized them. They had other groups coming. They're mutts. So the Native Americans are the same thing. They're mutts. Came out of Siberia, mixed in with white people.
Don't worry about them, God.
And then here's the thing. What's the population of them now?
It's near zero.
How the fuck you indigenous somewhere, but you near zero? Your population should have been
fertility
grown.
rate is gone. You can't even reproduce yourself. You are a despicable, lying piece of shit.
Right. But black
I
Americans,
just want to stay,
repopulated.
I just want to stay up on this panel and listen to like somebody else arguing. I don't want to do anything. I'll
Brother,
have some questions.
the same thing. They all gonna get cooked. We have a cooking fest here. It's all the same shit. No one can really. They all sound like you, brother.
Let me stay at the cookout. Let me stay at this barbecue. And listen.
All right, MH, brother Faye, talk to me, brother. What's good?
Jesus Christ, man.
What's going on, AI?
Chilling, dog. What it is?
Hey, you know what's crazy? I was just watching a rerun of you on YouTube. You had me cracking up Pedro on that bike, getting ready for the patience. Hey, that be on me weak, bro. But
I love AI. Word is born. I love you, God.
Like how too, man.
But look, most of this is really common sense. I done came up here and said it before. They had an act where they Walter Plecker turned the Negro to Indian, but there was never a court ruling or nothing that says, okay, the Negro is going to be Indian and now he's African American or colored. It just went from Indian to Negro. That was never rectified.
Well, hold on, bro. Give me a second. Y'all want black is beautiful gone? Drop that galaxy. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. All right, black is beautiful. They bye. The galaxy. Go ahead.
Hell no.
TPS removed.
Kept
Go ahead,
repeating
brother. Keep
yourself. God damn.
But yeah, and what, that small percent of Africans that came over, they're not counting for the fact that some of them may have ran away and got, unalive. Some of them might have got worked to, to the grave. Some of them may have committed self-harm and they're not here no more. There's a bunch of factors that can point to a lot of them did not have children. You know what I mean? And why would they go all the way to Africa to get, slaves? That's like going to the gas station all the way over from town when it's right down the street. You have black indigenous here. Like it's really simple. Like you bring the scholarship. I don't know half as much as you do. I got to get my skills right. But most of it's common sense.
White people never make sense. None of they shit makes sense. Even when you start questioning them, okay, what is slave boats at? Well, we use them. What you use them for? To go build other things like what, nigga? What did you use all 50,000 wood boats to refurnish, nigga? Exactly. Well, we use them for. Well, all right. Now, who's the architect for the slave boats? Who's the blueprint? Well, it wasn't one person. It was many other. So you can't name me 3 people who came up with the invention of the slave boats. Well, all right. So there's no blueprint. There's no record of a blueprint. A guy who you guys give credit to who created boats. Well, just know that they all came together. All right, get out of here, whatever.
And one last point I want to make.
Exactly.
Like other outsiders, these Tethers don't know white tea people. They are avid collectors. I was a mover. I seen one of those anti-bell Tales from the Hood doll, them little weird looking dolls, but it's a real dark black person. It looked like Mr. Popo off Dragon Ball Z. One of those. And I'm just like, yo, they collect a lot of things. There would be a piece of wood, a sail from them boats, but it's nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's just really dumb. It's easy to dismantle their lives when their whole empire is built on it. I learned.
Right. And my whole thing is I'm not really big on the indigenous kind of tip neither. I don't really care to be called an Indian, nothing like that. But it's just the simple fact that to call me a African, a full generic African, is kind of like you're wrong. You're incorrect. You see what I'm saying? But
overreach.
You see what I'm saying? You
overreach.
Can't do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna let you lie on me neither. You see what I'm saying? But anyways, let's get Ramen going. Romaine, talk to me, brother, if I'm saying your name right. Ramoni. Your mic muted, brother. You gotta unmute your mic. I'm gonna give him a few more seconds to figure this shit out.
Yeah, speaking of figure it out, I gotta figure out this TikTok shit. This TikTok shit thing is lit.
The mic button, you gotta hit the mic button, brother. All right. Next, we got Jail. Jaw 808.
Hey, what's up, bro?
What's going on, brother? Talk to me.
Okay, I'm West African. I know you probably assuming like we're gonna be contrary.
No, not at all. I don't never.
But honestly, man, I know it hurts to.
Oh yeah, hold on, brother. Yeah, brother. Yeah, your mic on now, brother. But you gotta talk into the mic.
Boy, it took me a minute to get together. Boy, I know you from Dave, boy.
You said what?
Old ass nigga.
Man, what the hell is you trying to do, my nigga? Like, damn, my nigga, like, we been traveling the seas, what? You know, we go and come as we please. Well, like, what the hell is you on? What the fuck is you doing, bro? What the hell is y'all talking about? Like, I love you, my nigga, but this shit be grinding my gears, my nigga, for real though.
Where you from, fam?
Like, we from the real family. You see here talking all that. You saying some good shit most of the time, but sometimes that shit be sounding weird as fuck, nigga.
What you mean? What I be saying? What I be saying?
Bro, you know we jump on boats and we've been back and forth. South Florida, the Caribbean. South Florida is in the Caribbean, nigga. What the hell are you saying? You acting like we some up top niggas or some shit.
South Florida is not in the fucking Caribbean, brother. Come on now. You trying to make it like that.
You go to South
Dumbass nigga.
So obviously he's a Miami nigga. All right, he probably Haitian. Yeah, nigga, South Florida is a part of the United States of America. That's why the Caribbean is getting deported now. How they getting deported right now? If they part of, if it's South America, if it's South Florida a part of the Caribbean, why can't a Haitian just come over here right now? Cause they ain't a part of the same shit. So what are we talking about? I'll meet your mic, brother.
Nigga. Just dumb nigga.
Go ahead, brother. I'll meet your mic, brother. All right, nigga, I ain't got time to be messing with you, nigga. Just call back nigga, when you figure this shit out, nigga. Anyways, John,
Dumb old
talk
ass
to you, brother.
nigga.
What's good?
God damn.
Jalo, you gonna meet your mic, brother?
Yeah, what I was saying that, you know, at the end of the day, bro, like when you go to sleep, you're gonna think about it like, damn, am I African? Am I African? For real?
No, not really.
No, you are. But you know, you are ashamed of it. You know?
I'm not ashamed of it.
No, you are ashamed because you think because we come from the third world country, that doesn't match who you are. Because you are
No.
American.
No. Hold on, brother. I don't think y'all come from a third world country. I think y'all come from fourth world country. Fourth.
Okay.
To put a little extra stank on it, you dig? Since you're gonna troll. FBA is a xenophobic. Wait a minute. So you control and say we hate ourselves because we're not African, all right? And you could do that, but we can't troll back. My man said, nah, not a third world country, my guy. Fourth world country. That's where you from.
I had fifth world country, all right, to make you satisfied.
Hey, bro, yeah, he got number 6 up. Yo, y'all shit in the streets, my guy. Whatever you want to call that, okay? Whatever you want to call shit in the streets, with everybody looking at you, some baboon shit, like whatever you call that, nigga. The baboons learned that from y'all. The baboons be going in the bushes. If they ain't see y'all go in the streets, baboons like, shit, all right, that's what we doing? All right. Ooh. In the streets, no longer in the bushes.
Six.
Okay, 6. Right? That make it worse because you know why? At the end of the day, when you close that panel, you're like, damn, man, why do I have to say shit about Africans?
Yeah, they
fuck Africa.
And then your grandparents
your life.
in the grave,
Don't give a
they
damn
be like,
about
yo, man,
Africa,
who's this
fuck
kid?
nigga.
You know? Bro, that's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself.
Africa.
Eat a dick, Africa.
You're embarrassing yourself.
So, you know, I think there's nothing more embarrassing than you trying to tell a group of people who don't want to be you and are not you that there are you. How about you have some pride and some dignity to go ahead and be like, well, shit, we didn't help them niggas during slavery, and we damn sure don't come to America to help them niggas at all, and we damn sure ain't invite them niggas to no cookout. So I'm not understanding why the fuck would we want them to claim us when we don't do nothing for them niggas. So I'm trying to understand where's your dignity at. Like I wouldn't tell you.
No dignity.
I would never tell you niggas that you're Black American or you look like. I would never tell one of you niggas you look like me. I think I'm too handsome for that. You know what I'm saying? But you niggas walk around talking about you look like me, nigga. You look like my cousin. I would never say you look like my cousin. You won't get that kind of
They'll say we look like them, but they'll never say we act like them. Cause we not you punk bitch ass fucking slut faggot bitch motherfucker. I'll say it. I'm not AI. This ain't my platform.
Hold on now. You're right. It ain't your platform. If it ain't your platform, it's gonna get struck down. My guy, yeah, you gonna get AI struck down and me. Yes. Okay, so Let me shut that down right now. My man. It is the internet, my guy. You gotta be cool. You gotta be cool. Yep. You gotta be cool. That's right. You gotta be cool. Yeah. You cannot go around saying that, my guy. You gotta be cool. Mm-hmm. All right. All right, family. Yeah, he's literally crashing out. He's literally crashing out. All right, it's time for the Murray results. I should be home in like 5 minutes. Okay, wait, you gotta wait. Okay, I should be home in 5 minutes. Let me see. And we're gonna read those Murray results, you dig? Oh, hell yeah. I keep forgetting to do that Charleston White thing. All right, so I see Hood Smart is gonna go live. It says YouTube. Oh, if that's YouTube, I'm pulling up. So he's going live today, 8 o'clock. So that means I won't. Is today the 15th? Yeah, okay. So that means I'm not going live tonight. I'm going to join his live, or at least try. I got to figure out if he's going to go on TikTok or YouTube. I hope it's YouTube. Oh yeah, if it's YouTube, we about to make a classic on this one. Oh yeah, we about to make a classic. Oh yeah. See, listen, people like to come on panels where they think you're by yourself. They think, okay, I could tell he didn't do a lot of research on so and so. He's learning on the fly. So I'm gonna keep clicking that link and live over there. No sir, because Big Brother watching. Big Brother watching over Hood Smart. Big Brother gonna tap in on Hood Smart platform. We're gonna end that. Nowhere to run, baby. Nowhere to hide. Oh yeah. 2 hours. That's perfect. Have my son play at the park. It's so damn hot. I don't know. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna have him eat and then eat some chicken. And then we're going to, yes, right. And then you go home and eat your chicken, you go to the park, okay? You're gonna play with your friends. Okay. Yeah, so I can't wait. Yeah, I've never been so excited to join somebody's platform before. But nah, man, I don't know. Yeah, hey, family, pull up, and and please vouch for me. Ask that dude to pull me up. The family, pull up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna even promote him. I'm gonna even promote him on my community post for you guys to. So we're gonna be in there deep as hell, and then we're gonna try to get him up to 1,000 live viewers. But I want y'all to pressure him to pull up FBA News and Updates or Unbiased Ron, whatever. I might be under Unbiased Ron. Have him, let him know. Pull up Unbiased Ron on this topic. We'll get those guys up out of here. R.I.P. Tethers. All I was waiting for is a bigger opportunity than I provide for myself. When I go live, we about 70 to 150 deep, sometimes 200. But I don't really pull in numbers like Afro Elite and Alpha. The other ones. God damn, man, these people. Alpha Network. So I'm waiting for my opportunity to get on a podcast where we have some significant numbers where I could do my thing. You dig? Blow up like the world. Blow up like an A bomb. You dig? Like an H bomb. Oh, it's Cook City. I am so excited, and I just can't hide it. I know. I want to represent. I want to represent. All right, hold on. Let me see what's going on. Yes. We are going to Cook City. You dig? We are going to Cook City. I just ran to a friend who be playing chess in the, different places. I said, yeah, I'll pull up with you. Let's see what we got. Oh, hell yeah. Let me screenshot this right now and promote this on my community. What? This app doesn't allow. Oh, I can't screenshot while I'm on line. All right, no problem. But I believe this is YouTube. I hope it's not. I hope it ain't one of those he's going live on TikTok and he's forecasting it on like I can't stand these fucking illegals. This illegal seen that arrow. Sit down. She's seen that arrow and she still went over there. She's trying to be slick and cut in front of us and cut in front of one of us. Her arrow said right turn only. Okay, she went in that lane on purpose. Think she's gonna cut in front of somebody. You won't be cutting in front of me, Maria. Guarantee that. Guarantee that. You will not be cutting in front of me. You will not cut in front of me. I guarantee that. That light just turned green. Okay. Okay. All right. You better come for somebody else. Okay. And that's this other. I'm waiting on her. This other guy's in the wrong lane and beeps at me. You're in the right lane. You stupid. You stupid. Oh, I wish you would get out your car and try to go viral. I have a Adonis moment. Ain't that the worst when they in the wrong lane, don't know it? They beep at you. That wasn't no merging lane, you fool. You in the right turn only, stupid. Grandpa. Like usually that stuff won't bother me, but the fact he beeped at me and gave me like the finger, like, oh hell. Yeah, what this says Foundational Black American Crypto Coalition. What the hell is this? Oh damn. People acting like we're a cult group, right? We're a cult organization with a cult leader named Tariq Nasheed. So they like, all right, let's target this cult group with these scams. Let's get these cult members up on this scam. Oh my God, her BBL look is so disgusting. Oh my God, like a square brick on the back of her back. Ah, boy. All right, family. You know what? No, I got to read the results. Shit. I almost checked out. I got to read the results, family. I got to read the results. So hang with me. Give me a few more minutes and we are out of here. A few more minutes, family. A few more minutes with me and we are out of here. Damn, I'm catching every light that's out there. I'm catching every light. I almost forgot that I got to read the results. All right, let me play something while I wait on these results. Give me a second. Something short. Not too long. But remember, I'm going to read the results on how immigration all in America always blocked everybody everybody, and more specifically, people of African, of Africa, and the Caribbean. Lost your mind if you thought the white man said, you know what? Let's let these Africans in the country. Let's let these Caribbean people in the country, these West Indians in the country. Let's let these West Indians come into the country, man. They deserve. Okay. Okay. You believe that? You believe that? Okay. I'm over here trying to get my thing to accept the audio. What the fuck just happened, man? Oh my God. Okay. Just trying to get to this to accept the audio and the shit just does something stupid. I gotta do the whole thing all over again. All right, fam, just give me a second to get this popping. I got options.
I'm not black, nigga. I'm Jamaican. Remember back in the 90s? We would hear that all the
Yeah, this phone is straight tripping, yo. This thing is out of his mind, yo. I'm not even pressing half of this stuff.
American whose lineage goes to the beginning of this country. That's all the foundational Black American is. It is nothing else. There's nothing else classified as a foundational Black American. It's only people whose lineage goes to the founding of this country. That's it. And you've met them before.
So when you say founding of the country, you mean founding of the United States or founding of like just in general North America at the time?
The United States. We're talking about the United States.
Okay, so from the time the United States was formed, the people that was here until now, basically.
Right. If you were here during the formation of the United States, that would be in the 1700s, 1800s. If you were here as a Black person, no matter how they came, when the formation of the United States was happening, and you were Black, you were part of the ethnogenesis. We became a whole new ethnic group during that formation. So that's what the argument is. Some people try to get into well, who are the Native Americans? Are you really Cherokee? That's a bullshit argument. I don't even get into. That ain't got nothing. That the ethnogenesis is what we're talking about. We're talking about the ethnogenesis where you became Black. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it makes sense because there's a lot of people that claim, like you said, you don't get into it, but that claim Native American that I feel like got absorbed by the FBA people, and it's like it's a little weird because it's making the FBA how do I put it? It's two different two different views, but they come together to make one. So it makes it look.
I don't know what this is not about views. This is not about an ideology. So somebody misinterpreting history, that has nothing to do with the fact that foundational Black American is a lineage that's documented. All right. Even if a handful of foundational Black Americans told you, well, I think we were the first Native Americans, or I feel like I'm a Native American, now whatever. Our lineage is still our lineage. All right. None of that stuff, nobody's ideology deletes plantation archives. Freedmen Bureau records, the 1700 census pages. None of that stuff gets deleted. Our paperwork is still there. Our lineage is still there. All right? No matter what your ideology is, no matter what your views are, that's irrelevant. See, people try to get into these ideological arguments. If your lineage can be traced to the beginning of this country, you are by definition foundational. That's it. That's it. No matter what you can pretend you from Mars or whatever, but if your paperwork can trace back to a certain place, which is America, and you are black, and your ancestors were black, that makes you foundational. It's that simple, right?
Yeah, the way, you know, I don't know why they have never explained it to me this simple, bro.
Yeah. It's not rocket science, and it's been explained like this before, I think. Is this a troll account?
No, this is not a troll account. Hi, Tariq.
How you doing, bro?
I'm familiar with your work. I've been a fan of Hidden Colors. I've always, loved the series. It's nice to learn about Black American history.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to ask 3 questions in specific.
Yeah.
So I'm in the beginning, I didn't understand what delineation meant, but I looked into the argument, and it's basically an ethnogenesis argument. The same argument for Jamaican people, and I kind of get behind that. But there are some, I guess, Black Americans that are claiming like Cherokee, and I'm wondering if you're on that boat as well, right? Because there's like this specific thing happening in Jamaica as well, where they're trying to put like, oh, I'm a Taino now, right? Because sometimes they copy what Black Americans do. And I'm telling them I'm not a Taino, I'm not no damn Taino, right? So I'm wondering what's your opinion on the whole Cherokee thing, because it's kind of like a side effect that's affecting Jamaica as well. So
yeah, no, I've talked about that before. Some of the people who will call up and say, hey, we shouldn't say we're black, we should say we're Native American. And I've had issues with that for a few reasons, because we've developed a foundation of Black American culture, and the people in their family, if they're really genuinely from here, because a lot of times, a lot of people will try to do the indigenous thing. Oh, we shouldn't say we're a foundation of Black American, we should say we're from some tribe. Because a lot of these people are low-key immigrants from the Caribbean. They'll try to say, let's claim Arawak, because the Arawaks were going between Caribbean islands and the North American mainland. So that's a little backdoor way they try to seep into the lineage. But we've had an ethnogenesis from the tribes and from the African tribes, and became a whole different ethnic group. So that's my argument.
Oh, so you're basically claiming that you're just Black American now.
Yeah,
right?
We're foundation of Black America. I don't, and some of us have Native American indigenous ancestry, but to claim the tribe, no.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
On the dead homies. I'm not black, nigga. I'm Jamaican. Remember back in the 90s? We would hear that all the time. They act like they weren't saying that. I used to hear that when I was single back in the club days. I would always hear these Caribbean and African women, black as hell. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Ethiopian. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Caribbean. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Trinidadian. They would always say that. They wore that shit as a badge of honor.
Let me say that again. I am not black, okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. She's like, you're not black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like the term someone is black obviously comes from the slave era, but it also just describes displaced people that don't know their heritage. So I feel like people that do know their heritage, to referring to yourself as black, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like
a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or that's his ethnic nation.
There's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or that's his ethnic nation.
Always open to the conversation, because one thing, being black Brits, and we're both of Ghanaian West African heritage, but we're British born Africans,
always open to the conversation, because one thing, being Black Brits, and we're both of Ghanaian West African heritage, but we're British-born Africans. We're British-born Africans.
Understand when you say Black British or Black American, because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in. I feel like when I hear someone refer to me as Black, it just sounds so harsh, especially coming from a certain demographic. I think if you have the privilege of knowing where you're from, you shouldn't refer to yourself as a color, because if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say Black, it just sounds so harsh, and like, this is Black, I'm brown, you know, I'm Nigerian. At the end of the day, like, that's who I am, that's where I come from. So,
the man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves. His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl. Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the, quote, Black experience, and Is Barack Obama Black?
No, he's not.
Is Barack Obama Black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, Black means the son of West Africa, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say that he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
On the dead homies.
So the thing is, Black, understand this, Black is not just a color. That signifies a lineage and a struggle. You understand? Black is not just a color. It's not just a melanin. It's based on a lineage. You understand? It's based on resistance. We actually chose Black because they were saying Negro and the N-word and colored and all of that. No. We're foundational Black Americans, not just foundational Americans. Because, yeah, people will try to co-opt that. They can try to remix that. Now, when you say foundational Black American, now you're being very, very specific. You understand? Yeah, Blackness, the Black identity is legally and historically recognized throughout history. Blackness, that's been used to determine access, exclusion, exploitation, from slavery, the 3/5 clause, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration. They were doing that to Black people. They used the word Black, and we're gonna let them know, okay, yes, we're still Black and you still owe us. Now, I ain't about to make this shit vague. No. We're owed as Black folks, as foundational Black Americans. We're going to use the legal and social language used against us to get compensation, which includes Black. Yeah, we're removing Black, that disconnects foundational Black Americans from our unique cultural contributions. Hip hop, Black. Foundational Black Americans, jazz, foundational Black Americans, soul food, foundational Black Americans, hoodoo, foundational Black Americans, civil rights movement, foundational Black Americans. We're owning that. You understand? It's not just foundational, it's foundational Black American. See, we just say foundational American, that ignores the cultural, spiritual, and artistic genius that rose up out of Blackness. That's the thing that makes the shit so great. We did that when Blackness was being oppressed, and we still rose up and created all of these great things as Black people, as an oppressed group. That's what makes us goddamn superheroes to a damn certain degree. The Blackness, that's the thing, that's the key ingredient in the sauce. That's the key ingredient.
There's basically a bunch of Jamaicans who apparently went abroad and then exclaimed to other Black American people that they're not Black, right? And that's been an issue for a while because it's affecting me, right? Because some Black Americans are looking my way and saying, oh, you guys said you're not Black, right? And I'm trying to explain to them that there's a specific classist structure within Jamaica where whenever a Jamaican goes abroad, they kind of look down on Jamaicans back on the island, right? And the idea that they're not Black is something that usually cultivates when they travel abroad, because Blackness is something embraced inside of Jamaica, right? There's a colorism issue, but it is, because I'm very dark skinned. I'm a very dark skinned man, right? So I just wanted your 2 cents on that.
Yeah, because we've heard, I've heard with my own ears some Jamaicans over here say, "Well, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican." I've literally heard that. And I'm like, oh, okay. So they look at themselves as different, and they look at blackness as something different. Blackness is really synonymous with Black Americans. Blackness is really synonymous with Black Americans. So that's an argument that a lot of people are making, that we should be the only people classified as black or considered black.
Let's get Amro.
Tariq, I got a couple of critiques for you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
let's
of the FBA. Let's talk about it.
Now they gotta wait. That gotta wait. Okay, I am ready now. Family, I am ready. Hold on. Oh, that's me doing that. All right, hold on, family. I'm ready. I am ready. I am ready. I am ready. I am so ready. Okay. Let's see if Buddy responded. I got two Africans, or I got an immigrant, Caribbean immigrant, and an African immigrant. Both claim that they would come on. Neither one of them so far responded. Okay. I'm not shocked. Trust me. I'm used to them not sticking to what they said they're for. Not shocked at all. Not shocked at all. Okay, hold on. All right. The results are in. The Maury results are in. How did immigrants get into this country? Sorry for the long wait. Was it because of the whitey man had a good heart? Or was it because foundational Black Americans and our resilience in this country? You dig? The results are in. How about we just look at the results? No need to bicker and fight and all those weird things. Let's just look at the result. The results, plural, because I use 3 AI engines. Okay. Okay. First and foremost, it's entitled one AI. This is one AI. The immigration laws that blocked African Afro immigrants and how Black Americans fought to change them. That's the title that this AI gave it. Okay, and the subtitle, The Foundation of Exclusion, Early American Immigration Policy. All right, so y'all listening, this is a gem. Okay, I don't think nobody ever went this far in this study. We talk about it, we briefly brush over it, but we really don't talk about this too much in full depth. So here you go. To understand how African and Afro immigrants were blocked from entering the United States, we must first recognize that early American immigration law was not designed to be inclusive. We must first recognize that early American immigration law was not designed to be inclusive. Okay? A lot of y'all gonna don't cause harm to yourself when you hear this news. The white man wasn't thinking about you. Okay. The Naturalization Act of 1790, right? Something Turk Nasheed talks about often, established the only free white persons could become citizens. And this was not talking about Moorish Black Americans or even Caribbean people who are in the religion ideology, the Moorish doctrine, the Moorish Science Temple. You guys were not invited. You guys was not invited either. Okay. So the Naturalization Act of 1790 of 1790 established that only free white persons could become citizens, immediately excluding people of African descent from the full rights of American identity. So in the beginning, you were not thought of. All right. There's no debate there. This foundational exclusion set the stage for a series of immigration laws that would systematically limit or block African and Afro immigrants for over a century, over 100 years. While these laws didn't always name Africans specifically, their impact was profound and deliberate. Let's talk about the Chinese Exclusion Act and its broader implications. The Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, keep in mind, this is about, 17 years after the Emancipation Proclamation? The Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 is often remembered for targeting Chinese immigrants specifically, so they're named, but it established a precedent for racially restrictive immigration that would affect other groups, including Africans. Okay. This act created the first category of illegal immigrants by defining certain nationalities as ineligible for entry. Okay. This act created the first category of illegal immigrants, the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. This act established a bureaucratic system for exclusions that could be expanded to other groups, right? So this created an exclusion that could be expanded to other groups. This act normalized the idea that certain races were undesirable for American citizenship. This act, okay, while Africans weren't named specifically in this act, the precedent of racial exclusion in immigration law had been firmly established. You got to know what questions to ask AI. I know because I studied this stuff, I knew Africans were never named specifically or Caribbean. So I said, please hone in on that. Please explain why they were not named specifically like Southern, Eastern Europeans, Mexicans, East Indians, Chinese people. I said, yeah, go in. You got to know what to ask. The Immigration Act of 1924, the Nordic Ideal. The Immigration Act of 1924, also known as the Johnson-Reed Act, was perhaps the most significant barrier to African and Afro immigration. This legislation established a national origins quota system that heavily favored immigrants from Northern and Western Europe. I talk about this often. This legislation limited immigration from undesirable, that's in quotations, undesirable regions, including most of Africa. Okay. Okay. This legislation limited immigration from undesirable regions, including most of Africa. This legislation used pseudo-scientific racial theories that ranked Nordic peoples as superior to other groups, including Africans. Under this system, immigration from Africa was restricted to minuscule numbers. For example, Liberia was allocated only 100 visas per year, while other African nations received similarly small allocations. This wasn't an oversight. It was a deliberate policy decision based on racial hierarchy. The reason Africans weren't specifically named in exclusionary laws like the Chinese or later the Japanese reveals a deeper aspect of American racial thinking, right? Africans and Afro-Caribbeans weren't specifically excluded because we're talking about presumed non-existence of immigration, right? The prevailing assumption was that Africans would not or could not immigrate to America in significant numbers. They were seen primarily through the lens of slavery and colonialism, not as a potential or not as potential immigrants. Okay. Um, Racial hierarchy. In the American racial hierarchy of the time, right, Africans were considered so far below Europeans that their immigration wasn't even seriously contemplated as a possibility worth restricting. I told you guys. I said it wasn't even fathomable. I said that. Now this AI saying the same thing. It said Africans were. It says in American racial hierarchy of the time, Africans were considered so far below Europeans that their immigration wasn't even seriously contemplated as a possibility worth restricting. They didn't even have to put them in law. That wasn't even a thought or foresight to include somebody from the Caribbean or America or Africa, or the Caribbean in this country. That was like laughable. Like stop the cat. Okay, so we have colonial context also. Many African nations were still under European colonial rule, and their subjects weren't expected to seek independent immigration to America, right? Economic considerations. The assumption was that Africans lacked the economic resources to immigrate, making specific restrictions unnecessary. This unspoken exclusion was, in many ways, more insidious than named exclusions because it was based on the complete erasure of African agency and the presumption of African inferiority, right? So the impact on Afro-Caribbean immigration, while not directly named either, Afro-Caribbean immigrants also face significant barriers under these immigration restrictions. We're talking about limited quotas. Caribbean nations receive small allocations under the quota system. Racial classification. Afro-Caribbeans were often classified as Negro regardless of their national origin, subjecting them to the same racial restrictions as Africans. Economic barriers. The requirements for immigration often included financial resources that were difficult for people from Caribbean economies to meet. You know, it's a brain game country. I told you guys, right, Donnie? Despite these barriers, some Afro-Caribbean immigrants did occur, particularly to urban areas like New York, where communities like Harlem became cultural melting pots. Okay, what about the civil rights movement and immigration reform? Now we're getting to it. We're getting to it. The connection between Black American civil rights efforts and immigration reform is direct and undeniable. Tethers. The civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s created the ideological and legal foundation for changing American immigration policy. Right? So we talk about challenging racial hierarchies. The civil rights movement directly attacked the legal and moral foundations of racial discrimination, including in immigration law. Right? Legal precedent. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Voting Rights Act of 1965 established legal principles against racial discrimination that will be applied to immigration policy. Tethers. Political momentum. The moral authority gained by the civil rights movement created momentum for broader social reforms, including immigration. Global context. During the Cold War, America's racial discrimination became an international embarrassment, pushing policymakers toward reform. So the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1964, a direct result of civil rights advocacy. Tethers. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, also known as the Hart and Celler Act, which I name a lot, was a direct result of the civil rights movement This legislation abolished the national origins quota system. This eliminated the racially discriminated quota system that had heavily favored Europeans. This legislation established new criteria. Immigration could now be based on family reunification and needed skills rather than national origin. You see? This legislation created the first ever caps on Western Hemisphere immigration. While opening immigration from Africa and Asia, it actually established new restrictions on immigration from the Americas for the first time. This legislation opened doors for African and African immigration for the first time. Significant immigration from African and Afro-Caribbean nations were possible. Tethers, liars. Key figures like John Conyers, Charles Diggs, and other Black members of Congress. John Conyers is also responsible for the HR 40. Okay, but other Black members of Congress played crucial roles in pushing this legislation through, explicitly framing it as a continuation of the civil rights movement fight against racial discrimination. So we have a name. We have John Conyers. He's known for HR 40. Tethers. Okay, so now we're going to debunk the false narrative of white America's change of heart. They just had love. They wanted y'all over here. The white man wanted me over here. The notion that white America simply had a change of heart had opened immigration out of goodwill is historically inaccurate. The immigration reforms of 1965 came about because Black civil rights. Hold on. My screen keep dying too fast. Why? Come on. Let me try to change my time. Oh boy, let me see. How can I screen? Where's the screen? This thing keep going dark. Whatever. I'll just continue. Okay, so this notion, I'll start over. This notion that white America simply had a change of heart and opened immigration out of goodwill is historically inaccurate. The immigration reforms of 1965 came about because Black Americans fought for it. Black civil rights leaders and politicians specifically advocated for ending racial discrimination in immigration law. It came about also because international pressure. During the Cold War, America's racial discrimination became a liability in winning allies in newly independent African nations. Also came about because moral consistency. Many Americans recognized the inconsistency between claiming to support freedom abroad while maintaining racist immigration policies at home. It came about also because political calculation. Some politicians supported immigration reform as part of a broader strategy to appeal to minority voters, Black Americans. The opening of immigration to Africans and Afro-Caribbeans was not a gift from white America, but a victory won through the struggle of Black Americans against systemic discrimination. Many African and Afro immigrants today are indeed disconnected from the history of how Black Americans fought for their right to immigrate. This disconnect manifests in several different ways. And I just had an idea. This needs to be taught to every immigrant that comes under the racial term Black. This should be a forced. This is something to fight for right here. They should all be forced to learn this. This is something to fight. This is something we can push towards our legislators and politicians. These recent immigrants that fill out forms and go under Black African American, they should be forced to learn this history right here. Okay, so disconnect manifests in several different ways. They call it historical amnesia. Many recent immigrants are simply unaware of the specific history of immigration restrictions and the role of the civil rights movement in ending them. Uh, Focus on individual achievement. The immigrant narrative often emphasizes individual success rather than collective struggle, leading to a misunderstanding of how systemic change occurs. That's why all of them, all of the Africans and some of the Caribbean people, they will personally ask you, what do you own a home? Do you have this? Do you have your business? They will personally, individually attack you. AI said the immigrant narrative often emphasizes individual success rather than the collective struggle. That's why I'm good with them. I want nothing to do with y'all. Racial identity differences. Many African and Afro immigrants don't initially identify with the racial politics of America, seeing themselves primarily through national or ethnic identities. Damn, even AI said they don't say they're black. Limited education. American education often fails to teach the connection between civil rights and immigration reform, leaving many immigrants without this knowledge. Okay, so the conclusion, a depth of gratitude and recognition. The history of American immigration law clearly shows that African and Afro immigration was systematically blocked for over a century through policies that presumed African inferiority and undesirability. The opening of these doors came not through a benevolent change of heart, but through the tireless efforts of Black Americans fighting against racial discrimination in all its forms. Recognizing this history doesn't diminish the achievements of Africa or the African and Afro immigrants, but rather place them in proper context. It highlights the interconnectedness of struggles against racism and the importance of solidarity across different segments of the African diaspora in America. For African and Afro immigrants today, understanding this history should foster a sense of gratitude to Black Americans who fought for their right to be here, as well as a recognition of how the struggle for racial justice continues to affect all people of African descent in America. That was a well put out read. That's my secret AI right there. That's my secret AI. I'm not done. That's one AI. How about the second AI? Let me get a sip of this water. Those of y'all that sent the Cash App, thank you. 'Cause I actually, when I was going to buy it, I went and I said, let me get a 24 case of water, bottled water. So good luck, because I was parched at the store. So this water is on y'all. I didn't buy no coffee. I bought some water. Thank you for the continuous super chat, super stickers, and Cash App donations. They are put to good use. Okay. You won't find me in the news. Unbiased Ron has been pulled over and arrested. He had a kilo of narcotics, right? Gifted by his Lineage supporters from FBA News and Updates. He flipped the money and got into the drug game. You're not gonna hear that. This is a textbook. So now, second AI. This is a textbook case of historical amnesia. There is a prevailing myth that U.S. government simply woke up and decided to embrace global diversity out of the goodness of its heart. The reality is that the door for African and Afro-Caribbean immigrants was kicked open by the boots of foundational Black Americans during the Civil Rights Movement. Without the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act, the 1965 Immigration Act, Hart-Celler, would never have existed. Here is the break room of how the law was designed to keep them, Afro and African immigrants, out, and why they weren't even important enough to be named in the early bans. Sheesh. Gemini don't be holding back. The era of legal non-existence, 1790 all the way to 1924. For the first 150 years of U.S. history, African immigrants weren't named in immigration bans because to white Americans' legal mind, they were unfathomable as citizens. Family, this actually used my terminology. I said unfathomable. This AI said they were unfathomable as citizens. The Natural Act of 1790, this law restricted naturalization to free white persons. This was the baseline. If you weren't white, you couldn't become a citizen, period. Damn, Moors are catching strays. My fault, family. I ain't trying to come at y'all. I ain't trying to come at the Moors. Hold on. Hold on. And Moors, I ain't trying to come at y'all, but every time I read about immigration laws, you guys be catching historical immigration laws in America. You guys be catching these strays, yo. My fault, Moors. My fault. They are mad at me, family. I know those Moors mad at me. And guess what? Can't do nothing about it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Cook y'all too. Hold on. All right. There you go. Click that link and argue that plebiscite babble if you want. You dig? Shit won't go. It won't end well for you. I know that. Okay, so the labor versus neighbor logic. Africans were seen exclusively as a labor source chattel, right? The idea of an African voluntarily choosing to move to the US to become a citizen was so outside the white supremacist imagination that they don't even bother writing a law to ban it. Oh my God. Oh, Gemini, I told you, ChatGPT goes too soft. I didn't read that one yet. The first one I read was okay, but Gemini goes hard on illegals and tethers. Gemini, yo, look how Gemini put it one more time. Gemini said the idea of an African voluntarily choosing to move to the US to become a citizen was so outside the white supremacist imagination that they don't even bother writing a law to ban it. Oh my God. You don't write a law to ban Martians, aliens from voting if you don't believe in Martians, aliens' existence. Okay, so it says why others were named instead. Chinese were named Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 because they were seen as a labor threat to white workers. Mexicans were named because of geographic proximity and border anxiety. Africans were under colonial rule. They were managed by Europe. Damn, they had a manager. They had the first supervisor. The 1924 National Origins Act, the Invisible Blockade. By 1924, the U.S. moved to a quota system. This was a surgical strike against anyone who wasn't from Northern or Western Europe. So that means they even were against Europeans in Eastern and Southern parts of Europe. The quota math. The law set immigration limits based on the 1890 census. Since they were virtually zero free African immigrants in 1890, the quota for Africa was essentially zero. I told you guys, you thought I was lying when I said in the 1960s, Black Americans made up 99.9% of who you would call African descent today. Okay? Their numbers in 1890 were zero. Wait, I thought we were Africans. Wait, I thought we were Africans. Why is it zero then? Shouldn't it have been 4 million? The law set immigration limits based on the 1890 census, since there were virtually zero free African immigrants. You only had free blacks. In 1890, the quota for Africa was essentially zero. You were not here. I told you. Colonial proxy. Most of Africa was under British, French, or Portuguese rule. An African wanting to migrate would have to apply through their colonial master's quota, and those masters had zero interest in losing their labor force to America. The change of heart myth, the 1965 turning point. The belief that white America suddenly relaxed the rules is a delusion. The 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act was a direct byproduct of the Black American struggle. It said these tethers are delusional, and you can hear it when they talk to us. The moral crisis in the 1960s, as Black Americans were being hosed down in the streets of Birmingham, the U.S. was trying to win the Cold War. It looked hypocritical for America to claim it was the leader of the free world while keeping a whites only sign on its borders. So, family, you see how they be like, yo, the Haitians revolution had made the French sell Louisiana. That's why you got it. Okay. Yeah, y'all want to play that game? All right. Well, America trying to win the Cold War, but holding us down. Okay. Whites only signs. Well, that was an indirect invitation for you guys to come to America. So come on now. What y'all want to do? Ballers, shot callers. The civil rights leverage. Black Americans forced the government to prove its democracy. The 1965 Immigration Act was passed 1 year after the Civil Rights Act. It wasn't a change of heart. It was a geopolitical concession forced by Black Americans' activism. Okay. So, just to recap, the 1790 Naturalization Act, it outright blocked any African Afro-immigrant possibility. And the purpose was to keep America a white republic. 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, okay? Afro and African immigrants were just flat out ignored. Africans were not seen as a threat because they were property. National Origins Act of 1924 mathematically blocked African Afro immigrants, and that was to preserve the racist demographics of 1890. 1965 Hart-Celler Act. Now these African immigrants are allowed to save face globally after Black American civil rights were won. Okay. So the undermining that you mentioned, unbiased Ron, happens because many immigrants arrive with what is called selected success, or what I say, hyperselectivity. The filter, because the 1965 Act and subsequent 1990 updates prioritize high-skilled labor, African immigrants are often the top 1% of their own countries. Family, I told you guys, it's called hyperselectivity. AI, in this sense, called it it called it selected success. So this was a filter. So all these chaotic truth family, all these tethers that brag about individual success, that's is they supposed to. You make up the one, your family make up the 1% in your country. You are the best they have to offer to the world. And the best you can do is get a job and be slightly above the average FBA guy, woman. So let me explain the filter one more time. Because the 1965 Act and subsequent 1990 updates, America prioritized high-skilled labor. African immigrants are often the top 1%. African immigrants in America are often the top 1% of their own countries. They arrive with degrees and professional status, family. So these tethers who try to compete with us, they make up the 1% of their elites. We don't make up the 1% of our elites, and they're debating with us. They do. You're supposed to debate with our top 1%. You dig? And you know they want to do that. So it's delusion. They often attribute their success to hard work alone, ignoring that they are standing on a platform built by foundational Black American ancestors who were beaten, jailed, and killed to make the very visa they hold legal. This is AI, family. Even AI know their tethers. Okay? The erasure, by claiming they are Black for the benefits of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, but distancing themselves from Black Americans' FBA struggle for reparations, they engage in a form of credentialed erasure. AI is labeling these guys. They engage in a form of credentialed erasure. They use the Black label as a pass to the front of the line that they didn't help form. They use the Black, and it has in quotations, label as a pass to the front of the line that they didn't help form. The blunt truth, if Dr. King and our FBA lineage hadn't broken the back of Jim Crow in 1964, the 1965 Immigration Act would have never hit the floor of Congress. If you are an African immigrant in 2026, this is AI talking, you didn't get here because America liked you. You got here because foundational Black Americans made it illegal for America to exclusively like white people. ChatGPT is next. ChatGPT is next up. Okay. ChatGPT is next up. Let me try to okay, let me see something. Let me just peek at something. Just reading comments. Taking a little break from my eyes. I'm gonna get back and read the last one. ChatGPT. Let's see if they keep it real or have our hearts. ChatGPT be shucking and driving. Hold on. Let me see if I get a tether on here. I'm trying to catch a tether. I mean, I gotta play so dumb in my replies to them or comments to try to get them over here. I gotta play like I know nothing. These guys are so scary to have a conversation. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. And we got a package delivery. What is it? Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay. All right. Last chat GPT. And we're out of here. Okay. So before this is chat GPT, it's the last AI. So before 1965, audio little janky. So before 1965, U.S. immigration law was built to favor Europeans and severely restrict everyone else, including Africans. The Civil Rights era helped dismantle that system. African and Afro-Caribbean migration rose after, not because the U.S. had a change of heart, but because the legal structure changed. Okay. Africans didn't need to be singled out in the restrictions or the bans or the exclusions because the system already filtered them out. How? U.S. migration law wasn't just about bans, it was about preferences plus quotas plus access. Preference northern and western European. So, family, when these Italians, these Irish, Jewish people talk shit, remind them that they were not a preference in this country. They were seen as less than. The preference were only northern and western Europeans. They were seen as Anglo, not the Kim Kardashians and all those folks. They were seen as less than the Putins of the world. They were seen as tainted blood. Okay. Um. So also a tiny or zero quotas, right? Much of Africa and Asia, little bit of quotas dealing with them. Barriers to citizenship tied to whiteness. So Africans were excluded structurally, not always explicitly, right? So the legal system that limited African immigration, we're gonna go right back to naturalization rules, 1790 and the early 1900s. Citizenship limited to free white persons, later extended to people of African descent, but unevenly applied. Non-white immigrants had fewer rights, less incentive ability to migrate permanently. Immigration isn't just entry, it's what happens after entry. So all immigration ain't equal. By late 1800s, early 1900s, explicit, implicit exclusion. Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, first major race-based immigration ban. Why Chinese were named? They were arriving in visible numbers on the West Coast. Okay. Immigration Act of 1917, Asiatic Bar Zone, right? It banned most of Asia outright. So the 1917 Immigration Act just excluded Asia outright. Africa wasn't the main focus, but the logic was protect a white European demographic core. Okay. Immigration Act of 1924, the Johnson and Reed Act. This is the most important law for unbiased Ron argument. What did it do? It created national origins quotas based on 1890 census when America was overwhelmingly Northern Europeans. Massive preference to and massive preference for Britain, Germany, and then Ireland, etc. Okay, so I think Southern Ireland wasn't were banned, something like that. Severe restriction on Southern Eastern Europeans, near exclusion of Africa. So Africa not even a thought. What about Africa specifically? Many African regions got quotas like 100 people per year or less. Some areas had no functional migration pipeline at all. That's not an outright ban, but it's effectively one. You dig? So they didn't have to say it. The way it was functioning, it was damn near one. Okay, so that's like a sundown town. There's no law there, but it's a law that you know about. Don't you go up in there playing around after dark? Why African immigration was so low beyond law, even beyond quotas? There were real world barriers. Okay, most African countries weren't independent, travel controlled by European colonial powers, limited passport wealth mobility, right? So the economic barriers, long distance migration required money. U.S. immigration often favored skilled workers, sponsored migrants. Most Africans were structurally blocked from qualifying. Okay, so unlike Europeans, Africans didn't have large diaspora communities in the U.S. to sponsor them. Immigration systems often run on family chains. Africans did not have that yet. What changed? Civil rights era. That's what changed for y'all. Okay, Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, Hart-Celler Act. This is the turning point. What ended? Race-based quota system, European preference. What it introduced? Family reunification, skilled immigration categories. Why did this happen? It came from civil rights movement, Black Americans, legal dismantling of racial discrimination, Black Americans, Cold War pressure, U.S. trying to look less racist globally, Black Americans. Okay, so the same system that said no segregation also had to stop saying only Europeans can immigrate. Okay, so why did African immigration grow after 1965? Once barriers dropped, a legal access opened. Africans can now immigrate in meaningful numbers, right? Educational pipeline, students, professionals, citizens. That's why they came here as students, they became professionals working, they became citizens. Family chains formed. First wave sponsor next wave. Okay? So they come over here and they sponsor the next wave. African independence, more sovereign mobility after 1960s. How much credit goes to civil rights? Okay. Civil rights movement did dismantle legal racial barriers. It did force policy consistency. All right. You can't end segregation, but keep racist immigration quotas, right? And also policymakers had economic goals. Cold War optics mattered. Immigration reform had multiple supporters, okay? So the civil rights movement, what it did was remove the racial barriers that kept Afro immigrants, African immigrants out. Okay, so no, America didn't just become more fair, laws changed under pressure. No, Africans weren't always allowed in. No, numbers were extremely limited by design. No, this had nothing to do with Black Americans. That's a lie. Civil rights changed the legal framework. Okay, so African immigrants weren't excluded by name, the way Chinese and whoever else were, but they were excluded by structure, the quota system, citizenship rules, and lack of migration pathways made large-scale African immigration almost impossible before 1965. It wasn't until the civil rights era forced the U.S. to remove race-based immigration preferences that Africans could enter in meaningful numbers. Okay. All right. There you go. That's the three AIs. I tell you, ChatGPT gonna be nice. They're gonna be nice. Okay, so that's about it, family. That's a wrap. So we'll talk, most likely tomorrow, because I'm gonna be on Hustmark. I'm gonna try to get on his panel tonight. Hopefully he's on YouTube and has or use StreamYard, whatever. If he's on StreamYard or whatever, get the link. I'm gonna click it and get on there. And cook up somebody. If you're on TikTok, that's gonna be annoying. All right. Okay, family, because I got to use my iPad and my phone. If he's on StreamYard, I can use my phone. Zoom, my phone. TikTok, iPad. All right, family. So peace. Hope y'all enjoy that. And I'm out of here. Easy.